Chapter 51, Fighting Alone! Chapter 51 Fighting Alone! For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. The strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 51, A Battle Alone! For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. 4 days have passed since the attack of Konoha and Nino on the battlefield of San Shinobu. In these 4 days, 100 ninjas controlled by Hanayu set off a feast of killing. Almost every controlled San Shinobu killed more than a dozen companions! In the face of Hanayu's puppet offensive, Chio could only order all these ninjas to be sealed. However, in the face of Konoha ninja's obstruction, it took 4 days for San Shinobu's sealing class to finally complete the seal! Yoch! 4 days, relying on 9 tails to provide chakras uninterruptedly. Although I still have a lot of physical strength and chakras, it is clear that this battle is almost coming to an end. Yoch! Standing on a tree, Hanayu watched the movement around her with her eyes, and said with a slight contemplation in her mouth, It seems that the sand ninjas controlled by me have all been sealed. Hanayu's gaze condensed, watching the parasitic lines fly into the air continuously, and said with a slight regret, swish, swish, swish. With a faint sound, all the parasitic lines instantly returned to Hanayu's palm. Back to the ever-changing crossing tail! This is troublesome. There is only one Konoha ninja left around, and all the people hiding around are ninja. Sure enough, in the early days of the Third Ninja World War, the offensive of Ninja Village was not Konoha Village can resist it. Hanayu's brows frowned slightly, his eyes were watching the Konoha ninja corpse around him, and he sighed lightly. The small team of 100 people that Hanayu was in was still able to stand at this time. Only a dozen were left, and these Konoha ninjas who survived by chance also fell into death because of the siege of many ninjas in Sand Ninja Village! Different from the initial general battle, as time goes by, the battle between ninjas has returned to the dark again, discovering, surprise attacks, assassinations. The battle between ninjas has returned to the mode of squad combat again, and at the same time, each squad is closely connected. Detection and assassination. This is 100% capable of exerting the ever-changing cross-tail ability. Next, who is the prey? Hanayu's eyes stared at the tall trees around them. There was a hint of coldness, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. And he said in a low voice, following Hanayu's words. His hands waved one after another, and silk threads appeared quickly, and then disappeared instantly! Next, in waiting for the prey. Hanayu stood quietly on a tree, closed her eyes slightly, and said calmly in her mouth, Hey, Okamoto. Haven't found that kid yet? Above the woods in the distance, a voice filled with anger suddenly sounded. Following the sound, a figure appeared on a tree in an instant! It's almost here. Don't worry. This is the last Konoha ninja. A tall, slightly bloated Sana said with excitement, Hey, Okamoto, Terao. Put away your contempt for me. You know, this kid controls 100 of our companions. Don't be careless. Zongjin Karaki glanced at the two teammates, said with a warning! Relax. Captain Karaki. After 4 days, I have figured out the kind of thread that this kid controls people. It seems that it will take a while to send it out. And the kid without the cover of Konoha Ninja, we can do it with him. Kill him before sending these threads. Terao smiled carelessly, and said confidently, In short, this kid is very surprised. Let's be careful. Zongjin Kangma recalled Hanayu's random manipulation of the silk thread, and said with a solemn expression, Captain Karaki. Shown according to the traces left by this kid. It seems that this kid is hiding somewhere not far ahead. Okamoto lowered his head and glanced at the surrounding traces, and whispered in his mouth. However, while Okamoto was speaking, he did not notice that his right foot was slightly touching a thread! Come. Hanayu's eyes suddenly opened, with a smile on her face. Her mouth calmly said, following Hanayu's words, The location of Okamoto appeared in his mind instantly. Then, the game began. Hanayu's body instantly stomped twice, and the figure quickly sneaked towards Okamoto's location. Hey, Okamoto. Haven't found it yet? Terao looked at Okamoto impatiently, and asked anxiously. Please wait patiently, I have found the traces left by that little devil. Okamoto's hands were marked with opposites, and he said calmly, following Okamoto's words, a few minutes of money. Hanayu's trajectory flashed in his mind. Said the solution. Isn't it, Okamoto? Terao's face showed an impatient look again, urging in his mouth. Retreat. Could it be that? No good. Does this kid want to assassinate us? Everyone is on alert. Okamoto's eyes suddenly lit up, and his mouth said unbelievably, oh? Did you find it now? It's too late. At the moment when Okamoto's words fell, Hanayu's figure appeared not far behind Okamoto. At this time, Hanayu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and her right index finger suddenly lifted up. Die. The ever-changing white snake. A trace of killing intent flashed across Hanayu's eyes, and a low groan in his mouth. And silk threads quickly appeared in the index finger of his right hand. The silk thread interweaves into a linear white snake in an instant. Thank you brother for the vicious and big 300 reward. Thank you for the 100-point reward. I love Kind DA. Thank you for your 200-point reward. Thanks. Union big 100 points reward. Please give me a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. The fifth Icon chapter is ever changing. The fifth Icon chapter is ever changing. For a reward. For a monthly pass. For a collection. For a flower. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes the fifth Icon chapter ever-changing! For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. Die. The ever-changing white snake. Hanayu's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent, and he snorted in his right index finger. Silk threads appeared quickly. The silk thread interweaves into a linear white snake in an instant! Hiss. This lifelike white snake let out a snake hiss in the air. Then the speed surged towards Okamoto! Earth escape middle dot earth array. A trace of horror appeared on Okamoto's face. His hands quickly formed a seal. He snorted in his mouth, and his hands instantly slapped on the ground. Following Okamoto's actions, an earthen wall appeared in front of Okamoto instantly. It's useless. Hanayu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the index finger of his right hand suddenly waved. The body of the white snake who was in the air slid quickly, and it was almost instantly bypassed. Dirt wall. Nani? Okamoto gave a dull look at the white snake head that appeared abruptly in front of him, and screamed in shock. Snake bite. The heart bite. Han suddenly let out a low cry in her mouth. With the sound of Hanayu, the white snake opened its fangs in an instant and bit on Okamoto's shoulder for an instant. Puff. With a dull sound, the white snake's fangs pierced Okamoto's shoulder instantly. With the penetration of the fangs, the silk threads quickly extended along Okamoto's blood vessels, reaching Okamoto's heart almost instantly. Peng. Hanayu's fingers moved slightly, and Okamoto's heart was squeezed by the silk thread instantly. Okamoto's eyes widened, and the expression on his face was abnormally distorted. He opened his mouth unconsciously to breathe air, and a flow of blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Okamoto, whose heart was squeezed by Hanayu, has fallen into death! Yoch! In Hanayu's body. How can it be repaired? This kid. The wind escaped and crushed. Tero's eyes flashed with angry light, his face turned gloomy, and his mouth suddenly shouted. With the voice of Terao, a huge wind blade instantly struck towards the cold moon! The ever-changing Sancho fish. Hanayu's mouth let out a low drink, and his index fingers stretched out, and the silk threads were woven into a huge Sancho fish in an instant! Peng. With a soft sound, Sanchiao fish opened its mouth as soon as it appeared, swallowing all the wind blades in front of it. Obviously, Hanayu used the ever-changing abilities of the crossing tail according to the shape of the Sandman puppet Sancho fish, and woven it with silk at will! Cut. Detestable silk thread ability. This kid. Terao was surprised on his face. His eyes were shocked and he looked at the huge Sancho fish in front of him, and his body quickly backed away! It's a good escape. But if you only have this level ... it's really a shame. You only have a dead end. Hanayu's hands waved casually, and the Sancho fish in front of him instantly transformed again. For the silk threads, these silk threads are very smart floating around Hanayu! Go on. Hanayu's mouth suddenly whispered, and his right hand suddenly became claw-shaped, and then made a gripping motion forcefully in the air! 5 Cold money. Hanayu suddenly let out a low cry in her mouth, and suddenly waved her right hand. With Hanayu's waving, the 5 silk threads instantly slashed towards Terao. Peng, peng, peng. Terao's body was instantly cut into 5 segments by Hanayu's silk thread. With a soft sound, Terao's body instantly turned into a wooden stake! Wind escape middle. Big breakthrough. Earth escape middle. Earth dragon spear. Terao and Zonjinkaraki yelled at the same time, and the two started ninjutsu at the same time, one after the other. The ever-changing line cube. Hanayu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he let out a low drink, and his hands suddenly slapped on the ground. With Hanayu's movements, a single thread instantly rose from the ground, forming a cube enchantment and instantly shrouding his body inside. Have you succeeded? Terao and Zonjinkaraki will get together, their eyes fixed on the huge cube in front of them, and their mouths are filled with hope. Peng, peng. After 2 loud noises, Terao's ninjutsu instantly hit Hanayu's line cube. There was a slight tremor on the wall composed of silk threads. However, with the addition of the silk threads, the originally trembling wall instantly stabilized! Cut. Did you fail? Terao's face showed a trace of unwillingness, and his mouth said with a slight irritation. Following Terao's words, a kunai appeared in his hand again! Oh, is the attack over? Then, next. Hanayu's eyes calmly stared at the opposite temple tail, and said coldly, following Hanayu's words, his right hand stretched out. Die. The ever-changing thread binding. Hanayu's mouth suddenly yelled, and his right hand stretched out, and silk threads appeared from his hand. These silk threads were directed at extremely fast instantaneously at the moment they appeared. Terao is attacked! These silk threads are so fast. Terao's eyes showed a look of horror, and his body kept jumping back, but he couldn't get rid of the silk threads behind him at all! Let the sky rain. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and said coldly in her mouth, following Hanayu's words, the silk thread that was originally behind Terao instantly intertwined into a huge palm, instantly wrapping Terao's body in the palm of his hand! Peng. A soft sound. After the silk thread wrapped the temple tail, Hanayu's right hand suddenly clenched. With Hanayu's movements, Terao, wrapped in silk thread, instantly turned into a rain of blood! Oh, sure enough, I borrowed from Gaara's sand binding method, and it is really convenient to use. Hanayu let go of his right hand casually, with a smile on his face, and murmured slightly in his mouth. Thank you, Lulu, for your great 100-point reward! Finally, ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass, seeking collection, seeking flowers! Chapter 53. The Last Madness of Zongjing Kangmu! Chapter 53. The Last Madness of Zongjing Kangmu! The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes the final madness of the 53rd chapter Zongjing Karaki! Oh, how can it be repaired? This kid's attack is so surprising. The kid with the silk thread is very good at long-range attacks, and at the same time, does not give the enemy a chance to get close. This kid really is a genius. Suitable for battlefield fighting? Yeah? Zongjing Kangma looked at Hanayu with solemn eyes, with a trace of anxiety on his face, and said with a slight analysis in his mouth, "Wind escape middle dots and array." A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of Zongjing Kangmu, and his hands quickly formed a seal. As the seal was completed, a wind and sand that blocked the view instantly appeared in Hanai and Zongjing Kangmu. "In front of you, oh? Do you want to restrict my actions?" Too naive. With a playful smile on Hanayu's face, the 5 fingers of her right hand suddenly opened. With Hanayu's movements, silk threads instantly filled the space in front of him. The moment Hanayu just laid out the silk thread, a very slight vibration came from a silk thread on the left rear side. "Are you here?" Hanayu's eyes still looked forward, but his right hand instantly grabbed Zongjing Kangmu's right wrist. "This? How is this possible? You should be restricted from sight." Zongjing Kangmu's eyes flashed with a look of shock, and his mouth cried out in surprise. "Idiot! Take a closer look at your surroundings." Han Yu's eyes flashed with a look of disdain, and his mouth calmly said, This is silk thread. These threads are densely spread around you. That is to say, no matter which thread I touched, will you know where I am?" Zongjing Kangmu, a look of shock flashed through his eyes, staring at the silk thread slowly emerging in amazement, and said with a bitter smile in his mouth, "The ever-changing middle dot hidden shadow snake hand." Hanayu's eyes flashed with a cold expression, and he snorted in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, 5 slender white snakes appeared in the 5 fingers of the right hand that originally grasped the middle scene Kangmu! Peng, peng, peng. With 5 consecutive noises, the 5 white snakes in Hanayu's hand instantly spread along Zongjing Kangmu's body, and then the 5 white snakes opened their fangs and instantly bit on Zongjing Kangmu's neck. It's over. Hanayu's face expressionlessly watched her silk thread spread towards the heart of Kangmu in the middle of the scene step by step, and said coldly in her mouth, "It's over. But I will take you to the funeral." Konoha's genius. Ha ha ha. Drink. A crazy look suddenly appeared on the original shocked face of Zongjing Kangmu. Both hands suddenly grabbed Hanayu's right arm, said with a big smile in her mouth. With the crazy laugh on the face of Zongjing Kangmu, a dark light flashed from the seal technique originally located on the chest of Zongjing Kangmu. That's bad. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and she whispered to herself. However, then, Hanayu's hands suddenly slapped on the ground. Rashomon. Hanayu yelled in a low voice, and the silk thread in his hands poured out frantically. Almost instantly a huge and hideous skate appeared in front of Hanayu. Peng. With a loud noise, Zongjing Kangmu's body suddenly exploded. With the explosion of Kangmu in the middle shot, a huge impact instantly hit Rashomon's body. Hold it for me. Hanayu's chakra constantly activated the ever-changing crossing tail, and silk threads began to gush out frantically, constantly strengthening the Rashomon in front of him. Peng. With a loud noise, although Hanayu tried his best to withstand the explosion of Zongjing Kangmu, the shockwave generated by the explosion hit Hanayu's body instantly. Ahem. Hanayu's body fell to the ground as soon as it flew out 4 meters. Although Hanayu didn't have many wounds on his body at this time, the aftermath of the explosion caused some trauma to his body. Hanayu coughed a few times, and a trace of blood gushed out of her mouth. Ahem. It turned out to be the seal of the 4 elephants. To the effect, although Zongjing Kangmu was unable to explode like Danzo because of insufficient chakras, but this explosion alone was almost let go seriously injured. Hanayu stood up hard, staring at a huge pit 4 meters away, and said with a bitter smile in his mouth, Ahem. It's really troublesome. Such a huge explosion will undoubtedly attract the attention of Sand Shinobu, who was searching in the distance. It seems that I can't stay here. Hanayu's brows frowned and turned to look. Looking at the surrounding environment destroyed by the explosion, he said quietly, After that, Hanayu's body quickly moved towards the distance. "What's the matter with the explosion just now?" A sand shinobu who was searching frowned and looked at the direction of the explosion, and asked in a deep voice. "There should be a battle ahead. The specific situation is still unknown." A sense of helplessness flashed through the eyes of a perceptual ninja, and his mouth calmly said, "Captain, it seems that Konoha's mouse hasn't been cleaned up. How about, it's time to teach Konoha's mouse some lessons." A puppet standing next to the sensory ninja said coldly. Chapter 54 Chase and Escape! Who is the prey? Chapter 54 Chase and Escape! Who is the prey? Naruto, the strongest Imperial Emperor. Chapter 54 Chase and Escape! Who is the prey? Captain, it seems that Konoha's mouse hasn't been cleaned up. How about, it's time to teach Konoha's mouse some lessons. A puppet standing next to the sensory ninja said coldly. Master Chio's order must not be able to let go of that Konoha kid. Kurokawa looked forward with a gloomy face, and said in a low voice, as the squad leader of the Sand Ninja Puppet Army, Kurokawa feels unusual anger at Hanayu's unbridled control of his ninja village as a puppet. Where are the other team members? Mura, a puppet next to Kurokawa, asked without any expression on his face, without a trace of emotion in his mouth. Master Sangwoo, the other teams have already started searching. That kid will never escape the encirclement formed by us. Murari said calmly. Obviously, Mira's words about entering the river were correct. Teams around Hanayu still appeared and disappeared. Jiong-kun haven't found it yet. In another location, a ninja with an unusually fat figure looked at the ninja with closed eyes in front of him with a smirk, and asked calmly in his mouth. No. This kid seems to be very good at hiding. However, he is already very close. Jiong opened his eyes slightly, a look of thought flashed across his face, and whispered in his mouth, "Hey, Yamada-kun, please cheer me up." A ninja with a huge folding fan behind him complained to the fat ninja in front of him. Hi, you are really long-winded. Tenheizang. Yamada Duobu looked at his captain helplessly, still keeping an honest smile on his face, muttering slightly in his mouth. Cough. Has it been discovered? These sands are really annoying. Hanayu's body, who was rushing away, gave a slight meal, coughed in his mouth, and said with a pale face, "In that case, secret technique death scam." Hanayu's face was slightly pale, and she suddenly let out a low cry in her mouth. With Hanayu's voice, threads of silk suddenly appeared in his hands. The silk thread pierced Hanayu's body in an instant. And with the penetration of the silk thread, Hanayu's body instantly fell to the ground. Found it just ahead. Jiong's eyes condensed slightly, and his mouth was slightly excited. Following Yoshinaga's words, a young figure appeared in Yoshinaga's sight. The young man with his eyes closed and his face pale was Hanayu. Say. Following Yamada's voice, his right foot kicked Hanayu's body twice at random. The body is cold and there is no breathing. The heart no beating. The blood vessels are stagnant. This kid is dead. Jiong walked to Hanayu's body, and his hands were constantly in Hanayu's body. On inspection, he said quietly, "Dead? Is it the explosion just now? It doesn't matter. The mission is finally over. I can finally rest for a while." Yoshinaga, inform the other teams that the mission target is dead. Danhai, as the captain with a relaxed look on his face, he whispered in his mouth, "Yamada-kun, go and collect this kid's head. Sand Ninja Village needs to know all the information in this kid's brain." Tanhai saw Yoshinaga walking aside to contact the other teams, and continued to order. Hi. Tenheizang is still so cautious. Even the dead have to cut off their heads to be at ease. Don't worry. The head of this kid, I accept it. Yamada's face, a happy smile appeared on his face. His eyes flashed with bloodthirsty rays, and his mouth said slightly excitedly. Following Yamada's words, his huge fat body stood in front of Hanayu like a wall. Little devil, your headmaster is accepted. Yamada's right hand suddenly appeared with a kunai, and he whispered in a rather evil and interesting mouth, and his right hand was about to cut towards Hanayu's head. Go, flick the line. Just as Yamada Duobu's right hand was about to attack, Hanayu, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, his right hand pointed at Yamada Duobu's head and whispered in his mouth. Following Hanayu's whisper, the silk thread of his right hand pierced through many of Yamada's heads in no time. Hey, are you okay? Yamada-kun. Tanhai, who was waiting next to him, urged impatiently. Because of Yamada's huge bodies, Tanhai couldn't see any figure of Hanayu hidden by Yamada. Peng. With a loud noise, many huge bodies of Yamada instantly fell on the ground. As Yamada's body fell to the ground, a string of silk threads instantly fixed the somewhat dazed Yoshinaga and Tanhai in place. Nani? How could it be possible? You obviously don't even have a heartbeat. How could? Yoshinaga stared at Hanayu, who was slowly standing up, and said in horror, Ahem. Use silk thread to block your blood vessels and reduce your heartbeat to achieve a state of suspended animation. This method is Lubbock's secret technique in the face of chasing and killing. However, it also has a great effect on his body. It's consuming. Cough cough. Hanyu's face became paler, and she whispered in her mouth. Then Hanyu's right hand suddenly raised the ever-changing middle dot thread binding. Hanayu let out a low cry, her right hand suddenly clenched. With Hanayu's actions, the silk thread that originally only restricted Sand Shinobi tightened instantly. Who is the prey? You bastards of sand forbearance, Hanayu said with a deep smile on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 55 Trap. On. Chapter 55 Trap. On. For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. Naruto's strongest Emperor. Chapter 55 Trap. On. For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. Who is the prey? You bastards of sand forbearance, Hanayu said with a smile on the corner of her mouth, and said in a low voice, Peng, Peng. Following Hanayu's words, the corpses of the two Sand Shinobu raised in the air instantly fell to the ground. Hanayu looked at the corpse in front of her with cold eyes, and quickly waved her right hand twice. Swish, swish. With Hanayu's movements, the two silk threads were instantly hidden. Above the silk threads, a series of detonating symbols were quietly pasted on the silk threads, and they were hidden under the ground together. Ahem. In this case, I should be able to kill a few sands by surprise. Hey, Ninetales, loan me your chakra for use. Hanayu's eyes looked at the trap he set up with satisfaction. Said weakly in his mouth, Cut, little devil. Don't force it, you know. If you die, my consciousness as a Ninetale will also die out. Kyuubi's eyes glanced at Hanayu slightly uncomfortably. His body suddenly a trace of red chakra appeared on it. Chakra started to repair Hanayu's injuries as soon as he appeared. Ahem. Ninetale chakra really possesses strong resilience. Hanayu lowered her head and glanced at her injury, and said calmly, Next. I'm just waiting for these sands to take the bait. Hanayu's body was quickly hidden in a tree, her eyes calmly stared at her surroundings, and she said in a deep voice, Hey, Kurokawa. What's going on? Have you lost contact with the Tanhai team? On a huge tree, 3 Sand Shinobu and a puppet stood, and the puppet's mouth was emitting at this time a dull voice. I'm very sorry, sang Wazama. We have lost contact with the Tanhai team. The preliminary judgment is ... death. Murarai's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness, and his mouth mumbled, Cut. Is it Konoha's kid? What is going on with the other teams? Why do you say that the mission is complete? A short ninja stared at the front with an angry face, and said gloomily, The specific reason is still unclear. However, according to the information sent by the liaisons of other teams, the Tanhai team sent a message before losing contact. The message explained the death of Konoha. Murari frowned, said, Those idiots. I was cheated by a kid. Search me. If you don't find Konoha's corpse, you must not give up the mission. You know. Even Chisama sent an order to kill Konoha. Where's the kid? Kurokawa glanced at Murarigate with a gloomy look, and ordered with his mouth. Yes. Miru irrigated and Xiangwu's mouth whispered, and then the three figures continued to move forward. Obviously, just now Miru entered the river. Some traces of the Cold Moon battle have been found. Captain Kurokawa. The corpse in front. Miru's eyes suddenly noticed the corpse lying in front, and he reminded him in a low voice. Come. The hidden Hanayu's quietly stared at the three sand ninjas in the distance, and a silk thread appeared in his right hand, quietly connecting to the two lying corpses. Hey, Xiangwu, let your puppet take a look. Kurokawa's eyes frowned, with a cautious expression on his face. He ordered in his mouth, Xiaozuo, please. Xiangwu nodded, turned his head and glanced at the humanoid puppet, and said calmly. Following Xiangwu's words, chakra silk threads appeared from the tips of his hands and 10 fingers and instantly linked to the puppet's body. Kakara. The puppet shook for a while, and then his body flew to the corpse in an instant. This puppet named Xiaozuo quickly turned the body over with both hands. Cut. Is it really Danhai and Yoshinaga? Kurokawa sighed slightly as he watched the faces of the two corpses. Following Kurokawa's words, Sangwoo had already controlled the environment around Xiaozuo and checked slightly. According to the traces of the scene, Konoha's little ghost has left here. At the same time, there are no traps around the corpse. Xiangwu said with a slight thought in his mouth. Let's go. Seal their corpses. Kurokawa glanced at the corpse and said in his mouth. Following Kurokawa's words, the three figures appeared around the corpse instantly. It's now. Hanayu let out a low cry, and the fingers of her right hand waved quickly. Following the movements of Hanayu's fingers, the two corpses who were lying on the ground instantly stood up. Among them, Yoshinaga's corpse instantly appeared kunai, and then Yoshinaga's corpse rushed towards the three of them very quickly. Nani? Kurokawa's eyes flashed with surprise, and his body jumped to the rear extremely quickly, while Xiangwa's body appeared in front of him instantly to block the attack, but Miru was slow to react. 1 point. Let the kunai in Yoshinaga's hand hit his cheek. Damn. What the hell is going on? Miru's figure appeared next to Kurokawa, frowning and cursing in a low voice. Look at these corpses. Kurokawa's pupils suddenly shrank, reminding him. Following Kurokawa's words, Miru and Sangwoo all noticed the silk threads around the body. These corpses were made into puppets. Kurokawa's face was gloomy, his face was angry, and his mouth said coldly, thanks to Dongfeng Fei Dongda for the 100-point reward! The otaku rolls for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection, seeking flowers! Chapter 56 The Undead Corpse. In Chapter 56 The Undead Corpse. In for a reward, for a monthly ticket, for a collection, for a flower. Naruto's Strongest Imperial Emperor. Chapter 56 The Undead Corpse. In for a reward, a monthly ticket, a collection of flowers. These corpses have been made puppets. Kurokawa's face was gloomy, his face was angry, and his mouth said coldly, is it a puppet? If you say that, this kid must be hiding in the dark. Xiangwu's eyes looked around for a while, and he said in thought, This Konoha kid must be hiding in the dark to control these corpses. It's really a cunning kid. Miru frowned, his eyes scanned the surroundings. His mouth was slightly unwilling to say. Xiangwu, go and solve these two puppets. Kurokawa gestured Xiangwu with his eyes, and said in his mouth. Following Kurokawa's instructions, Xiangwu's hands quickly waved. Puppet technique middle dot blade slash. Xiangwu's face was cold with a hint of coldness, and he let out a low cry in his mouth. With Xiangwu's voice, the body of the puppet in front of him instantly appeared in front of Yoshinaga, and a sharp blade popped out of his arms. Puff. The puppet's body quickly rotated for a week, and the huge, sharp blade instantly cut off Yoshiyuki's head. Peng. With a soft sound, Jiang's body without his head instantly fell to the ground! What? These corpses are so weak. Are they really little ghosts? Xiangwu glanced at his headless body with dissatisfaction, and complained in his mouth. Obviously even Xiangwu didn't want these corpses controlled by Hanayu to be so weak! Idiot. Let you see it. Hanayu, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Xiangwu with cold eyes. A trace of sarcasm flashed across his face, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice, following Hanayu's words. His right hand waved randomly! Hiss, hiss. With Hanayu's movements, silk threads slowly appeared in Yoshinaga's neck, who had lost his head. Then, the body of Yoshinaga who fell to the ground slowly stood up, while the one who flew aside, the head slowly floated in the air. Nani? Xiangwu had a dignified look on his originally contemptuous face. His eyes were surprised to see the corpse standing up again, and his mouth was slightly surprised. Hey, dodge! Xiangwu. A trace of anxiety flashed through Kurokawa's eyes, and he reminded loudly in his mouth. Huh? A look of doubt flashed across Xiangwu's face, and he turned his head and glanced at Kurokawa. At the moment when Xiangwu fell into doubt, the head originally floating in the air instantly struck behind Xiangwu. Under the head, silk threads were linked to Yoshinaga's neck! At this moment, a bunch of silk threads on Yoshinaga's neck link the head in the air. Just now, Hanayu controlled the silk thread to pierce into Yoshinaga's body, and at the same time, the silk thread regenerated in an instant and connected Yoshinaga's body and head together. This trick comes from Jiodu, Hanayu said with a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth, whispering to herself. Following Hanayu's words, Yoshinaga's head instantly bit on Xiangwu's body, and a bunch of silk threads on Yoshinaga's teeth pierced Xiangwu's body instantly! How could it be possible? He didn't notice the head behind him and looked at the head in disbelief with his eyes, and screamed in his mouth! Peng! With a soft sound, Xiangwu's body instantly fell on the ground. Obviously, the thread pierced into the body has completely destroyed Xiangwu's heart! How can it be repaired? This kid. Wind escape middle. Vacuum jade. Kurokawa's eyes flashed with a look of anger. His eyes flashed with angry flames. His hands quickly formed a seal, and his mouth shouted. Following Kurokawa's words, air cannons continuously spit out from his mouth in an instant. Peng, peng, peng. A series of air cannons continuously hit the bodies of Gyeong and Tenhai, knocking out holes in the bodies that should have died. However, it is clear that these attacks cannot have any effect on Hanayu's marionette. The bodies of Yoshinaga and Amami continued to move toward Kurokawa and Muriri. At the same time, Xiangwu's body, who was already dead, began to slowly stand up. Captain Kurokawa. What to do? Muriri looked anxiously at the three corpses in front of him, and asked in a low voice. At the moment Muru entered the river to question, the three corpses also launched their own attacks at the same time! The corpses of Yoshinaga and Tenhai swiftly attacked Kurokawa. At the same time, a kunai appeared in Xiangwu's corpse. He suddenly waved his right hand and threw the kunai at Muriri. Ding! Muriri shot down the attack in front of him with his own kunai. His body instantly jumped back to avoid Xiangwu's attack, and at the same time, Q-Wu instantly cut off Xiangwu's right arm. Swish, swish. A silk thread appeared at the fracture of Xiangwu whose arm had been cut off. The silk thread was connected to the right arm in the air at the moment it appeared, and the air once again attacked Mirror River! Ding, ding. Facing Sangwu's attack, Murarigami could only cope with it, and the same situation appeared by Kurokawa's side. Every time the limbs and heads of these corpses are cut off, a string of silk threads will appear in the body to connect these bodies again. How can it be repaired? This is simply an immortal zombie. Murari and Kurokawa will get together. A trace of sweat appeared on their faces, and they complained. Please give me a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers! Chapter 57 Detonating Talisman. Under Chapter 57 Detonating Talisman. under, for a reward, for a monthly pass, for a collection, for a flower. Naruto's strongest emperors. Emperor Chapter 57 Detonation Talisman. Under, for a reward, for a monthly ticket, for a collection, for a flower. How can it be repaired? This is simply an immortal zombie. Muruirigami and Kurokawa will reconcile, with a trace of sweat on their faces. Said complainingly, "Captain, what on earth to do? This will only exhaust our physical strength." Muruiri looked at Kurokawa anxiously, and asked loudly, "Shut up, Mura." Kurokawa's eyes scanned back and forth, observing the two corpses in front of him, and he cursed angrily while retreating from one side of his body. Obviously, Kurokawa, who was already irritable, was already outraged in the face of Muruiri's endless words. Ding! Yoshina's right hand quickly pierced Kurokawa. At the same time, behind Kurokawa, Tanhei's body quickly kicked towards Kurokawa. Peng, peng. Kurokawa's body suddenly rotated in a circle, and his right foot instantly knocked out the two corpses in front of him. At the same time, his body continued to recede. It seems that only Konoha's little ghost can be found. Uchiha Hanayu's little ghost seems to have put silk thread in these corpses, so that even if the limbs are cut off, these corpses can still be connected with silk thread. At the same time, the severed limbs can be attacked freely from the body. Kurokawa's body constantly dodges the attacks of the two corpses in front of him, and at the same time, he reminded him, "Is there only this way?" This surprised kid. A look of anger appeared on Muruiri's face, and his mouth said coldly, following his words, 3 kunai quickly appeared in his hands. Swish, swish, swish. Murakumo was thrown at the 3 corpses by Muruirigation in an instant. At the same time, the body keeps retreating. Blast. Muruirigami suddenly put up a mark of opposition in the process of retreating, and he let out a low cry. With Mira's low drink into the river, the detonating talisman attached to the kunai that flew to the 3 corpses instantly exploded. Peng, peng, peng. There were 3 loud noises in a row. 3 potholes appeared in the ground where the 3 corpses were originally located. However, there were no traces of the 3 corpses. Failed. Above, a trace of regret flashed across Muruiri's eyes. He quickly scanned the surrounding environment, and then suddenly raised his head. Above the head of Muruirigation, 3 corpses floated in the air in surprise. Swish, swish, swish. 10 kunai appeared in the hands of the 3 corpses instantly, and they quickly threw them towards Muruiri and Kurokawa. Ding, ding. A series of metal symphony sounded. Kurokawa and Muruirigate flew with their right hands, constantly shooting down the kunai in the air. At the same time, while avoiding their bodies, they were forced to go to the right. Almost. Hanayu hides in the dark. His eyes are always paying attention to Kurokawa and Muruiri. The double hook jade in his eyes rotates quickly, and the high-speed moving figures of Kurokawa and Muruiri are undoubtedly revealed. At this time, Hanayu's face was cold, her right fingers quickly waved, and at the same time, the 5 fingers of her left hand remained motionless. Above the 5 fingers, a transparent silk thread was connected to the traps Hanayu arranged. Fun with fire. Kurokawa's face showed a trace of sweat. His eyes looked at the 3 corpses, and he said loudly as a reminder, "These corpses, which can't be killed no matter how you kill them, can only be attacked on a large scale with fire done." Fire dune middle dot fire dragon flame bomb. Muruirigami heard Kurokawa's instructions, and his hands quickly formed seals when he backed away. He suddenly shouted in his mouth, and a huge fire dragon instantly spread to the 3 corpses in an instant. Swish, swish. The 3 corpses were controlled by Hanayu and jumped back instantly, avoiding the fire dragon in front of them. At the same time, 10 kunai were thrown out of the right hands of the 3 corpses again. DA. In the face of the intensive attacks from the 3 corpses, Kurokawa and Muruiri could only retreat and then retreat. But in the process of retreating, Kurokawa's face suddenly changed. When he landed just now, Kurokawa clearly felt what he had stepped on with his feet. Nani? This is ... silk thread. Kurokawa looked down at his feet, then his complexion changed drastically, and his mouth said in horror. At this time, Kurokawa and Muru entered the river to find that on the ground under their feet, a line of silk threads almost densely covered the area where they were. And this is not what scared Kurokawa. What makes Kurokawa feel most desperate is that on the silk thread, the detonating charms are almost dissatisfied with this area. This is a trap I made with 50 detonating charms. Hanayu's figure walked out of hiding, with her left hand held flat in front of her, and her mouth said coldly, "Then, goodbye." The two of Shinobu. Detonation charm. Explosion. Hanayu said calmly with a smile on his face. Following Hanayu's words, his left hand clenched instantly. Peng, peng. As Hanayu clenched her left hand, the detonating charms at the foot of Kurokawa and Mirror River instantly exploded! The explosion formed by 50 initiating talisman covered almost all the 10 meters in which Kurokawa was located! Thank you for my love of kin. 100-point reward! Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers! Chapter 58 Escape from the Encirclement. Chapter 58 Escape the Encirclement. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes Chapter 58 Escape the Encirclement. A reward. A monthly ticket. A collection of flowers. Peng, peng. With Hanayu's left hand clenched, the detonating symbols at the foot of Kurokawa and Mirror River instantly exploded! The explosion formed by 50 initiating talisman covered almost all the 10 meters in which Kurokawa was located! Cough. It's finally solved. Hanayu's eyes flashed with a trace of calm. Her face was slightly pale, and she whispered in her mouth. In front of Hanayu, a huge pit suddenly appeared. Hey, Hanayu kid, you are almost exhausted too. Although there is support from my chakra, mental exhaustion can't be replaced. From just now, you are overdrawing. Fight physically. Kyuubi's eyes flashed with admiration, and he whispered in his mouth. That's right. If you don't have the support of your chakra from Kyuubi, I might fall right away. However, it is worth killing these 3 sands. In this way, even the nearby Sand Shinobu got the news that I haven't died yet. I believe it will be a few days later. Hanayu said with a deep smile on her face. Cut. Next, you know what to do. Hanayu kid. Jiwei's eyes looked at the calm Hanayu, a smile flashed across his face, and his mouth whispered, it's not the time to fight next. Hanyu's eyes flashed with a hint of light. A confident smile appeared on his face, and he whispered in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, his body quickly jumped among the trees! That's it. Rushed out of the encirclement in one breath. Hanayu's face had a trace of perseverance, and the continuous lines of silk in her hands cut the obstacles in front of her into 2 ends, and her body speed did not decrease. He took a deep breath and said, swish. With a soft sound, Hanayu's body instantly stopped on a tree, and his eyes calmly watched the 3 sand ninjas appearing in front of him, and his body quickly hid! Hey, Uchida, why did Chisama have to order to chase Konoha's kid? What is that kid's name? Uekaiha ... Hyada. Asan Shinobu's eyes showed a trace of dissatisfaction. His mouth Leewai complained. Nagayama, how many times have I told you? It's Uekaiha Hanayu. Uekaiha. Hanayu. Uekaiha looked at his teammate with a black line, and said helplessly again. It doesn't matter. Captain Uchida, didn't the Tanhai team pass the news that the mission target has been killed? That is to say, our mission is completed. Why don't we take a rest now? Captain. The man lay flat on a tree, and said leisurely, I really can't do anything with you. Kasukan. Then take a break. Uekida's eyes helplessly glanced at the 2 teammates who had begun to rest, sighed slightly, and said calmly, cut. Why do you want to rest here? These 3 sand ninjas. Obviously I will rush out soon. Hanae frowned at the 3 sand ninjas in front of him, and said with a slight complaint. Following Hanayu's words, a silk thread appeared in his right hand, and the silk thread penetrated into Hanayu's ninja bag as soon as it appeared, and took out a kunai. "Hey, kid. You don't plan to fight forcibly?" Jiwai looked at Hanayu calmly, and asked in his mouth. "It depends." Hanayu replied quietly in her heart. Afterwards, Hanayu's eyes fixed on the three-san shinobu. "Hey, Nagiyama. You don't feel the surroundings seem to be a little quiet?" Uchida wrinkled his brows slightly, his face appeared solemn, and asked in a low voice, "Huh? Is it quiet?" "I feel good. At least I stayed away from the war." "Isn't it okay to lie down quietly until the war is over?" Case's eyes flashed with desire, and his mouth whispered softly, "Say, Kasuke-kun, you cheer me up. This place is very close to Konoha's camp. Let me be alert." Uekida's eyes looked helplessly at Gaze. His mouth why complained. "Ahaha, Captain, don't be angry. Do you also know Case's temper?" "Speaking of which, Kasuke-kun has always longed for a peaceful life." Nagiyama has a smile on his face, and his mouth is hearty, said with a smile. "A peaceful life? Is there a peaceful life?" Uekida's face showed a trace of loss, with a trace of sadness on his face, whispered in his mouth. Cough. Han, who was hiding, suddenly coughed, and then a bitter smile appeared on Hanyu's face. Just now, the originally suppressed injury suddenly broke out, causing Hanayu to cough involuntarily. Swish, swish, swish. The three-san shinobu who had been resting jumped up instantly, groaned in his mouth, and Kumo in his right hand instantly threw it in the direction of the sound. Cough. It's really troublesome. Hanayu's face flashed a wry smile, and he coughed in his mouth. His face was abnormally pale, and his mouth was quite a headache. How can Hanayu face the three-san shinobu when he has lost his combat effectiveness? Next chapter, Disguise. Please give me a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Chapter 59 is unlocked. Auxiliary equipment. Chapter 59 is unlocked. Auxiliary equipment. For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. The 59th chapter of the strongest Emperor of Naruto is unlocked. Auxiliary equipment. For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For flowers. Ahem, it's really troublesome. A wry smile flashed across Hanayu's face, and a cough in his mouth made his face look abnormal. Said pale, with a headache in his mouth. Peng, peng, peng. With 3 consecutive noises, Hanayu's body quickly dodged to another place, with a bit of bitter expression on her face, and then suddenly a trace of determination flashed through her eyes. At this time Hanayu was hidden again, and in a short time, the three-san shinobi could not be found. Hey, Ninetales, cheer me up. Hanayu's eyes looked forward, and he whispered a reminder in his mouth. In Hanayu's spiritual space, Kyuubi is extremely weak due to prolonged contact with the chakra of Kyuubi's body. Cut, you kid. Jiwei's eyes flashed drowsiness, and his mouth roared with dissatisfaction. After that, I still worked hard. Once again. The chakra of the Nine Tails is connected! Nine-tailed. You open the chakra channel of the nine-tailed body to the maximum for me. Hanayu's eyes flashed a ray of light, and his mouth calmly said, "There are not many chakras in Hanayu at this time. The only way now is to connect with the almost infinite chakra on the Nine Tails." Then relying on the nine-tailed consciousness in his body, he forcibly instilled it into his body! Are you going to make a desperate move? Hanayu kid, with my level of consciousness, I can only forcibly extract the chakra of the body from the chakra of the Supreme. However, the chakra of the body will definitely cause huge damage to your body. Yes, in other words, although you have the chakra volume of Shangnin in your body, it cannot be used for battle. Kyuubi's brows wrinkled slightly, with a look of loss on his face, said with a reminder! The reason why Kyuubi cooperates in this way is entirely because the consciousness that is independent of the body, although it is only a small part, definitely does not want to disappear! Obviously, The 9 tails sealed in Hanayu's body are already an independent little 9 tails. Can't fight? Then, it can only be done like this. 9 tails, let's start. Hanayu's eyes flashed a ray of light, a confident smile reappeared on his face, and he whispered in his mouth, "Boy, don't die for me." A happy smile appeared on Kyubai's face and said loudly, following the words of 9 tails, its hands stretched out from the void in an instant, and then, with a sudden force of its body, a group of pure 9 tails chakra was pulled out by 9 tails! Don't worry, 9 tails. How about making a promise? Hanayu's face showed a trace of pain, a smile was raised at the corner of his mouth, and he said abruptly, "Ha, little devil, can you still laugh now? Ha ha ha. Let's talk. What is your promise?" Kyubai's eyes looked at Hanayu with an unusually complicated look, and then a hearty smile appeared on his face. Said with a big smile, "Ah, a promise. You who have become an independent individual, definitely don't want to return to the body of the Kyubai body. If I can survive today, I will help you out of the control of the Kyubai body, and at the same time, as a promise, Fang, you want to be my partner." Hanayu whispered with a sincere smile on her face. "Are you out of the control of the main body? Ha ha ha. You kid ... very much to my uncle's appetite. Okay, just make a promise." Kyubai was stunned when he heard Hanayu's words, and then suddenly stunned, said with a wild laugh, "Ah, let's start. 9 tails, let's let you see the space of my emperor." Hanayu's eyes flashed a ray of light, and said in a low voice, following Hanayu's words, all the 9-tailed chakras in his body gathered in the emperor's space! At the same time, Daiga space appeared in front of Kyubai under Hanayu's control! This is such a huge coercion. What is it? You kid, it has brought me a lot of surprises. The huge beast pupil of 9 tails looked surprised and appeared in surprise. The Daiga in front of him said in shock, as the existence of 9 tails, he can obviously feel the powerful pressure brought by the emperor near the throne! Ah, blocking up all of me, I must unlock the emperor. Hanayu's eyes flashed with huge expectation, and said slightly expectantly. In front of Hanayu, there were 2 imperial tools floating quietly. One is like a human eye, and the other is a small black box that is square and square. Sure enough ... is the unlocked emperor selected based on my environment and state? Is it really an auxiliary emperor this time? Hanayu's eyes quietly looked at the 2 emperors in front of him. Ga said excitedly, 5 Vision Universal Observer. Emperor with the 5 abilities of Insight, Farsightedness, Future Vision, and Phantom Vision. Insight can see through the other's mind by observing facial expressions, farsightedness can see things in the distance, and perspective can be ignoring obstacles to see the target. The future vision can see the next situation through the subtle movements of the muscles, and the vision can make the other party see the hallucinations. This ability is completely the ability of white eyes plus the ability to write round eyes. Hanayu's eyes excitedly looked at an eye in front of him, and said in a low voice, "This eye is as big as a human eye, and the eyeball is spinning around, which is unspeakable surprise." Become comfortable. Gaia Foundation. Makeup type Imperial tools can allow users to transform into anything according to their own wishes. Hanayu's eyes flashed with a ray of light, and his face looked at the black in front of him with a smile. Little box whispered in his mouth, "It's just that. Which kind of emperor should I choose?" Hanayu's eyes flashed with distress. His eyes kept looking at the 2 emperors in front of him, and he whispered in his mouth! These 2 abilities of Emperor Ga made Han fall into a difficult choice. Please give me a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Chapter 60 Disguise. Chapter 60 Disguise! For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 60 Disguise! For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. Just, what kind of emperor should I choose? Hanayu's eyes flashed with distress, and he kept looking at the two pieces in front of him. Daigu whispered in his mouth. Exclamation mark. These two abilities of Emperor made Han fall into a difficult choice. Hey, kid, your time is running out. They are about to find here. Just when Hanayu was in distress, Kyubai's voice slowly sounded. Exclamation mark. Hey, Captain, are you going to fight again? Really troublesome. Why is there a war? Case's A's flashed with helplessness, with a lazy expression on his face, complaining in his mouth, said Kasuke-kun. This is the destiny of ninjas. Ninjas are useful only in war. Nagyama shrugged, staring at the surroundings with his eyes tightly, and said teasingly. Exclamation mark. Gaze. Nagyama. You two cheer me up. This is searching for enemies. Don't take me lightly. Uchida glanced at the two people in front of him seriously, and reminded again in his mouth. Exclamation mark. Hi. I know, Captain. Case shrugged and said perfunctorily. Case doesn't want to participate in the third ninja war. Exclamation mark. Cut. Did you find it so soon? There is no way. Hanayu glanced at the two Emperor tools in front of her, and then suddenly lifted the small black box next to her with her right hand. Exclamation mark. Decided. Become comfortable. Gaia Foundation. Following Hanayu's decision, a small black box quickly appeared in his right hand, and then Hanayu suddenly opened the box, said slightly expectantly in his mouth. Exclamation mark. Huh? Is this the power of Daigu? It really surprised the old man. Kyubai's eyes looked slightly surprised as he opened the small black box, and turned into another person's Hanayu. His mouth said in surprise. Exclamation mark. Become free. Gaia Foundation. Makeup type Teikoku can be transformed into anything according to the user's own wishes. This is the ultimate version of the transformation technique. It became Sand, the coal moon, voice, height, weight and other external characteristics of Tenhai in the Tenhai squad in Shinobu Village are fully in line with Tenhai's characteristics. Exclamation mark. So, it started. A game of disguise. A playful smile appeared on the face of Tenhai, and said coldly. Obviously, Hanayu at this time has completely turned into a Tenhai. Exclamation mark. Even the eyes of the Hyuga family can't find any flaws. Hey, Nagyama. Haven't found it yet? Uekida's eyes flashed an inquiring look while standing on top of the trees, and he asked in a low voice, I'm very sorry, Captain. I still haven't found anyone. Yongshan's body continued to search the woods in front of him, while answering. Exclamation mark. Cough. Is it Mr. Yongshan? At this moment, a weak cough sounded, and then an unusually tall figure appeared in front of Yongshan, with his eyes staring at Yongshan in his right hand. Hold on tightly at the moment. Exclamation mark. You are ... Tenhei-jun. Yongshan saw the figure that appeared. His eyes flashed with a look of surprise, his mouth yelled, and his body slowly walked towards the Tenhai. Exclamation mark. Obviously, this Tenhai is Hanayu. Exclamation mark. Stop. Cough cough. Just as Yongshan walked towards Tenhai with a surprised look on his face, Tenhai suddenly yelled, and the moment in his right hand was placed in front of him. Watching Yongshan with both eyes always on alert. Cough. Damn Konoha kid. I won't be fooled anymore. A look of anger flashed across the face of Tenhai, and his mouth roared loudly. Huh? Hey, Captain. Here. Yongshan's face was taken aback. His eyes looked at Tenhai with a trace of confusion. Speak loudly. Amame-kun? Didn't Amame-kun have completed the task? How come? Uchida and Kase appeared in front of Nagyama in an instant. Uchida glanced at the extremely weak Tenhai, and felt a little puzzled in his heart. Inquiring in a low voice. Exclamation mark. 3 people? How can it be repaired? Damn Konoha kid. Come out. You actually controlled my 3 companions. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. An anger appeared on the face of Tenhai with a trace of sorrow on his face. He ignored the problems of the 3 people at all, still yelling. The Tenhai at this time was a little crazy in the eyes of the 3 people in Uchida. Hey, Tenhei-kun. What's wrong with you? We are Uchida team, Uchida said with a trace of caution on his face, tentatively speaking. Since just now, Uchida has already sensed the body of the Tenhai in front of him, without any chakra fluctuations. That is to say, the Danhai in front of him cannot be disguised by the enemy using the transformation technique! Cough. Uchida team, cough. Are you not controlled by Konoha's kid? Tanhai's face was obviously relaxed. His eyes carefully looked at the three people in front of him, coughing in his mouth said! Then Tanhai's body instantly fell to the ground. Hey, Tangai-kun, cheer up, cheer up. Uekida's face looked at the fallen Tanhai and his face was obviously relaxed. The body came to the front of Tanhai, and he whispered in his mouth! Afterwards, a kunai appeared silently in Uekida's right hand! Chiff. A soft sound. The kunai in Uekida's hand instantly pierced the shoulder of Tankai. Uchida glanced at the Tanhai in front of him, nodded. The expression on his face changed from alert to sadness. Obviously, if it is the enemy's transformation technique, it will not be able to maintain the transformation technique if it receives a little damage and reveal the body. It's not the enemy's transformation technique. It really is Tangai-kun. Gaze. Nagyama. Medical bandage. Uchida whispered in his mouth, and the two behind him quickly brought the medical bandage. Yo, good acting skills, little devil. Now they have initially trusted you. Kyuubi has been watching Hanayu's performance in Hanayu's body, and said with admiration! Next, we have to destroy them one by one. Speaking of which, transformation-free Gaia Foundation is really amazing. As long as the user does not remove the transformation, no matter what kind of damage he receives, it will always be maintained. Transformed. Hanayu, who fell on the ground and plunged her consciousness into front of Kyuubi, said calmly with a smile on her face. Thank you for the 300-point reward! Thank you for your 100-point reward. Please give me a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers! Chapter 61 Night Attack! Chapter 61 Night Attack! For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. The strongest Emperor of Naruto Chapter 61 Night Attack! A reward. A monthly ticket. A collection of flowers. Next, we have to destroy them one by one. Speaking of which, being free Gaia Foundation is really amazing. As long as the user is using it, I will destroy them one by one. Please give me a reward. Beijing Gaia Foundation is really amazing. If you don't get rid of the transformation, no matter what kind of damage you receive, you will always maintain the transformation. Hanayu, who fell on the ground and plunged his consciousness in front of Kyuubi, said with a smile on his face and his mouth calmly! Dangai-kun. Can you explain to us what you did just now? Uchida asked Hanayu while putting a medical bandage on. The mission target is not dead yet. Konoha's imp has a similar ability to Silk Thread. This Silk Thread can not only parasitize enemies, but also feign death. Hanayu's eyes looked sadly. Looking at Uchida, he said with a trace of memory on his face. Fake death? The ability of this kid is really amazing. Case's eyes flashed with a trace of fear, his face was lazily put away, and his mouth said in a deep voice! N. The suspended Konoha kid instantly controlled two of my teammates when we were unaware of it. When I was stunned, two controlled teammates attacked me. Hanayu look of pain matched his face, and he whispered in his mouth. Finally, I personally killed my teammate and escaped. Then, I saw your team. Hanayu's head was slightly lowered, and his mouth said sadly. Is that so? The reason for hiding is that Konoha's little ghost will control us to attack you again? A trace of understanding flashed across Yongshan's face, and his mind instantly filled out what Hanayu had just shown in his mind. The reason for the alert, nodded and said, alright. Our team did not find Konoha's kid. Rest assured, Amema-kun. Uchida patted Hanayu's shoulder heavily and said softly, I really hate war. Killing my own companion personally. I really admire this realization. Kase murmured with an inexplicable sadness on his face. Good job, little devil. They have completely cancelled their guard against you. Are you planning to assassinate next? A smile appeared on Kyubai's face and said loudly. Obviously, seeing Hanayu's various abilities emerge in an endless stream, Kyubai has already begun to believe that Hanayu can help it become an independent consciousness. Kyubai, don't forget our agreement. Next I will rest for a while, and remember to call me at night. Also, Kyubai, you have to pay attention to the arrangement of the night watchman of the Uchida team. With a playful smile on Hanayu's face, she said in her mouth. Cut. What a maddening kid. Forget it. The old man will watch the sand for you. An irritable expression appeared on Kyubai's face, and he shrugged and answered calmly in his mouth, said, It's getting dark. Next, Kase. Nagata, you guys will be on duty in the first half of the night, for 2 periods of time. I'll be there in the second half of the night. Uchida glanced at Hanayu who had fallen into a deep sleep, and whispered in his mouth. Said. Hey, kid. It's time. At night, while Hanayu was still asleep, Kyubai's voice sounded peacefully. Following Kyubai's voice, Hanayu, who was sleeping soundly, instantly opened her own eyes. I finally waited until now. Hanayu's eyes looked at the sleeping 2 people. A sneer appeared at the corners of her mouth, and her right hand suddenly took out a small black box from the ninja bag. Although Uchida and Nagyama are already asleep, they will wake up if there is some movement. Therefore, the best target is Gaze, who is on duty in the distance. Hanayu's eyes glanced at the 2 of Shinobu. His body quickly disappeared into the night. Hey, Gaze, let me be on duty next. Go and take a break. A low voice came from behind Kase who was observing the surroundings, and then Kase turned his head and saw a look of drowsiness. Yongshan! Nagyama. The time hasn't come yet. Kase shrugged, stood up, and asked lazily in his mouth. Following Kase's words, Nagyama has already come to Gaze. Yes. The time for Nagyama has not come yet. But, Kase-kun, your time has come. Nagyama who entered Gaze showed a playful smile on his face, and said coldly. Following Nagyama's words, the kunai in his right hand pierced Kase's heart instantly. Ahem. You ... Who are you? Kase's body paused slightly, and then looked at the kunai in his heart with an incredulous expression, and said weakly in his mouth. Huh? Me? I am Kase-kun now. Nagyama said with a strange smile on his face, his mouth low. Following Nagyama's words, his face changed to Kase almost instantly. Ahem. I said that a guy like me won't survive the 3rd ninja war. Kase widened his eyes and looked at the exact same self in front of him. The pupils in his eyes instantly spread, and Kase's heart was stabbed. Has fallen into death. Solved 1. Next ... It's Yongshan. Hanayu showed a smile on his face, took out a scroll with his right hand, and sealed Kase's body, said coldly in his mouth. Thank you for the 300-point reward. Thank you for your 100-point reward. Please give me a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Chapter 62 The End. Chapter 62 is over! The strongest Emperor of Naruto brings the 62nd chapter to an end! Solved 1. Next ... It's Yongshan. Hanayu showed a smile on his face, took out a scroll with his right hand, and sealed Kase's body, said coldly in his mouth. It's time. Kase-kun must be impatient to wait. Having said that, is Amame-kun still asleep? I really envy. Nagyama's eyes opened slowly and stood still. When he got up, he glanced at Tanhaya who was still sleeping with a little envy, and whispered in his mouth. And the Danhai in front of him is obviously Hanayu's clone art and the disguise of God's transformation-free Gaia Foundation! Exclamation mark! Oh! Exclamation mark! Then Yongshan sat directly beside Hanayu! Exclamation mark! Ah, Yongshan-san, you are finally here, watching or something. It's really troublesome, Hanayu said with a trace of laziness on her face, and said helplessly in her mouth. Exclamation mark! Kas-kun, leave it to me. You can rest, Nagyama said softly with a smile on his face. Then Yongshan's eyes began to scan the surrounding situation. Exclamation mark! I really want to trouble you, Yongshan-san. Hanayu stood up, patted Yongshan's shoulder with his right hand, and said gratefully, I will remember you, Mr. Yongshan. Hanayu's body bent down slightly and said softly in Yongshan's ear, and then when he was dazed in Yongshan, the Q-Wu in his right hand flashed across Yongshan's neck. Exclamation mark! Sneeze. With a soft sound, Yongshan's eyes suddenly widened, and a look of anger flashed across his incredible face. Exclamation mark! How is it possible? Yongshan's eyes flashed with anger. His right hand was covering his neck. His face flashed with a look of pain. His mouth wanted to yell, but he could only make a faint voice. Nothing is impossible. Hanayu lifted her transformation, revealing her own body, looking at Yongshan's last struggle with a cold expression, and whispered in her mouth, Peng. With a soft sound, Yongshan's body fell to the ground. Hanayu frowned and looked at the blood in front of him. A thoughtful expression flashed on his face, then shook his head, and went straight to Uekida's resting place. Obviously, it is no longer suitable for camouflage here. Hanayu's figure took out the transformed comfortable Gaia Foundation in the ninja bag with the right hand of Hanayu's figure, and quickly opened the box. After that, Hanayu's body became Yongshan again. Exclamation mark! Captain Uchida. Hanayu walked to the place where Uchida was resting, and uttered a low voice. Exclamation mark! As Hanayu walked in, Uekida's eyes opened up instantly, and then his body jumped up instantly. His eyes looked at the teammate in front of him with a little bewilderment. It's Nagyama. Isn't it time for you to be on duty? Uekida's body relaxed slightly, and his face asked calmly. Exclamation mark! Captain. Kas-kun. Kas-kun is gone. Hanayu's face looked very sad. His hands clenched his fists, and his mouth said heavily, Nani? How is it possible? Is it Konoha's ninja? Impossible. This battle is nearing the end, and all the ninjas have returned to their respective camps. Although we are very close to Konoha's camp, however, it takes a long time to find us if you want to get close to us. How could it be possible that we were caught in Konoha's assassination? As soon as we arrived, a thoughtful look flashed across Uekida's face. Analyze seriously. When Uchida fell into deep thought, the body of Tanhai, who had fallen into a deep sleep, moved slightly. Although it was a very subtle movement, it was also discovered by the alert Uchida. Exclamation mark! Wow! Uekida's eyes flashed sharply, and his right hand quickly threw the Q-Wu in his hand towards the Sea of Heaven. Peng! As Q-Wu hit Tanhai, his body instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of Uchida. Exclamation mark! How can it be repaired? Being tricked. It turned out to be a clone technique. Uchida looked at the clone technique smoke rising in front of him with a green face, clenched his right fist, and said angrily, Konoha's kid, you fooled us so easily. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Uekida's eyes flashed with an angry look, his face was full of hatred, and his mouth roared. Exclamation mark! Captain. Konoha's kid shouldn't have gone far. Standing by Uekida's side, Hanayu reminded with an angry face. Following Hanayu's words, Uekida's figure slowly moved towards Hanayu. Exclamation mark! Hey, Yongshan. Do you remember the code we made? Uchida walked towards Hanayu calmly, eyes tightly fixed on Hanayu's body, and asked in a low voice. Exclamation mark! Hey, Captain. I'm not Konoha who turned into a ghost. There is something else. Are you sure you have a secret sign? Isn't there just a conversation? Hanayu's hands are swaying. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, anxiously explained in his mouth. For Hanayu, who has 9 tails to observe the surrounding movement, even in a deep sleep, he can still learn the content of the secret codes they made! This is why Hanayu knew the secret sign. Let's talk about it. Captain, how can you remember the passage you made is so long? So, don't ask me what I am saying. Hanayu's face showed a trace of embarrassment as she defended her mouth, said. Obviously, Yongshan had already said when formulating the secret signs, and these secret signs could not be remembered at all. It really is the character of Nagama-kun. Let's go. Nagyama. We must teach Konoha a lesson. Uchida heaved a sigh of relief, nodded, and walked to Hanayu to take a pat on his shoulder, said angrily in his mouth. It's a pity your wish can't be realized. Just when Uchida turned around, Hanayu said in a low voice with a cold smile on his face. After that, a kunai appeared in Hanayu's hand, which instantly pierced Uekida's back. Thanks to Zuiman Lingchen for the 1000 points reward. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Chapter 63 Return to Konoha. Chapter 63 Return to Konoha! The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes Chapter 63 Return to Konoha! It's a pity your wish can't be fulfilled. Just when Uchida turned around, Hanayu said with a cold smile on his face and said in a low voice. After that, a kunai appeared in Hanayu's hand, which instantly pierced Uekida's back. Ahem. Are you that Konoha kid? How could it be possible? Your appearance like this is not a transformation technique at all. Uekida's face suddenly whitened, and his eyes looked shocked. Hanayu asked in a low voice. Transformation technique? It can also be said to be the ultimate version of transformation technique. In appearance, I can become anyone. It's like this. Hanayu's face was with a calm smile on his mouth. Lee whispered. Following Hanayu's words, his body instantly changed to Uekida's appearance. Cut. Is that so? Anyone? In other words, both Nagyama and Kase are dead. A trace of understanding appeared on Uekida's face. His eyes calmly looked at Hanayu. His mouth was weak. After that, Uekida's body instantly fell to the ground. Peng. With a soft sound, Hanayu's eyes looked at Uchida, who had fallen on the ground with cold eyes. A cloud of smoke rose up from her body. As the smoke dissipated, Hanayu returned to her own body again. Unexpectedly, you kid could do it so easily. It seems that if you cooperate with you, this uncle may have the hope of becoming an independent individual. Hanayu kid. I agreed with you. You go. I hope you don't let me down. A glimmer of help flashed through Kyuubi's eyes, and he said with a big smile, relax, Ninetales. I will make you an independent individual. Maybe the cooperation of the two of us can make you the main body. A smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and her right hand put her away. Daigu said softly. Nine-tailed body? Nine-tailed voice fell into a low, with a trace of sadness on his face, and he murmured in his mouth. Obviously, as the small consciousness of the Kyuubi ontology, the ontology can determine its own life and death with a single thought. As for what Hanayu said about becoming ontology, although it is obviously the ambition of the weak Kyuubi consciousness, it is definitely not so easy to achieve. Okay, it's time to go back. Finally escaped from the encirclement of Shinobu. It's been almost 7 days, Hanayu said softly with a trace of emotion on her face. After that, Hanayu's body quickly moved towards Konoha camp. Master Oshimaru. Haven't found Hanayu-kun? At Konoha camp, Bo Feng Shuiman asked anxiously at the cold Oshimaru. This battle stopped 3 days ago, and Shinobu and Konoha are now placing the wounded and preparing supplies for the next battle. Ms. Human. Calm down. Believe that Uchiha Hanayu Imp will not die so easily. I have let my psychic beast look for it. In the vertical pupils of Oshimaru, he calmly looked at Hafeng Mizuman. His face as always. The cold, low and hoarse voice calmed Bo Feng Shuiman's heart. I'm very sorry, Lord Oshimaru. There has been no news from Hanayu-kun for 3 days. So, Lord Oshimaru must find Hanyu-kun. The calmness reappeared on Bo Feng Shuiman's face, with a trace of apology, and his mouth was sincere. Please say. Yeah, I see. I really value Yukai Kanzuki-kun. Maybe ... maybe he can help me complete my task. Oshimaru's eyes flashed with interest. The scarlet tongue stretched out involuntarily, with a cold smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth. Oshimaru's words made the Bo Feng Shuiman on the side a little unclear, but now Bo Feng Shuiman has no time to pay attention to other things. Hanayu's safety has already worried him. Oshimaru's armor. I found it. Yukai Hanayu's armor has found it. Just when Heifeng Mizuman fell silent, a Konoha ninja instantly appeared in front of Oshimaru, with a slight excitement in his tone, said! Hanayu's performance on the battlefield of Sand Ninja. Some ninjas in Konoha camp began to admire Hanayu's strength. Really? Sure enough, Yukai Hanayu. You really will surprise me. Interesting, really interesting. Oshimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body disappeared into the room instantly. Following the movement of Oshimaru, the figure of Bo Feng Shuiman also disappeared in the room. For the Shadow Ninja, Hanayu's position at this time is too conspicuous! Ahem. I'm finally back. However, the movements of Master Dashwoon and Miss Watergate are really fast. Hanayu calmly looked at the tent in front of her, her face completely relaxed, and her weak body was even worse. Sitting directly on the ground, said weakly, just sitting down. Dashimaru and Heifeng Shuiman appeared in front of Hanayu. Han, welcome back. Bo Feng Shuiman looked at Han with a smile, and said softly, Hanayu kid, are you injured? Go to the medical department for training. Recently, the ninja world is not calm. Konoha still needs your abilities. There was a cold smile on Dashimaru's face. Remind me. In terms of the word ability, Dear Shiwan has aggravated the tone. Isn't Ninja World peaceful? Could it be? Hanayu whispered, a thoughtful smile on her face. If Hanayu didn't guess wrong, the current situation of only fighting with Sand Ninja Village will change! A poll was launched, and those who are interested can take a look! Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers! Chapter 64 Iwashinobu declares war! Chapter 64 Iwashinobu declares war! Naruto's strongest emperor. Chapter 64 Iwanin declares war! The ninja world is not peaceful. Could it be? Hanayu said with a thoughtful smile on his face, muttering in his mouth. If Hanayu didn't guess wrong, the current situation of only fighting with Sand Ninja Village will change! Nakamura. Can you tell me about the current situation in the ninja world? Konoha Camp Medical Department. Hanayu sat on the bed, staring at a wounded in front of him, and asked in a low voice! Yes. Lord Hanayu. A ray of excitement flashed through the eyes of the ninja named Nakamura, and his mouth was flattered and replied! For Nakamura, Hanayu is a powerful ninja. As for the powerful people, Nakamura will be called an adult! What's more, Nakamura has seen Hanayu control 100 Nino at will. According to Nakamura's introduction, Hanayu also probably understood some forms of the shinobi world! The battle between Konoha and Sand Shinobu ended briefly 3 days ago, accompanied by a large number of wounded Konoha and Sand Shinobi. On the second day after the battle, Chio released a reward for Hanayu. There is no other reason. All Sand Shinobi controlled by Hanayu are facing a mental breakdown. For Sand Shinobu, who has slashed his companions and close friends, this result is enough to make them lose their belief in living. Some of the Sand Ninjas who had been controlled by Hanayu lost the belief to live and became muddled, and some fell into decadence toward the tombstones of their dead companions! These ninjas have undoubtedly lost their qualifications as ninjas. And only a small part of Sand Ninja hasn't had a mental breakdown, but as long as Hanyu's name is mentioned, they will fall into boundless fear! Exclamation mark. Faced with the mental state of these sand ninjas, Chio reluctantly announced the deprivation of his ninja qualifications! Exclamation mark. At the same time, Chio started to mobilize personnel again. On the one hand, oh, have these sands that I controlled face a mental breakdown? Hanayu's eyes flashed, and silk threads appeared in his right hand, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Said in a low voice, "Yes, Lord Hanayu," facing the self-blame of killing a close friend with his own hands. These people are already facing collapse. Nakamura's face had a trace of admiration, and his mouth was slightly excited. Exclamation mark. Is that so? With that said, am I going to Sharonan Village to release an ultimate version of Silk Control? Well, forget it. It's not the time now. Hanayu's face has a hint of it. With a playful look, he put his silk thread away with his right hand, and said calmly in his mouth, "Konoha lost some ninjas by fighting with Sand Ninja again and again, and Konoha began to get a little tired of coping. In the face of Konoha's heavy losses, Iwainen Village's third generation Takage 2 days ago Onoki began to focus on Konoha!" Exclamation mark. For Iwainen Village, Konoha, which is only separated by a small country, is an extremely delicious cake! Exclamation mark. In December of Konoha 43, Iwainen Village, which had been silent, quietly launched a surprise attack on the Jiraiya troops guarding the border of Iwainen Village! Exclamation mark. When Hanayu had just participated in the battle with Sand Ninja Village, Iwainen's troops started their own surprise attack. Although Jiraiya also guarded the border of Yanin Village, Konoha suffered heavy losses again in the face of Yanin Village's combined attack. After the short surprise attack ended for 2 days, Onoki officially declared war with Konoha! Exclamation mark. Faced with the undeclared battle of Iwainen Village, Konoha could only cope with it. At the same time, once again began to overdraw the backbone of the village. Konoha faced a double-sided war between Sand and Iwainen! Exclamation mark. Union Village, the furthest location, is still on the sidelines, and Urin Village, surrounded by water, has officially announced the closure of all trade channels! Exclamation mark. Cut. Sure enough, the old man Ohiemi will take advantage of the fire for 2 days. However, Ohiemi's character is still not as good as the 4th generation Raikage who has just taken office in Union Village. Hanayu's face pondered for a moment, his mouth whispered, "However, has Kairainen Village blocked all access to the water country? That is to say, Uchiha Madara has officially started to control the 4th generation of Water Shadow. Is the Blood Mist project also started? Although I don't know Uchiha, how did Bo Madara control the 4th generation of Water Shadows when he was about to die?" Hanayu appeared solemnly when thinking of Uchiha Madara, then lowered his head and thought to himself. However, obviously, when Hanayu thought of Uchiha Madara, he thought of another guy who can't be ignored. Kurazatsu! Exclamation mark. Well, now that Iwashinobu has started a war, then, only by working hard to improve the strength can I survive this third ninja world war. It's decided. Recently, I returned to Konoha to cultivate for a while. Work hard to improve your strength. Hanayu's right fist was slightly clenched, and she whispered in her mouth. Obviously, this is the beginning of the third ninja war. If you want to survive the attacks of various tail beasts in the latter part of the war, you still have to work hard to improve your strength! Exclamation mark. However, it's time to raise the writing wheel eyes to 3 Jade. The next battle is an opportunity. Hanayu's eyes flashed with dazzling light, and the double Jade in his eyes instantly appeared, and his mouth muttered. Exclamation mark. However, if it's just a sword flow plus Moriya's ability, it's still not enough to face such a large war. Next, go to Oshomaru to borrow a few knives. Hanayu's face was a little playful smile, whispered in his mouth. Chapter 65 The Arrival of Kakashiban! Exclamation mark. Chapter 65 The Arrival of Kakashiban! Exclamation mark. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes the 65th chapter Kakashiban arrive! Exclamation mark. However, if it is just a sword flow plus Murakami's ability, it is still not enough to face such a large-scale war. Next, go to Oshimaru to borrow a few knives. Hanayu's face has a hint of playfulness. Smile whispered in his mouth. Ninetales. He'll rest first. Hanayu's eyes flashed with a hint of light. With a smile on her face, she said in a deep voice. Cut. What a nasty kid. This uncle is not your command. Kyuubi's eyes flashed a trace of irritation, and his mouth said rather disgustingly. However, it is clear that Kyuubi can only complain because Hanayu has fallen asleep! Hey, Linchin, wait a minute for me. A young man wearing goggles grumbled embarrassedly in a forest. Following the boy's words, the girl in the middle stopped on the tree trunk! Really? Can't you hurry up with the soil? Every time you are dragging your legs. Lin looked helplessly at Uchiha, who was sitting on the tree trunk with the soil, and said with dissatisfaction, every time I hurried, I screamed with soil to rest. This made the gentler-tempered Lin couldn't help but feel a headache. Cut. It's really a waste. Forget it, Lin. Let's take a break too. Kakashi with a mask on his face looked at the dirt with contempt, and said in his mouth, Kakashi, you have to take a break too. Lin turned her head with a look of dissatisfaction on her face, smiled softly at Kakashi, and said sweetly in her mouth, Kakashi guy. With a face of dirt looking at Kakashi angrily, his face was full of loss. Obviously, Daita has transferred Lin's differential treatment to Kakashi's body. For Taito, Lin is not wrong, the wrong is Kakashi who appeared in front of Lin. Hey Kakashi, how long will it take to reach the Konoha camp on the battlefield of San Shinobu? We have all gone for 4 days. Uchiha Daido was dissatisfied with a trace of disappointment on his face, inquired and said, well, there is still 1 day away. If it weren't for you to rest, we would have arrived 2 days ago. Kakashi glanced at the dirt with a pair of dead fish eyes, and said coldly in his mouth, There was an awkward look on the soiled face, sitting on the tree and not talking. When Kakashi received the mission from Konoha village from Kakashi, the Kakashi trio quickly rushed to the battlefield of Sand Ninja. This time is different from the usual mission. Although our last mission was to assassinate the key members of the Wind Kingdom, but in the face of the undeclared battle of Iwanin village, Konoha village can only transfer those of us who are performing the village assassination mission. That's it. Bring the soil and put away your contempt. This time it's the battlefield. Kakashi's eyes were cold, and he whispered a reminder in his mouth. Battlefield? I will definitely become a hero, as long as I can open the writing wheel. A look of expectation flashed through Uchiha's eyes with soil, his face was full of longing, and his mouth smiled secretly. Obviously, Uchiha Daido has entered the dreamland he has woven. That guy with soil really is an idiot? Kakashi looked at the soil with a black line, and said with twitching corners of his mouth, Let's go. Almost resting, Kakashi stood up, glanced at Lin who was packing her ninja bag, nodded and said, Let's go. Bring the soil. Lin smiled and nodded, and said to the belt behind her, Afterwards, a series of 3 rapid figures disappeared in the same place. Master Oshimaru. Konoha camp headquarters. Hanayu calmly looked at the Oshimaru in front of her, and whispered in her mouth, On the second day after Hanayu entered the medical department to rest, Dashwin called Hanayu to his headquarters. Mr. Hanayu, you are here. I am very curious about you. Mr. Hanayu is a rare experimental material. Dashimaru's eyes flashed with a light of inquiry, with a cold smile on his face, said in a low voice, For Dashimaru, there is no need to hide your interest at all! As expected to be Lord Oshimaru. It was so easy to express my ambitions, although I do not reject human experiments. But if the subject is me, I would never agree to it. Hanayu, his eyes narrowed. The expression on his face suddenly turned into a gentle smile, and his mouth said coldly, Following Hanayu's words, A knife gleaming with silver-white light suddenly appeared in his right hand. "Is this Taigumoryu? Do you have the ability to kill with one blow?" "I don't know if my grass sword can be cut off." Orochimaru's eyes calmly stared at Moryu in Hanyu's hand. The expression on his face was a bit playful, and he said coldly, While Orochimaru was talking, he spit out the grassy sword from his mouth. One sword flow middle. You cut. Hanayu's eyes suddenly burst into light. Her right hand clenched the village rein in his hand, and her mouth suddenly screamed. Following Hanayu's words, a silver-white light instantly slashed on the grassy sword in the hands of Orochimaru. Ding, click, with a soft sound. The grassy sword in Orochimaru's hand broke instantly. Interesting. It's really interesting. Is this proving to me my strength? Uchiha Hanayu, don't worry, I don't want to personally destroy a potential ninja. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. The expression on his face was still cold, and there was no change at all because of Hanayu's sudden attack. Potential. It's really the character of Lord Orochimaru. Are you unwilling to destroy it before the experimental materials have discovered its due potential? Hanayu said softly with a cold smile on his face. Chapter 66 Cooperation with -1! Chapter 66 Cooperation with -Maru! Naruto, the strongest Emperor Gushi. Chapter 66 Cooperation with Orochimaru! Potential. It's really the character of Orochimaru's armor. Are you unwilling to destroy it before the experimental materials have discovered the potential it deserves? Hanayu said softly with a cold smile on his face. Yes, before you grow up, I will definitely not use you as an experimental material. Orochimaru's eyes looked at Hanayu with interest, and casually waved the grassy sword in his hand. His mouth was low, said, following the movements of the -1. The grassy sword in his hand instantly returned to its original state. Cut. It's really uncomfortable. Facing the shadow-level powerhouses, my strength is still not enough. However, if that is the case, let's cooperate. Lord Orochimaru. Hanayu's eyes flashed, with a hint of helpless light. His right hand slightly squeezed Moryu in his hand. After a moment of contemplation on his face, he raised his head and said calmly, Cooperation? Interesting. I'm very curious about what cooperation you are talking about. You are not qualified to cooperate with me now. Orochimaru's eyes stared at Han for a long time. His face was revealed with a smile of interest. He returned to his seat and sat down again, and said coldly, I want to have enough time to grow up, and Lord Orochimaru also wants to see my potential to grow up. Therefore, the two of us can only cooperate. I can serve you as your subordinate, and Lord Orochimaru needs give me some help when I need it. Hanayu's eyes calmly stared at -1's snake eye, and the killing intent in -1's eyes could not affect Hanayu's mood at all. With a smile on Hanayu's face, she said in a low voice, Let me give you time to grow up. For such amazing experimental materials, I don't want you to die. Han-kun. On the contrary, I will block some Konoha seniors who want to study your abilities. You guys. At the same time, you have to act for me as my subordinates. Orochimaru thought for a while, then a smile appeared on his face. His scarlet tongue stuck out involuntarily, and his mouth mumbled. Then, the cooperation is established, Master -1. Hanayu narrowed her eyes slightly, stretched out her right hand, and said with a smile in her mouth. At this time, Hanayu was a sunny boy with a gentle smile in the eyes of others. Only the -1 in front of Hanayu knew that Hanayu must have calculated something in her heart. Anyone? Not bad too. I will secretly build a base around the Konoha border. This task will be left to you. Someone will notify you at that time. Orochimaru's eyes looked at looking outside. His face pondered for a moment, and his mouth said in a low voice, Orochimaru is already thinking about establishing its own experimental base. This war is an opportunity. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. At the same time, in order to better complete the task of Lord Oshimaru, I hope that some orphans can be recruited at that time. And I hope Lord Oshimaru can understand. Hanayu showed a playful smile on her face. Said the proposal! Or orphans? It's up to you. Anyway, these orphans are going to die anyway. However, your proposal reminded me that if these orphans can be trained well, they can do a lot for me. His eyes flashed suddenly, his tone fluctuated slightly, and he said contemplatively! Before Maru killed an orphan directly every time he encountered it, and never thought about training it! Oh, it seems that my proposal gave Dashimaru a very detailed plan. Speaking of which, Uncle Snake's orphan development plan seems to have been opened ahead of time because of my proposal. Interesting, Hanayu said with a calm look on the pensive Dash-1. And said with a black belly in her heart! As the first subordinate of Dashimaru, I seem to be able to do a lot. For example, the Akushi pocket of one of the big bosses who should be born now and don't know where. It seems that I became the one on this battlefield. Dash-1 can do it. Hanayu's eyes flashed with surprise, a slight smile appeared on his face, and his heart was dark in thought! Oh, by the way, Lord Oshimaru, excuse me. Do you have a few famous knives here? Hanayu recovered from her black belly, looked at Oshimaru, and said calmly! Famous sword? Don't you have Murakami? Dash-1 frowned slightly, and asked coldly in her mouth. For his first subordinate in the sense of cooperation, Dash-1's request for Hanayu is still acceptable! Yes, Lord Oshimaru. Because there is only a handful of Murayu, it is a bit difficult on the battlefield. Hanayu replied calmly with a smile on his face! Facing Dash-1, Hanayu is not so stupid to say that he wants to open the 3-jade writing wheel on the battlefield. If you say that, Hanayu will never wait to grow up and will be made into experimental specimens by Dash-1! The reason why Hanayu dared to cooperate with Oshimaru is also because Oshimaru has not abandoned her will to fire. Oh, I really have a few famous knives here. I brought them from the country of craftsmanship. Dash-1 looked at Hanayu a few times, and said in a low voice, following the words of Oshimaru. Oshimaru's right hand suddenly reached into her mouth! Master Dash-1's method of hiding things is really special, Hanayu said with a twitching mouth as she watched Dash-1's movements with a black line. Dash-1's belly is completely a dimensional pocket. Put your right hand directly into your mouth. There is no wood. The slimy thing I took out of my mouth was the famous knife I wanted! Hanayu's heart at this time has begun to fall into a roaring mode. If it weren't for Hanayu who really couldn't beat Dash-1, he would definitely be tempted to kill this disgusting guy! Thanks to Lianxian and Xianjian for the 100-point reward! Ask for a reward! Seeking collection! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking flowers! Chapter 67 Rescue Mission, Kakashiban is besieged. Chapter 67 Rescue Mission, Kakashiban is besieged. Naruto's strongest Emperor Gushi. Chapter 67 Rescue Mission, Kakashiban is besieged. I really appreciate the assistance of Oshimaru, although it is disgusting. However, these two famous knives are still very good. As expected, they were made by the country of craftsmanship, although I doubt that Oshimaru said it was easy to get back. It must be robbed. It must be. Outside the Konoha camp, on a tree, Hanayu looked at the 3 knives on her waist with satisfaction, frowned slightly, and groaned. Obviously, Hanayu still feels a little disgusted with the way Dash-1 collects things. Hey, kid. What is the task again this time? In the sealed space inside Hanayu's body, The sleeping Nine-Tails opened his eyes and asked in his mouth, "Yo, nine-tailed mulberry, you are awake?" Hanayu said quietly with a smile on his face. The relaxed tone made Kyuubi frown slightly. How many times have I told you, Yuukiha Hanayu, don't call me nine-tailed mulberry. Nine-tailed eyes looked at Hanayu with fire, and said angrily, "Kyuubi is disgusted by the name Hanki. Well, don't care about these little things. You are going to be the tail beast of the nine-tailed body," Hanayu said with a faintly sunny smile on his face, and said playfully. For Hanayu, although Dashwin was eyeing her, she found a protective umbrella before she reached the shadow level. What makes Hanayu even more happy is that the amount of chakra, which had not seen an increase, instantly soared to the level of Shinobu. I heard that Kakashi, Taito and Lin were besieged near the border of Konoha Camp. This time the mission is a rescue mission. According to the information transmitted by Kakashi to Parker, Kakashi was 10. The Sand Ninja was besieged. Although Kakashi and others managed to escape from the Sand Ninja's attack, they were unable to break through the blockade. Kakashiban's luck has always been very bad. With a trace of seriousness on Hanayu's face, she said calmly. Even Hanayu had to sigh that the luck of the Kakashi trio didn't seem to be so good since the battlefield of Sand Ninja. Either he was caught in the later stage, or he fell into a trap. Even now, they are surrounded by Sand Shinobu who only exists on the border of the camp. Sand Shinobu, hey, Yuukiha kid. You don't plan to go to the rescue by yourself? Isn't any of the Konoha ninjas idle in the camp accepting this task? Kyuubi's face there was a look of doubt flashing on it, and he asked strangely in his mouth. It's not that Konoha ninja has no one to pick up the mission, but Oshimaru is hiding the content of the mission. I have to say, Kakashiban is unlucky, and their location happens to be where Oshimaru intends to build a base. It's there. There are some corpses left by Oshimaru for research purposes. Therefore, Oshimaru handed over the task to me who had just become his subordinate to carry out the task. Hanayu had a bitter smile on his face, and his mouth was calm, said. When Dashmaru released the mission, it explained that it would turn that place into its own experimental base. Therefore, Oshimaru will never allow the ninja among Konoha to find it! After hearing the news that Kakashi was besieged, Oshimaru directly issued a secret mission to his newly appointed subordinates, which was to rescue Kakashi, while preventing Kakashi and others from discovering the corpse left by Oshimaru! This can be regarded as Dashwin's test for Hanayu. Oshwin, Lengjun Oshwin, one of the three forbearances. It seems that you have some interesting experiences when I am asleep. Kyuubi's eyes calmly looked at Hanayu, and said with a deep mouth, "I'll tell you later." Nine-Tails. Next, I have to go all the way. By the way, after waking up this time, I obviously felt some changes in you. Nine-Tails-kun. Hanayu's ray of light flashed through his eyes, and his body quickly jumped forward, asking calmly in his mouth, after the last time I borrowed the chakra from the nine-tailed body, I am also changing. As the chakra from the nine-tailed body is extracted, my consciousness is also absorbing the chakra of the nine-tailed body. And with the absorption of the Kyuubi body chakra, my consciousness has continued to grow, although the consciousness facing the Kyuubi body is still small. A look of excitement appeared on Kyuubi's face, and then fell into in the midst of the loss. He said in a low voice, "Oh. Has it become stronger?" No wonder the amount of chakra in my body suddenly increased to the amount of chakra that can only be possessed by Shinin. Speaking of which, the amount of chakra in my body has also begun to develop towards the Whirlpool clan. I had the chakra volume of Shangnin at the age of 10. It really deserves to be Nine-Tails. Hanaya looked at Nine-Tails in the sealed space with a sigh on her face, and said gratefully, In this case, moreover, I seem to feel that I can use two imperial tools at the same time. A look of surprise flashed across Hanayu's face, and silk threads appeared in his right hand. Said excitedly! Exclamation mark. Thanks to Lianxian and Xianjian for the 100-point reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking flowers! Exclamation mark. Chapter 68 The Sand Shinobi of Madness. Kakashi in trouble. For a reward. For a monthly pass. For a collection. 4. Chapter 68 The Sand Shinobi of Madness. Kakashi in trouble. For a reward. For a monthly pass. For a collection. For the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 68. Sand Shinobu. The troubled Kakashi. For a reward. For a monthly pass. For a collection. Please. In this case, moreover, I seem to feel that I can use two imperial tools at the same time. A look of surprise flashed across Hanayu's face, and strips appeared in her right hand. Silk thread, said excitedly. Hey, haven't found it yet? Zaya, on top of a tree, a sand shinobu with an irritable expression on his face asked inquiringly. Master Koda. I found it. Zaya, who was bandaged on his shoulders, said with a smile on his originally serious face, and said jokingly! Exclamation mark. You know, as a perceptual ninja, it took so much time to find the hidden enemy, which made also a little annoyed! Exclamation mark. Oh, have you finally found it? These three Konoha mice are really good at hiding. With a relaxed smile on Koda's face, he touched the medical bandage on his neck with his right hand, and his eyes suddenly revealed a trace of killing intent! Exclamation mark. I will let Konoha's mouse taste the pain I have suffered. Koda's face was slightly distorted, his left hand was tightly clenched, and his mouth said crazy. Master Koda, please control your emotions. A young girl sitting on the side looked at the crazy Koda with a cold face, and said with a cold reminder. Exclamation mark. What are you talking about? Koda suddenly turned his head, looked at the girl angrily in his eyes, and said with murderous intent in his mouth. Because he turned his head too fiercely, and affected the wound on his neck, Koda's face twisted for a while. Excessive killing intent anxiety disorder. People with this symptom will have crazy killing intent to any guy who can be regarded as an enemy. War syndrome. Moderate mental breakdown due to excessive pressure on the battlefield. The behavior is abnormal. The girl's face was still indifferent, and her mouth said calmly. Exclamation mark. Cut. Damn war. Koda heard the girl's indifferent words. The expression on his face was slightly reduced, and then he noticed Zaya, who was standing next to him. Exclamation mark. Zawa, tell me the location of Konoha. Koda tried hard to control his killing intent, and asked coldly in his mouth. Because of deliberately controlling his emotions, Koda's right hand couldn't help shaking. Exclamation mark. The straight line distance is 300 meters. Zyi glanced at Koda slightly, and said in a report. Exclamation mark. The captain, who was originally a gentle character, became what he is now because of the war, which made Zya's mood a little bit complicated. Exclamation mark. What about the other three teams? Koda's face was a little bit painful, and his right hand couldn't help touching the wound on his neck again. His face became more frantic. Exclamation mark. The other teams still haven't found Konoha Ninja. I will notify them. Captain Koda. Zaya put away his emotions on his face, and said calmly in his mouth. Exclamation mark. Is that so? Then, you two should leave a notice to the other teams. I can't wait to make Konoha's little ghosts feel the pain. There was a trace of bloodthirsty on Koda's face. Is it true? Is that right? Then, you two should leave a notice to the other teams. I can't wait to make Konoha's little ghosts feel the pain. Koda's face showed a trace of bloodthirsty question mark with a smile. His face twisted slightly, and he said with a crazy smile in his mouth. Exclamation mark. Koda, who had been filled with his own killing intent, inevitably fell into impulse. Exclamation mark. Captain. Zaya's eyes looked at Koda worriedly, with a hesitant look on his face, whispered in his mouth. Exclamation mark. Needless to say, Zaya. Captain Koda. Captain Koda has a nervous breakdown. The girl's indifferent eyes flashed a trace of sadness. She shook her head, her eyes watched Koda disappear, and her mouth said heavily. Wind escape middle. Thousand faces wind. Koda's figure appeared in the hiding place of the Kakashi trio. His hands quickly formed a seal, with a crazy smile on his face, and he let out a low drink. This is with soil. Lin, hurry up. The hidden Kakashi frowned slightly. His eyes suddenly saw the oncoming wind blades, and his mouth quickly reminded said exclamation mark. Afterwards, Kakashi quickly grabbed Taito and Lin with both hands, and threw them out of the wind blades range. Exclamation mark. Peng, peng. Dozens of wind blades instantly enveloped Kakashi's surroundings. With the sound of an explosion, a crazy smile appeared on Koda's face. Exclamation mark. Ha ha ha. Die, kid. Feel my pain. I will return all the damage I have suffered to you, Konoha's offspring. Koda's eyes looked at the smoke in front of him. His mouth yelled crazy! Exclamation mark. Cough. Well done. Middle dot go. Just when Koda fell into the pleasure of revenge from killing the enemy, a coughing sound came out of the smoke, and then, a stream of electric currents instantly appeared in Koda at the feet. Exclamation mark. Nani? Exclamation mark. A hint of surprise appeared on Koda's face, and his body quickly jumped towards the back. Exclamation mark. However, it is obvious that Koda's already injured body is absolutely unable to dodge the speed of thunder and lightning. Exclamation mark. Peng. With a soft sound, Kakashi's thunder dune instantly hit Koda's body. Kakashi's eyes were staring at the figure shrouded by thunder dune in front of him. The fish-like eyes suddenly disappeared. There was a hint of shock. Exclamation mark. Damn Konoha kid. I will let you die. I will definitely let you die. Koda's face with a crazily distorted expression, step by step walked towards Kakashi. At this time, because of the huge electric current flowing through the body of Thunder Dun, Koda's body was instantly turned into a charred color by electricity. Exclamation mark. Pieces of skin fell off the scorched and decomposed body, making Kakashi inhaled air conditioning. At the same time, Kakashi was even more concerned about Koda's only bright eyes, which were a pair of eyes full of crazily distorted eyes, which turn crimson because of bloodshot eyes. Koda at this time is like a demon corpse climbing up from hell. Exclamation mark. What made Kakashi's inner despair even more desperate was the sand shinobi that appeared around him one after another. Exclamation mark. The 10 sand ninjas almost surrounded the Kakashi trio in a small area. Can most readers guess who the indifferent girl is? Exclamation mark. One who was reincarnated by the dirty soil in the later period. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Exclamation mark. Seeking flowers. Exclamation mark. Chapter 69. The Girl Yi Kang. Captain Sand Shinobu's Secret Skills! Exclamation mark. For a reward. For a monthly pass. For a collection. For freshness. Chapter 69. The Girl Yi Kang. Captain Sand Shinobu's Secret Skills! Exclamation mark. A reward. A monthly pass. A collection. A fresh Hokage's strongest Emperor. Chapter 69. The Girl Yura. Captain Sandman's Secret Skills, a reward, a monthly pass, a collection. Seek fresh. Hey Kakashi, are you okay? Taito and Lin walked to Kakashi's side solemnly, Lin with a caring look on her face, and asked worriedly in her mouth. He said, cough. It's just a small injury, it doesn't matter. Lin, bring dirt. Kakashi showed a trace of pain on his face, and said calmly in his mouth. Then Kakashi's gaze shifted to Koda in front of him. Exclamation mark. Kill. Kill all. Koda had a crazy smile on his face and repeated his mouth. At this time, Koda only relied on the crazy killing intent in his mind to support his actions. Exclamation mark. Wind escape. Middle dot breakthrough. Koda's hands quickly sealed, and suddenly, from Koda's hands, a huge wind blade attacked the Kakashi trio. Exclamation mark. Earth escape. Middle dot earth array. Kakashi's hands suddenly slapped on the ground, and he let out a low cry in his mouth. Following Kakashi's words, in front of them, a huge rock wall instantly rose. Exclamation mark. Peng. With a loud noise, the wind blade hit the rock wall with a dull sound. With this loud noise, Koda's body quickly rushed towards Kakashi. Exclamation mark. Hey, Zaya. What is going on? Why did Captain Koda become like this? Above the trees, A Captain Sanshinobu looked at Zaya on the opposite side with a serious face, and asked in a low voice, said Captain Takeda Iwaza. Captain Koda's spirit ... a bit unstable. Zawa also said with a trace of sadness on his face, looking at Koda who was fighting, and said calmly, ! No. The unstable statement is wrong. It should be said that I have a nervous breakdown. The indifferent girl whispered with a trace of peace on her face. ! Yikang's yes face was slightly annoyed, turned his head and looked at the indifferent girl Yikang, and whispered in his mouth, Zawa-kun, although I know it is difficult for you to accept this fact, but please don't be blinded by feelings about the most basic judgments of ninjas. You know ... Now it is the Third Ninja World War. Yakura's his face was still indifferent, a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes, and his mouth warned. Cut. What should I do next? The current Captain Koda can say ... There is no distinction between us and the enemy. If we join the battle, we will definitely be attacked by Captain Koda. Zaya's face with a trace of loss. He had to admit Yikang's statement, and asked in his mouth, I believe if Captain Koda is still sane, I definitely don't want to see myself like this. Yikang's face showed a trace of emotion, and he said calmly, ! Have you decided, Yakura? That being the case, everyone, attack the 4 people below indiscriminately. Takeda Iwasa's face showed a trace of unbearableness, then he glanced at the calm Yakura and clicked. Nodded, made up his mind, and said loudly, ! Yes. Captain Iwasa. The rest of Sanshinobu responded in unison. With the voice of these Sans, kunai shurikens were instantly thrown towards Kakashi and others below. Swish, swish. With a sound of Kumo piercing the air, Kakashi looked at the swiftly attacking Kumo with solemn eyes, and his hands quickly formed a seal. ! Done middle. Shadow clone, Kakashi yelled. His hands quickly grabbed Lin and Daito and jumped back. Following Kakashi's movements, in his original position, the shadow clone formed by Ldun quickly rushed towards the Kyuwu in front of him. ! Zizzy. With the movement of Kakashi Shadow's avatar, a series of electric currents continuously appeared on his body, hitting the kunai in front of him. ! With the landing of more than a dozen Kyuwu shuriken, Lduning's clone gradually melted! Oh. Is it quite capable? Kono Husgid. Takeda Iwaza showed a playful smile on his face, and he exclaimed in admiration. The body rushed towards Kakashi instantly and quickly! Ninfa middle. Vitality activation. Takeda Iwaza suddenly let out a low voice, and a beam of yellow light rose instantly from his body! And Takeda Iwasa's speed has tripled! At this time, Takeda Iwaza left a yellow afterimage in Kakashi's eyes every time he jumped! Appeared. Takeda Iwasa-sama's vitality is activated. All the Sanshinobu standing on the tree looked excitedly at the yellow light on Takeda Iwasa, and said excitedly, ! Vitality activated. Yikang, who had just joined the battlefield, had a look of doubt on his face, and asked softly in his mouth, ! A secret technique developed by Captain Iwasa Takeda. Captain Iwasa Takeda activates the activity of cells in the body through chakra control, increasing his speed and strength to 3 times the limit of the human body. Zaya's face was revealed, with a smile. He explained in a low voice, ! Please give me a reward. Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Seeking flowers! Chapter 70. Hanayu's random entry! For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. Chapter 70. Hanayu's chaotic entry! For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 70th chapter of Hanayu chaotic! Please give me a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Ask for flowers. Ah, a secret technique developed by Captain Iwaza Takeda. Captain Iwaza Takeda activates the activity of cells in the body through chakra control. The speed and strength are increased to 3 times the limit of the human body. Yi showed a smile on his face, and explained in a low voice, ! Vitality activation middle. 1 word cut. Takeda Iwaza appeared in front of the dead almost instantly, screamed in his mouth. His right hand was like a knife, and the palm was wrapped with yellow light, and he cut suddenly. Bring soil to Uchiha. So fast. The soiled eyes couldn't keep up with Takeda Iwasa's movements, and his right hand came in a hurry and was hit by Takeda Iwasa's hand knife. ! Peng. With a loud noise, the soil that was hit by the hand knife was like being smashed by a sledgehammer, and the body flew upside down in an instant. Bring the soil. Kakashi's eyes showed a look of worry, and his body quickly rushed towards Takeda Iwaza, and Lin quickly came to the side of the soil because of the injury of the soil. ! Bring soil. Are you okay? I'll treat you, Lin said anxiously with a worried look on her face. Then, a green chakra appeared in Lin's right hand for an instant. ! Medical ninjutsu. That girl. Is that a medical ninja? Yi Kang, who was standing in the distance watching, calmly looked at Lin with his eyes, and muttered to himself. ! Peng. In the battle below, Kakashi just rushed in front of Takeda Iwaza and was kicked out by Takeda Iwaza. ! For Takeda Iwaza, who turned on cell vitality, Kakashi's movements at this time were completely like slow motion. ! How can it be repaired? Psychic art. A look of pain flashed across Kakashi's face, and his right hand suddenly slapped on the ground. Following Kakashi's movements, Kakashi's 5 ninja dogs of different sizes appeared in front of them. ! Kakashi. Has Konoha's reinforcements arrived yet? What's the matter? Parker, who just appeared, moved his nose slightly, with a trace of doubt on his face, looking at Kaka, who was fighting hard. I frowned and said, ! Oh, ninja dog? Such a weak ninja dog just needs to fly away. Vitality activation middle. Random strike. Takeda Iwasa's face calmly looked at the 5 ninja dogs in front of him, his mouth low. With a shout, the body quickly appeared in the center of the shinobu, and then 5 phantoms appeared from Takeda Iwasa's body. ! The 5 phantoms knocked the ninja in front of them into the air at the moment they appeared. Cough. Fire escape middle. Fire dragon flame bomb. Kakashi frowned, his hands quickly formed a seal, coughed in his mouth, and suddenly a fire dragon was spit out from his mouth. ? The fire dragon roared and rushed to Takeda Iwaza. Peng. With a loud noise, the fire dragon instantly hit Takeda Iwaza. Then, a huge smoke appeared in front of Kakashi. ! Kaka. Is it only this level? Konoha's kid. Takeda Iwaza, with a layer of yellow gas lingering on his body, slowly walked out of the smoke, moving his hands slightly. His mouth was cold. Or, the continuous day of high-intensity fighting has exhausted you. Takeda Iwaza looked at Kakashi with a tired and sweaty face with interest, and said softly, if this is the case, then, I have nothing to look forward to. A look of disappointment flashed across Takeda Iwasa's face, and his mouth calmly said, then, Takeda Iwasa's figure appeared in front of Kakashi instantly. ! That's it. Konoha's kid. Takeda Iwaza suddenly grabbed Kakashi's neck with his right hand, lifted Kakashi up, and said coldly, cough cough. Earth escape middle. Teeth chasing technique. Kakashi, who was grasped by Takeda Iwasa's right hand, had a look of pain on his face, and said with difficulty. Following Kakashi's words, the 5 ninja dogs immediately fell on Takeda Iwasa's body. ! Dodge, dodge. Don't get in the way of me. Just when Takeda Iwasa was imprisoned by a ninja dog, a crazy voice suddenly rang out behind him. ! Then, Koda rushed to Takeda Iwasa with a crazy look. Cut this lunatic. Takeda Iwasa calmly looked at Koda, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and said slightly irritated. Then, a group of more dazzling yellow light appeared in Takeda Iwasa's body. With the emergence of this layer of light, Takeda Iwasa's body instantly broke free of the ninja dog on his body! Vitality activation decapitation. Takeda Iwasa let out a low voice, and his right hand was drawn to Koda's neck like a yellow light whip. Peng! With a loud noise, Koda was hit by Takeda Iwasa's right hand when he didn't react at all. Afterwards, Koda's head broke away from his body in an instant! The trouble is solved. Next ... It's your turn, kid. Takeda Iwasa gave Koda a cold look, then turned his gaze to Kakashi, and said coldly! Following Takeda Iwasa's words, his body quickly rushed towards Kakashi! Vitality activation Tiger Roar. Takeda Iwasa suddenly uttered a low voice, and the yellow light on his body instantly formed the appearance of a tiger, and the tiger's mouth instantly bit towards Kakashi! Peng! With a loud noise, Kakashi's figure was instantly swallowed by a tiger's mouth. As the tiger's mouth closed, a huge pit appeared in front of everyone instantly! Successful. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 8 Sands. Both eyes looked at the cloud of smoke rising in front of him, and Kakashi's death had been judged in his heart! However, after that, a look of shock appeared on the faces of these Sands! This is Yi Kang's originally indifferent face was covered with a look of shock. His eyes were staring at the smoke below, and his mouth was surprised! Not only Yi Kang, but the other Sand Shinobu all watched in shock as the situation gradually revealed in the smoke below! As the smoke dissipated, the battlefield that was supposed to be 2 people suddenly appeared in other person. Yo! Kakashi, I'm not late. Hanayu in a black tights held 2 knives in both hands, blocked Takeda Iwasa's arms, turned his head, with a smile on his face and mouth. Lee said softly! Thank you for your 100-point reward! Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Seeking flowers! Chapter 71 The number of Hanayu is reversed! For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. Chapter 71 The number of Hanayu's people reversed! For a reward. For a monthly ticket. For a collection. For a flower. The strongest Emperor of Naruto has reversed the number of Chapter 71 Hanayu! Please give me a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Ask for flowers. Yo! Kakashi, I am not late. Hanayu in a black tights held 2 knives in both hands. He blocked Takeda Iwasa's arms, turned his head, with a smile on his face, whispered in his mouth! Cough. I'm saved. Hanayu, finally here! Kakashi had a smile on his face. His eyes calmly looked at Hanayu, and his mouth said gratefully. Although Kakashi is now wondering why Hanayu himself is the only reinforcement, but, obviously, it is not the time to ask this. Is it another Konoha kid? Takeda Iwasa's eyes condensed slightly, with a surprised look on his face. His mouth said coldly! Takeda Iwasa was surprised that Hanayu was able to withstand his secret skills with 2 knives. Konoha is really the cradle of genius. Ishihara, Fujiki, go and solve the remaining 3 imps. Leave this imp to me. Takeda Iwasa frowned, and his eyes scanned the injured Kakashi slightly. And Lin, and the 3 of them, ordered them! Yes. Captain Takeda Iwasa. Following Takeda Iwasa's orders, 2 Sand Shinobu appeared in front of Takeda Iwasa instantly and whispered in their mouths! Oh! Do you want to kill Kakashi and the others? In front of me? You can never do it! Hanayu's eyes flashed with playful light, and his eyes scanned the 2 in front of him slightly. Nazao gave a glance and whispered in her mouth. Following Hanayu's words, his hands instantly broke free of Takeda Iwasa's hands, and his body quickly jumped towards the back! Become my puppet. Sand Shinobi. Hanayu's eyes flashed with light, with a smile on her face. She whispered in her mouth. Parasitic line! Exclamation mark! Grave accent! Exclamation mark! Hanayu casually stretched out her right index finger, and let out a low cry in her mouth. Following Hanayu's words, the finger-long silk threads in his right hand flew into the air instantly. Exclamation mark! This is the parasitic line. Are you the kid on the battlefield of Sans Ninja? Everyone, get away! Yi Kang's face was filled with a look of surprise, his eyes staring at the sky falling into the sky. A line of silk reminded loudly in his mouth. Exclamation mark! Shining dun middle dot rin. Yi Kang's hands stretched forward suddenly, and he let out a low cry in his mouth. With Yi Kang's voice, a huge fireball gleamed with dazzling light, instantly evaporating the silk thread in front of you like a small sun. Exclamation mark! These silk threads have the ability to control people. Hurry up! Also noticed the silk threads falling like raindrops in the sky. A trace of seriousness appeared on his face, and his mouth anxiously reminded him. Afterwards, Z's body quickly jumped back, avoiding the silk thread in front of him. Exclamation mark! Peng, peng. As the silk thread fell, because of Yagura and Sawa's reminder, the two quickly avoided the silk thread in front of them. However, there were still 4 Sans that could not bear it, so the reaction slowed down, and controlled by Hanayu's parasitic line. Exclamation mark! I can't move the body. A look of horror flashed across Ishihara's face standing next to Takeda Iwasa, with an unbelievable look on his face, and said in terror in his mouth, and on his neck, there is also a parasitic thread from Hanayu! Exclamation mark! Hey, Fujiki, get away! Takeda Iwasa frowned and looked at Ishihara in front of him, reminding him. Following Takeda Iwasa's words, Fujiki, who reacted instantly, escaped Ishihara's attack. Exclamation marks! In this case, our side 5 people. Sanshinobu 5 people. In this case, no one should attack Kakashi and the others. Han looked at with a surprised smile. The 5 Sanshinobu controlled in front of him, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, said softly, how can it be repaired? Are you the Uchiha Hanayu kid? The kid who has the ability of silk thread. Takeda Iwasa looked at Hanayu with an angry face, and said coldly. Following Takeda Iwasa's words, 5 Sanshinobu also appeared in front of him. Exclamation mark! Oh, I found an incredible ninja. Do you have the Sand Ninja Leaf Warehouse with burning blood? Hanayu's eyes glanced at Yi Warehouse slightly unexpectedly, and the corners of his mouth were exposed. With a playful smile, he said in a low voice, exclamation mark! But it's a pity! Exclamation mark! Your blood is very valuable for collection! Exclamation mark! Therefore, don't die in the Third Ninja World War! Exclamation mark! Otherwise, I would be missing a puppet! Exclamation mark! Hanyu's eyes calmly looked at Yi Kang, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she said softly, hey, Uchiha Hanayu, what are you talking about? You want to kill me? But you need strength. Yi Kang looked at Hanayu coldly, and said coldly, exclamation mark! Forget it. Although you still don't understand it now, you will eventually become my collection. Speaking of which, Captain Takeda Iwasa's abilities also have a good collection value. However, it is a pity, I can't wait for the day I am a puppet. Kianless Hanyu's face was a little regretful, she shrugged, and said calmly, exclamation mark! Kid, what are you talking about? Want to kill me? Don't be kidding. Takeda Iwasa's face showed a look of disdain, and his mouth said coldly, exclamation mark! Cut. It's a shame that I haven't unlocked the Teikoku now. Obviously there are a lot of abilities worth collecting in the Third Ninja War. Forget it. Next, my puppets. Free attack. Takeda Iwasa will give it to me. A trace of regret flashed across Hanayu's face, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She snapped a finger with her right hand and said coldly in her mouth, thanks to Ui Chenzada for the 100-point reward! Exclamation mark! Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark! Seeking collection! Exclamation mark! Seeking flowers! Exclamation mark! Chapter 72, 2 sword style versus vitality activation! Exclamation mark on. Please first order. Please give me a reward. The 72nd chapter 2 swords style versus vitality activation! Exclamation mark on. First order. Please reward. Naruto's strongest emperor activates chapter 72. 2 swords flow versus vitality! Exclamation mark on. First order. Please give me a reward. Cut. I haven't unlocked that Taiga now. It's a pity. Obviously there are a lot of abilities worth collecting in the third ninja war. Forget it. Take it. Calm down, my puppets. Free to attack. Takeda Iwaza will leave it to me. A trace of regret flashed across Hanayu's face, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He snapped a finger with his right hand and said coldly in his mouth, "Ahem, is it Hanayu? Is Mizuman-sensei still not here?" Uekai Hidaido asked with an excited smile on his face and asked softly, N. Bring soil. It is Hanayu who came here. However, the Watergate teacher still hasn't come here. There should be other tasks. Lin's face flashed with a look of joy, nodded, her face revealed with a gentle smile. He said with a smile on his mouth road, "Oh, is that true?" The excitement on Daita's face was a little bit disappointed, and he whispered in his mouth. From the time they were ambushed, Kakashi said that Parker had been asked to inform the ninjas in Konoha camp, and the Bofing Watergate who got the news should come soon. Now only Hanayu is here, which makes the heart with the soil a little disappointed. However, I don't know that Bofing Shuiman didn't get the news at all. Fire escape middle. How fireball art. Hanayu's eyes stared at Takeda Iwaza tightly in front of him. His hands quickly formed a seal, a low drink from his mouth, and a huge fireball quickly spit out from his mouth. Exclamation mark. As soon as the fireball appeared, it went to Takeda Iwaza with a fiery temperature. Exclamation mark. Although it has a very magical ability, but the speed of the seal is really surprisingly slow. Wind done middle. Beast wave empty palm. A look of thought flashed across Takeda Iwasa's face, and he whispered in his mouth. Following Takeda Iwasa's words, his right hand suddenly swung out. A huge wind blade quickly hit the fireball with Takeda Iwasa's palm. Peng. With a loud noise, the two ninjutsu slammed together instantly. Hanyu's eyes calmly looked at the smoke that appeared in front of her, her face a little helpless. Exclamation mark. Even Hanayu is a little helpless for his slow speed of congealing. Exclamation mark. It seems that without the god's hand perfect one, I should try my best not to use ninjutsu. Hanayu's eyes were staring at Takeda Iwaza in front of him, and he thought to himself. Exclamation mark. Vitality activation middle. Tiger hunting. Takeda Iwasa's body rose with a yellow light, with a low drink from his mouth, and his body quickly rushed towards the cold moon. With Takeda Iwasa's movements, his forward figure was instantly above him. A fierce tiger appeared, and the two front paws of the fierce tiger instantly attacked the cold moon. Exclamation mark. Come. A serious look appeared on Hanayu's face. His eyes calmly looked at the tiger in front of him, and he whispered in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, his hands were placed on his left and right sword hilts, and the sword on his right hand is surprisingly Muryu. Exclamation mark. Second sword style middle. Devil bear. Hanayu held the hilt in both hands, bent slightly, looked up at Takeda Iwaza in front of him, and the yellow tiger on him suddenly let out a low cry in his mouth. Exclamation mark. Following Hanayu's words, his hands suddenly cut the sword around his waist, and his hands suddenly cut towards Takeda Iwaza. At this time, Hanayu was holding knives in both hands, and a ghost of a giant bear appeared on her body, and the two paws of the giant bear were the two knives in Hanayu's hands. Exclamation mark. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's second sword style instantly collided with Takeda Iwasa's attack. Exclamation mark. And the two knives in Hanayu's hands were also cut on the wristbands of Takeda Iwasa's hands. Exclamation mark. As the two of them fought, the ground under their feet instantly cracked and collapsed, and at the same time, A huge shockwave instantly rushed towards the fighting sand in the surrounding area! Exclamation mark middle dot 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 find flowers 0 middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot okay dot 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 so strong. Zee looked surprised at the trees cut by the shockwave after the two battled, exclaiming in his mouth, "Is this the strength of Uchiha Hanayu?" A thoughtful look appeared on Yakura's face. His eyes were watching the standing Hanayu and Takeda Iwasa, and his mouth calmly said, "Not only Yakura, but the other sand ninjas, including Kakashi, all fell into a short period of sluggishness because of the attacks of Hanayu and Takeda Iwasa. Very capable, Uchiha Kid. I'm starting to get a little excited." Takeda Iwasa's body quickly jumped to the rear, and at the same time, he said excitedly. Since Takeda Iwasa developed the Vitality Activation secret technique, he has never been so excited. "You are not bad too. You were able to block my second sword flow," Hanayu said with a smile on her face and her mouth calmly. "In this case, the Vitality activates the second stage. Open." With an excited look on Takeda Iwasa's face, he clenched his fists, and suddenly let out a low cry in his mouth. With Takeda Iwasa's low drink, the muscles of his limbs swelled up instantly. At the same time, the yellow light on his body became even more dazzling. "Oh, it's really a secret technique that is very similar to Hakumen Danjia." In other words, has Takeda Iwasa's body speed and strength improved again? Hanyu's face wore a thoughtful look, holding the sword in both hands, said quietly, exclamation mark, "The otaku is here for the first order!" Exclamation mark, "Ask for a reward!" Exclamation mark, "Seeking collection. I hope readers can support it!" Exclamation mark. Chapter 73. Two Sword Style vs Vitality Activation! Exclamation mark under. Please first order. Please give me a reward. Chapter 73. Two Swords Style vs Vitality Activation! Exclamation mark under. First order. Please reward. Naruto's strongest emperor activates the vitality of the 73rd chapter Two Swords Flow! Exclamation mark under. Please order. Please give a reward. Oh, it's really a secret technique similar to Hakumen Danjia. That is to say, has Takeda Iwasa's body speed and strength improved again? Hanayu with a thoughtful look on his face, he held the knife in both hands, and said calmly in his mouth, exclamation mark, "Then, go on." Hanayu's body squatted slightly, and he shook hands with Muryu and 3 generations of ghosts. That's right. When he got the 2 famous knives from Oshomaru, Hanayu had already named the 2 knives as the 3 generations of Unetoru and Hido. Hanayu snorted in her mouth, and her body instantly rushed towards Takeda Iwasa. Exclamation mark, quick. Vitality activation middle dot random blade cut. Takeda Iwasa's eyes suddenly condensed, and his eyes quickly captured Hanayu's moving rotate or 60, and the wrists in both hands suddenly fell between them. A hidden blade appeared. Then, Takeda Iwasa's hands quickly waved. Exclamation mark, Suol onion middle dot open. Hanayu still rushed towards Takeda Iwasa in a zigzag shape, and at the same time, he snorted in his mouth. With Hanayu's voice, 2 goo each appeared in his eyes instantly. Exclamation mark, I saw it. Goo in Hanayu's eyes turned quickly, and the attack that was originally invisible due to Takeda Iwasa's high-speed movement was instantly visible. Exclamation mark, second owl u middle dot yingbo. Hanayu let out a low cry, and quickly pulled out 2 knives with both hands. Following Hanayu's movements, a huge wind pressure instantly rushed towards Takeda Iwasa. Different from the on-sword version used by Hanayu before, the range of the eagle wave at this time is larger, and the speed and slashing power are twice that of the on-sword. Exclamation mark, peng, peng, peng. A sound rang. Takeda Iwasa's hands continued to wave the hidden blade in his hands, and the wind blades constantly offset the wind pressure of the cold moon. Exclamation mark, ha, ha. Takeda Iwasa's figure stopped, his mouth gasping slightly, his eyes staring at Hanayu tightly, and the yellow light on his body continued to activate the cells! Shale onion. It escaped all my wind blade attacks. The Uchiha Family's Shule onion is really amazing. Takeda Iwasa looked at the blood-red goo in Hanayu's eyes with a little surprise, said with a sigh. But the Age of Den opened a gooeyous writing wheel. Are you really Konoha's genius, little devil? Takeda Iwasa's brows wrinkled, and his mouth said calmly. At this time, Takeda Iwasa also had to sigh that Konoha really is the cradle of genius, and Kakashi over there is already a genius. Now there is even Hanayu, a more talented existence! Vitality activation middle dot continuous pedaling. Takeda Iwasa let out a low voice, and his body instantly appeared in front of Hanayu. His arms smashed toward Hanayu like a pile driver! Peng, peng, peng. A loud noise came. Hanayu kept avoiding the attack of Takeda Iwasa's two arms, and there were deep pits behind him. It was struck by Takeda Iwasa's fist. Second sword stream middle dot rhinoceros return. Hanayu yelled in a low voice, holding a knife in both hands. His body posture instantly cut out like a rhino horn. Following Hanayu's actions, a huge rhino roared towards Takeda Iwasa, and the knife in Hanayu's hand was the sharp horn of the rhino! Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's attack quickly hit Takeda Iwasa's fist. With a dull sound, Takeda Iwasa's attack was intercepted by Hanayu. However, because of the yellow light on Takeda Iwasa's body, Hanayu's Murayu did not cut a wound on his body! Nani? It was actually blocked? An unbelievable look appeared on Takeda Iwasa's face. He looked at the Hanayu in front of him, and said in surprise! Afterwards, Takeda Iwasa's body turned around and kicked Hanayu's chest with one kick! It's useless. I can catch all of your attacks. Hanayu blocked the third generation of ghosts on his left hand in front of him, and said softly, ding, peng. With a soft sound, Takeda Iwasa's attack was blocked at the same time. His right arm instantly fell towards the cold moon. However, in front of Hanayu's writing wheel, Takeda Iwasa's attack was completely futile. With a sound of metal chattering, Hanayu's right hand instantly blocked Takeda Iwasa's attack. Then the two quickly jumped towards the rear. It's time to end this battle. Han narrowed his eyes slightly, and said calmly in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, a trace of red Untitled Chakra burst out of his body instantly! It's not just that you have the secret to improve your body, Han said with a playful look on her face, and said in a low voice! With Hanayu's voice, the Untitled Chakra above his body instantly returned to his body. 1 Gangali 5.2 Luo 2 Gangali Luo 2 Gangali / Hanayu whispered in her mouth. With Hanayu's voice, his two arms instantly swelled, and Hanayu's two upper arm muscles were instantly strengthened. Then Hanayu's two knives instantly broke through the protection of the yellow light on Takeda Iwasa's body, and stood on Takeda Iwasa's chest! Ahem! It broke through my protective barrier. Ahem! Lost? Takeda Iwasa's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the two wounds on his chest with a dull face, and coughed in his mouth, said, please subscribe, ask for a reward! Seeking collection! Ask for a monthly pass! Chapter 74, Unlock the Emperor. For subscription, for reward, for collection, for flowers. Chapter 74, Unlock the Emperor. For subscription, for reward, for collection, for flowers. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emperor. Chapter 74 Unlocks Emperor's Emperor. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek collection. Seek flowers. Ahem! I broke through my protective barrier. Ahem! Did you lose? Takeda Iwasa's eyes suddenly fell between, staring wide, looking at the two wounds on his chest with a dull face, coughing in his mouth and saying, it's over. Hanayu slowly put Murasame and 3 generations of ghosts into the scabbard, whispering in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, a curse appeared on Takeda Iwasa's body instantly! Takeda Iwasa screamed, and looked at Hanayu unwillingly in his eyes, and his body instantly fell on the ground! Captain Takeda, Iwaza. Although Yakura was fighting against Sand Shinobu controlled by Hanayu, however, her spirit is still paying attention to the battle between Hanayu and Takeda, Iwaza. At this moment, seeing Takeda Iwaza down, a trace of sadness appeared on Yakura's face. What? Captain Takeda Iwaza was killed by Uchiha Kid for 18 deaths? How is this possible? Fujiki and Ishihara all turned their heads, looking at Takeda Iwasa's body with an incredulous expression, and said in surprise. Although Ishihara's face was sad, but because of being controlled by the parasitic line, Ishihara's body still kept attacking Fujiki. I'm a little tired. Hanayu watched the battle between Sand Ninja and Sand Ninja with interest, walked slowly to a rock, sat down casually, and said leisurely. Obviously, Hanayu was a bit tired after killing Takeda Iwaza. How can it be repaired? That kid is resting right in front of our eyes, Zyi said with a bit of anger on his face, and said with hatred in his mouth. Following Zaya's words, his right hand kunai instantly blocked the attack of Shinobu in front of him. Cut. Can't you kill because you are your own companion? It can only be sealed in the same way as Chisama. Yi Kang frowned and looked at the controlled 5 Sand Shinobu, thinking, say. Following Yi Kang's words, the 4 of Zyi nodded their heads. Hey, kid. Are you tired? This is not your character. Hanayu's consciousness instantly appeared in front of Kyubi in the sealed space. After that, Kyubi opened his eyes and said calmly, although a little tired. But that's not the reason why I rested on the battlefield. You know my ability. Han said with a smile on his face and his mouth calmly. Oh, your ability? Could it be the ability called Teigu? A look of doubt flashed across Kyubi's face, and then a gleam of interest appeared in his eyes. Whispered in his mouth. That's right. It's my Imperial equipment. Speaking of it, I already have 4 Imperial equipment. With a smile on Hanayu's face, he waved his right hand casually, and suddenly, in Hanayu 4 items appeared in front of you. A knife, a piece of silk thread, a puppy, and a small black box. Speaking of which, each of these 4 Teikoku has incredible abilities. Murakami's on-shot kill. The ever-changing control of the crossing tail, transformed into an indiscriminate transformation of the Free Gaia Foundation. This kind of ability is completely comparable to the blood succession boundary. Kyubi's face looked at the 4 objects in front of him with a trace of exclamation, and said softly, and what is the reason why you entered here this time? I probably understand. Is there a new Daigu unlocked? There was a smile on Kyubi's face, and his eyes looked at Hanayu calmly. This time is the purpose of my coming in. Ninetales, give me your chakras. Hanayu said softly with an excited smile on his face. Take it. Uchiha Hanayu kid. Let me see what your 5th emperor is. Kyubi said loudly with a look of expectation on his face. Following the words of Kyubi, the chakra of Kyubi's body originally stored in its body instantly flocked to Hanayu, peng, with a slight noise. The chakra in Hanayu's body instantly mixed with the chakra of Ninetales. After that, a ray of light flashed in the Emperor Palace in Hanayu's spiritual space. Finally unlocked it. The 5th piece of Emperor. Hanayu said quietly with an excited smile on her face. Then Hanayu's figure appeared in the Imperial Palace. What kind of Emperor is it this time? Hanayu looked at some of the Emperor of Principal Throne with a look of expectation of 643, and whispered with a little excitement in his mouth. For the Emperor near the throne, Hanayu no longer has any extravagant expectations! And with Hanayu's glance, 4 different items appeared in Hanayu's line of sight. Hanayu looked at the 4 shining Imperial tools with excitement, and clenched her right fist tightly! In front of him, a spear-shaped Emperor was shining with dazzling light. Beside it, a belt-shaped Emperor was suspended quietly, while a lifelike eye looked around flexibly. The last one was a handle. A stranger-looking Teikoku. Romantic fort pumpkin. The king of beasts turned into Lion King. The Five-Vision Universal Observer. And finally, a Juru incarnate noble chariot. This time it turned out to be one of four. Han looked at the four imperial tools in front of him with a slight surprise and distress, and said with a little excitement in his mouth, "Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Most readers can guess which Teikoku will be unlocked. Interested readers can write in the comment area. Chapter 75. Emperor the King of Beasts, the Lion King! For subscription, for reward, for collection, for flowers. Chapter 75. The Emperor becomes the King of Beasts, the Lion King! For subscription, for reward, for collection, for flowers and hokage. The strongest Emperor, the 75th chapter. The King of Beasts, the Lion King, for subscription, for reward, for collection, ask for flowers. Romantic fort pumpkin, Beast King, Lion King, Five-Vision Observer, and finally, a Juru incarnate noble chariot. This time it turned out to be four. Choose one. Hanaya looked at the four imperial tools in front of him with slight surprise and distress, and said with a little excitement in his mouth, "Which one do you want to choose?" "It's really a headache." Hanyu's eyes kept scanning the four Emperor tools in front of him, and said with a slight distress in his mouth. Obviously, Hanyu has fallen into a barrier of choice again. However, since I can use two kinds of Emperor tools at the same time now, then I have to consider the problem of cooperation. Although each Emperor has some strange abilities, but the most helpful thing to me now is only 100. The Beast King has turned into the Lion King. Hanyu thought for a moment, then cast his gaze on the Lion King of the Beast King, and said with a smile in his mouth, If used with the ever-changing crossing tail, the Beast King Lion King is undoubtedly the most suitable imperial tool. It's decided. Hanyu thought for a while in his mind, and said softly, following Hanayu's words, his right hand suddenly took off the belt. Oh, is the belt-shaped imperial tool? What kind of power does this imperial tool have? I really look forward to it. Kyubai's eyes looked at the belt in Hanayu's hand with interest, and said calmly, 9 tails. Wait and see. The power of this emperor will definitely surprise you. Han said softly with a mysterious smile on his face. After that, Hanyu suddenly opened her eyes. Oh, it lasted longer than I thought. These puppets. Hanyu took Kunyu into Daiga space, slowly stood up, and said playfully, Seal technique middle dot seal. Yi Kang's face was sweaty, and he sealed the sand in front of him with a seal scroll with a cold face, then turned around, and his eyes calmly stared at Hanayu's figure. Who? It's done. Yi Kang, we're done too. Yes, face was covered with sweat, and the seal scroll in his right hand was placed in his ninja bag with his face set fortunately. However, then he looked at Hanyu who stood up with an angry expression on his face. You Hanyu kid, I'll kill you. Fujika's eyes were full of anger, looking at Hanyu. His mouth yelled. However, his reason as a ninja made Fujiki feel a little surprised by Hanyu at this time, so he resisted and didn't do anything. Hey, Hanyu-kun, what should I do? These sand forbearance only suffered some minor injuries. Kakashi walked to Hanayu's face weakly, and asked softly, Yo, Kakashi, don't worry. These sand ninjas are just to measure my instrument. If they kill me, then I can only get here. Hanyu shrugged indifferently, with a relaxed smile on his face, whispered in his mouth, and his indifferent tone made these sand shinobu angry again. Arrogant kid. Die. A sandy shinobu named Oshima Tamaki with an angry smile on his face, with a low drink from his mouth, his body instantly appeared in front of Hanyu. The moment of Kumo in his right hand stabbed on Hanayu's chest. Pouch. With a soft sound, Hanayu's chest was stained red with blood! Looking at the unnecessary Hanayu, Oshimayazi's face flashed with astonishment. Hit? This kid? The kid who killed Captain Takeda Iwasa was stabbed by me? Oshima Tamaki's face appeared dazed, and his eyes looked at Hanayu in confusion, said slightly in surprise in his mouth. Not only Oshimayu was astonished, the other Sanshinobu also flashed a hint of surprise. Obviously, Hanayu, which is so easy to hit, made the other Sanshinobu feel unreal. Following Hanayu's words, his right hand took out a belt from the Emperor's space, and instantly replaced his original belt. Roar! The King of Beasts Lion King! Transform! Hanayu's mouth suddenly let out a roar like a lion, and let out a low groan. With Hanayu's voice, a dazzling light suddenly rose above his body. This is. All of the Sand's eyes dully watched Hanayu, who appeared in front of everyone after the light flashed, whispered unconsciously in her mouth. Obviously, the Hanayu at this time is beyond the cognition of these Sands. Is this the power of the King of Beasts Lion King? Speed and power have surpassed the limits of the human body. Moreover, I can completely control every part of my body. And, this image. Is it me after the transformation? Hanayu had a smile on her face. She shook her hands slightly, and whispered in her mouth. At this time, Hanayu's eyes became the pupils of a lion, and her hair became very fluffy and majestic. A pair of brown ears were slightly exposed on the hair, which set off the already handsome cold moon even more majestic and handsome! At the same time, his hands became a pair of brown beast claws! Unlike Lena's transformation, Hanayu's transformation gave him a trace of pressure like the King of Beasts! And the wound on the chest Likayane's completely disappeared! The King of Beasts the Lion King! The belt-shaped Teikoku transforms itself into a beast, and greatly enhances its physical abilities. Its sense of smell is also strengthened, and it can search for enemies. The profound meaning is the lion will never die. It improves one's resilience. Even if the hands and feet are cut off and the eyes are blinded, he can stop the bleeding by himself and reconnect it. It is better to cooperate with the reply! Let you experience the horror of the King of Beasts Lion King. Hanayu's face was filled with a playful smile. Her eyes were cold and she stared at the sand in front of her, and her mouth was low. Thank you for the big reward of 588 points! Thank you Empire Charm _ all beings are rewarded with 588 points! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Seeking collection! Ask for a monthly pass! Chapter 76. Resilience of Horror. Immortal! For subscription, for reward, for collection, for flowers. Chapter 76. Resilience of Horror. Immortal! For subscription, for reward, for collection, for flowers. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes Chapter 76 terrifying resilience. Immortal! Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek collection. Seek flowers. Seek flowers spread. Let you experience the horror of the Lion King of the King of Beasts. Hanayu's face wore a playful smile. Staring at the Sanshinobu in front of him with cold eyes, said in a low voice, "Then, go on." Hanayu's eyes were slightly narrowed, and her eyes were staring at the Sandnin in front of him. The coercion of the King of Beasts was unconsciously released by Hanayu, which made Sandnin's heart slightly palpitate. Move! Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and her feet instantly stepped out of a deep pit on the ground! So fast! A look of shock flashed across Yikang's face. His eyes were staring at the missing Hanayu, and his mouth said in surprise, "Such a speed! Can't keep up at all." Yi Kang's eyes kept scanning the tiny holes that appeared on the open space in front of him. A trace of sweat appeared on his face, and his mouth whispered, "Say!" Yo, where are you looking? Yi Kang Jiang. Han Yu's figure appeared behind Yi Kang instantly, pinched Yi Kang's neck with her right hand, and said with a smile in her mouth. Although Han Yu was smiling all the time, Yi Kang, who was keenly aware, felt a sense of being stared at by predators in Han Yu's smile. This feeling made Yi Kang's pores all over his body shudder slightly. Shining done middle dot over steamed kill. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Yi Kang's face, and he suddenly snorted in his mouth. With Yi Kang's low drink, Han Yu's right hand, who was in contact with her body, dried up in an instant. Oh, is this shining done? It's really surprising. Han Yu's face still has a smile, and she glances down at her dry right arm, completely indifferent _smile said. How is it possible? This little devil has obviously had a right hand abandoned by me. Yi Kang's figure quickly jumped back, his eyes frowning and staring at the smiling Han Yu. A trace of his face was revealed. With an unbelievable look, he said coldly, "Feng done middle dot 1,000 faces wind." Yes, hands quickly formed a seal, and he let out a low sigh, and a series of wind blades appeared in his hands, instantly hitting Han Yu's body. Peng, peng, peng. With a loud noise, Han Yu's figure was instantly overwhelmed by the wind blade in front of him. Then, a huge cloud of smoke rose up. Have you succeeded? The 5 Shannon eyes were staring at the smoke in front of him, with a look of hope on his face, muttering in his mouth secretly. However, there was a trace of astonishment on the faces of the 5 Sand Shinobu. Hey, I said. Is your attack only at this level? Han Yu still hid a smile on her face, slowly walked out of the smoke, and said calmly, and the wounds on his body were healing quickly. Almost instantly, Han Yu's body was already intact, including the withered right arm. What an amazing ability to recover. This kid. Is it a monster? Yi Kang's eyes looked at the restored Han Yu in astonishment, and exclaimed in his mouth. Obviously, since I became a ninja in Yi Kang, I have never seen a ninja with such strong resilience. No, a cyclone. Han Yu's body suddenly moved, and he let out a low scream. With Han Yu's voice, his body instantly revolved, and his extremely explosive body instantly stirred up all the air in front of him. A huge tornado struck towards Sand Shinobu in an instant. To done middle dot to corridor. The 5 Sand Shinobi's expressions changed greatly as they watched the tornado appear in front of them. Their hands were tied together, and they screamed in their mouths. His hands suddenly slapped on the ground. Following the movements of the 5 sand ninjas, a series of rock walls appeared instantly and surrounded the 5 sand ninjas. Peng, peng, peng. Loud noises came, and the tornado hit the rock wall, and immediately knocked the rock wall out of a huge pit. At the same time, Han Yu's right foot suddenly kicked against the rock on the wall. Peng. A louder voice sounded, and the huge explosive force on Han Yu's right leg instantly kicked the rock wall in front of him into countless pieces. Feng done middle dot blade of wind. Yes, face showed a trace of horror. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a wind blade in his right hand instantly cuts away towards the cold moon. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Wow! Feng Ren cut through Han Yu's right arm almost instantly. Chi Gen on his right arm broke away from Han Yu's shoulder. Although Han Yu hardly avoided it. Da. With a soft sound, Han Yu's arm instantly fell on the ground. Han Yu calmly looked at the Shadjin's Hong with hopeful gaze in front of him, with a joking smile on her face. Yeah, his right arm cut off. However, it is a pity. I am easier to attack like this. Han Yu looked down at herself with a playful smile on her face. Right arm, said softly in his mouth. This monster, after the right arm was cut off, There was no blood flow. Is it an illusion? Yi cursed with hatred on his face with a look of horror on his face. However, Zaya's face was really as shocked as seeing a monster afterwards. The severed arm. Just connect it, Han said quietly with a playful smile on her face. Following Hanayu's words, silk threads appeared on his right shoulder. The silk threads swayed flexibly and continuously spread to the right arm below. And then, Hanayu's silk thread instantly gained control of her right arm. The right arm that had fallen on the ground slowly lifted up with Hanayu's movements. However, I don't want to connect now. Let's take a look at the skill I just thought of. I named it the split skill. Hanayu's right hand is still floating in the air, and his 5 fingers move slightly, one by one. The silk thread connects her right hand and Hanayu's body, allowing Hanayu to control her right hand flexibly even after her right hand is removed. The current Hanayu is a combination of Fuan and Jiaodu. Thank you Xi for the big reward of 588 points. Thank you Empire Charm _ all beings are rewarded with 588 points. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Seeking collection. Ask for a monthly pass. The otaku rolls around for support. Chapter 77, Hanging Sand Ninja. Hanayu's split skills. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 77, Hanging and Sanding Ninja. Hanayu's split skills. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest temperors. Emperor Chapter 77, Hanging Sand Ninja. Hanayu's split skills. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Let's get started. Hanayu's right hand danced in the air, making a fist with his right hand, and said coldly, Following Hanayu's words, his right hand immediately struck Oshimayu at a high speed. Wind escape middle. Big breakthrough. Oshimayu's face had a trace of seriousness. His hands quickly sealed, and he shouted. Suddenly a huge wind blade struck Hanayu's right hand. Splitting bullets. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and his right hand flew towards Oshimayu at high speed. Due to the long distance, it had been above the high-speed moving right hand, and a blast of air sounded. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's right hand instantly smashed the wind blade in front of him like a bullet out of the chamber, and then flew towards Oshimayu at an unabated speed. So fast. A look of surprise flashed across Oshimayu's August 20th face, and his body quickly backed away. However, it is clear that the speed of Oshima Tamaki cannot keep up with the speed of Hanayu. He flew out with a punch by Hanayu's right hand. Cough. It's amazingly explosive. Oshimayu's body instantly slammed into the trees behind, coughed, and suddenly a mouthful of blood was spit out in his mouth, and said weakly, Hey, Oshima, are you okay? Yi came to Oshima's side and asking. Although it was asking Yi, his eyes were still staring at Hanayu in the distance. Pop. With a soft sound, Hanayu's right hand returned to her body in an instant. As the right hand returned to Hanayu's body, the wound healed instantly. Well, the only inconvenience is that once the separated part returns, it will heal again. Hanayu's face calmly looked at his undamaged body, and said softly. After that, Hanayu's sighed. A silk thread passed through her hands in an instant. Damn it. This kid is a monster at all. Such a terrifying resilience is completely immortal. Moreover, this kid is completely using us as experimental subjects. Yes, brows were frowned tightly. I got up. A look of helplessness flashed across his face. If you go up one by one, you will definitely be killed by Uchiha Hanayu one by one. So, everyone joins forces to attack. Yi Kang's face has a trace of indifferent expression. His eyes coldly looked at Hanayu in front of him. His mouth said quietly, Everyone, Ron. Yi shouted loudly, and rushed towards Hanayu first. And with Zaya's movements, the other sand shinobi swiftly attacked Hanayu! Are you planning to attack together? In this case, it will fall apart and spear. Hanayu's hands quickly separated from her body, the silk thread on the arm was compressed to the maximum, and then Hanayu's hands quickly shot out! The recoil force caused by the instant compression of the silk thread instantly accelerated Hanayu's hands! Peng, peng, peng. Hanayu's hands kept waving, following Hanayu's movements. Fist shadows appeared in front of Sand Shinobu one after another, smashing the ground in front of Sand Shinobu one after another. Deep hole! Peng, peng. With two loud noises, the two sand ninjas in front were instantly knocked out! Yi frowned and looked at the fist shadow flying in front of him, and his body quickly jumped towards the back! No. It's impossible to break through the range of this kid's moves. Yi Kang. A trace of anxiety flashed across Ye's face, and he said loudly, I know. Shoudun middle doctor Yao. Yi Kang nodded, his hands folded instantly, following Yi Kang's movements. A huge fireball appeared in front of her instantly, and layers of flares above the fireball instantly it broke out! These flares will evaporate all the water in the body even if they touch one point! Including blood! Oh, is this the burning escape? It is really amazing! Hanayu felt the scorching heat in the air, with a hint of appreciation on his face, and said softly! And following Hanayu's words, silk threads appeared in front of Hanayu instantly! The ever-changing Rashomon! Hanayu let out a low cry, and suddenly slapped his hands on the ground. With Hanayu's movements, a huge silk thread appeared instantly! Peng, peng, peng. With a loud noise, the sun's rays hit the silk thread of the cold moon and melted the silk thread instantly. And then a new silk thread filled the vacancy! For a while, the explosion sounded in front of Hanayu! Ha ha. A trace of sweat appeared on Yi Kang's face, and he quickly stopped his ninjutsu. For Yi Kang, this ninjutsu is powerful, but at the same time it consumes a lot of money! Zizi. The silk thread in front of Hanayu was red, exuding extremely astonishing heat. Because of the distance, Hanayu's body also began to become dehydrated. However, Hanayu's amazing resilience made him recover in an instant! It's almost time to end. Torn apart middle dot seal. A trace of cold flashed across Hanayu's face, and he let out a low cry in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, his right foot suddenly separated from his body and flew into the air, and the silk threads instantly connected to Hanayu's body. Peng. The right foot in the sky fell instantly with an astonishing acceleration of gravity! With a loud noise, Hanayu's right foot instantly hit the ground, and a huge pit appeared on the ground instantly, and at the same time, the surrounding ground was cracked! This trick is 3 times as powerful as Tsunade's Tonkshin feat. So, it's over. Hanayu's right foot returned to his body. His eyes calmly stared at the ground in front of him that was destroyed by him, and his mouth calmly said, Ahem. Are you a monster? The seriously injured Yi looked at Hanayu desperately, and said calmly, at this time has also completely lost the ability to act in 1.9. And only Yi Kang did not suffer such serious injuries because of his blood inheritance limit! Oh, are you still alive? Hanayu slowly walked to Ye's front, slightly leaned over to lift Yi, his eyes calmly stared at the desperate Yi, with a hint of coldness on his face. Smile! It's been so long. Your reinforcements should be coming soon, Hanayu said calmly with a cold smile on her face. Following Hanayu's words, also opened his eyes with great effort! Exclamation mark. Thank you Izzy for the big reward of 588 points! Exclamation mark. Thank you Empire Charm underscore. All beings are rewarded with 588 points! Exclamation mark. Subscribe, ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. The otaku rolls around for support! Exclamation mark. Chapter 78. The reinforcement of Sand Ninja coming! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass! Chapter 78. The reinforcement of Sand Ninja arrives! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass! Naruto's strongest emperor, Chapter 78, Reinforcement of Sand Ninja is here! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass! Have you been discovered? When you killed Captain Takeda Iwasa, I had already posted a request for help. I believe the reinforcements are already nearby. So, Uchiha Hanayu kid, even if you have an immortal body, you will be killed. I will be waiting for you in Huangquan, Yi said with a sorrowful smile on his face, and said coldly in his mouth. Exclamation mark. It's a pity I may never enter Huangquan. So, you can go to death. Hanayu's right hand pinched Zie's neck, and said coldly. Then Han squeezed Zie's neck slightly hard. Exclamation mark. Then, become my strength. Hanayu's right hand took out Murayu, with a smile on his face, casually cut a wound on the body of the few sands in front of him, and then slowly moved to the side. Ye can go! Exclamation mark. It's painful! A scream immediately sounded behind Hanayu. 15 Hanayu heard the screams of these people, with a cold smile on his face, and walked in front of Yi Kang! Exclamation mark. Oh, he is indeed a blood successor bounder. It is still able to stand up. It seems that all ninjas with blood successor bounds can't underestimate it. Hanayu watched calmly, struggling to stand up, and put out Yi Kang in the fighting position. Said softly in his mouth, cough. Don't underestimate Asheran, you kid. Yi Kang's face was scared. His eyes were staring at Hanayu in front of him, and he shouted loudly. Exclamation mark. Although Hanayu was only less than 10 years old, his ability made Dun Yi Kang feel weak. Exclamation mark. I told you, now is not the time to kill you. So, you should feel fortunate, Hanayu said quietly with a playful smile on his face. Oh, by the way, Kakashi, Lin, bring soil. As friends, I still want to remind you that if you don't hide now, Sun Shinobu will not be merciful. Hanayu turned her head. Her eyes calmly looked at the Kakashi squad in the distance, reminding her mouth. Exclamation mark. San Shinobu reinforcements. Cut. I know. Kakashi nodded and said calmly with a trace of seriousness on his face. Cut. San Shinobu's reinforcements are coming. Why is Konoha only Hanayu coming by himself? Uchiha frowned and looked at Lin with a look of panic, muttering a little bit of dissatisfaction in his mouth. Okay. Bring the soil. Let's hide it. After all, Hanayu-kun will not be able to take care of us if Sunen reinforcements arrive. There was a trace of panic on Lin's face, but she worked hard to show a smile, persuaded and said, Lin. Uchiha said softly when he brought the soil to see Lin's appearance. Then Uchiha nodded with dirt, and hit him like Kakashi. Exclamation mark. In this case, you can fight without scruples. With a relaxed smile on Hanayu's face, she knocked Yi Kang stunned with her right hand, and said calmly, for Hanayu, who has not unlocked the March of the Dead 8 rooms, killing Shoudun Yi Kang now is an extremely unwise choice. Exclamation mark. 1, 2, 13 people. Hanayu stood quietly on the spot, her nose twitched slightly, and she could tell the number and distance of the enemy just by the smell. Exclamation mark. Hey, Captain, has Suwakun really encountered a powerful enemy? Captain Takeda Iwasa should be among them. Could it be said that this enemy has defeated Captain Takeda Iwasa? On a tree trunk, a San Shinobu looked at the front calmly with his eyes, and asked in his mouth. Exclamation mark. Andokun. This time the enemy is Uchiha Hanayu, who has controlled our 100 ninjas on the battlefield. The abilities of this kid are a little surprised. As a Uchiha tribe, they rarely use the Shirogane. At the same time, has the ability to control silk. Nishimura Yazawa looked at Titanium with a serious face, and said with his mouth warning. Since receiving Sawa's request for help, he realized that his enemy is Uchiha Kanayu. Nishimura Yazawa has put away his contempt! I see Captain Yazawa. Ando shuddered as he thought of the end of the controlled 100 Sand Shinobu. His face became slightly serious! Ando knew that almost all of the 100 controlled Sand Shinobu had a nervous breakdown! Hey! Captain Yazawa! Sawa's breath disappeared. A perceptual ninja next to him had a slight sadness in his eyes, and said calmly, "Really? That is to say, Zaya and the others have been killed?" A Sand Shinobu said with an indifferent expression. On his body, a puppet wrapped in a bandage made a faint noise. "Captain, it's here." Sensing Ninja Kato suddenly opened his eyes, and said loudly as a reminder. Following Kato's words, all the 380 Sand Shinobu looked forward. Oh, is it finally here? It's really longer than I thought. Hanayu stood quietly. Her eyes calmly looked at the 13 Sand Shinobi who appeared in front of her. Her face revealed a cold smile, whispered in his mouth. Captain Yazawa. Yikang is still alive. Ando's figure appeared in front of Yikang instantly, reached out his hand and probed it slightly, and said calmly. Is there only Yora left? Is even Captain Takeda Iwasa dead? How can it be repaired? Nishimura Yazawa's face had a look of anger. His eyes fixed on the corpse in front of his mouth. Said coldly, "Everyone, come on." Nishimura Yazawa's face had a trace of killing intent. His eyes were fixed on Hanayu in front of him, and he said loudly. Following Nishimura Yazawa's words, all Sand Shinobu rushed towards Hanayu. "Thank you for your monthly pass!" Thank you for your support to the otaku! Facing the siege of Shinobu, what skills would Hanayu, who possessed the Lion King of the Beast King, use? Finally. Chapter 79. Naruto Edition. Devil Fruit, 6 types of iron! On! Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly pass. Chapter 79. Naruto version. Devil Fruit, 6 types of iron! On! Seeking subscription. Asking for rewards. Asking monthly ticket. Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 79. Naruto version of Devil Fruit, 6 types of iron. Go. Seeking subscription. Asking for rewards. Ask monthly pass. Everyone, come on. Nishimura Yazawa's face had a hint of killing intent, and his eyes were fixed on the Hanayu in front of him, and he said loudly in his mouth. Following Nishimura Yazawa's words, all the Sand Shinobu all rushed towards Hanayu. Fire escape. Head hard. A sand ninja made a seal with both hands and snorted in his mouth. Behind him, a huge rock giant quickly appeared. From the giant's mouth, an unusually hot flame instantly rushed towards the cold moon. Go with wind escape. Suppression. At the moment when the flame appeared, a sand ninja made a seal with his hands and snorted in his mouth. A hurricane instantly rolled up the flame in front of him, forming a flame tornado. Done. Go. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. Earth. Done. Earth dragon bullet. The puppet's secret skill. One shot of the machine. For a time, all the sand ninjas released their ninjutsu! More than a dozen ninjutsu, accompanied by kunai shuriken, all rushed towards Hanayu! Peng, peng, peng. Ninjutsu instantly enveloped the cold moon. For a time, the sound of explosions continued to sound around Hanayu! Have you hit it? Nishimura Yazawa whispered with a look of hope on his face. However, Nishimura Yazawa's face still did not relax his vigilance. His eyes were fixed on the smoke in front of him! Cut. Really? It failed. Seeing Hanayu walked out of the smoke intact, A look of disappointment flashed across Nishimura Yazawa's face, and said with a little regret in his mouth, "Yeah, I disappointed you." Hanayu slowly walked out of the smoke, calmly looked at the sand in front of her with her eyes, and whispered in her mouth, "How can it be repaired? How do you avoid so many ninjutsu?" This kid. Ando frowned and looked at Hanayu, asking in a puzzled question. Ahem. Is it Ando? Uchiha Hanayu Imp has an amazing recovery ability. Even if he has his arm cut off, he can reattach it. Everyone, be careful. Diaresis. Yi Kang, who had just recovered, stared at Hanayu with flat eyes, and explained in a low voice in his mouth, "Amazing resilience." So, this kid didn't escape a ninjutsu, but after being hit, has he recovered? Ando's face had a thoughtful look. His mouth said quietly, "If this is the case, as long as everyone joins forces to attack, even if Uchiha Hanayu's recovery ability is strong, it will take some time to recover." A smile flashed across Ando's face, and his mouth said with a deep voice, "Oh, do you want to attack together?" This makes me a headache. Although Ando and Yikang's voices are very small, but in the half-beastized Hanayu ears, it is like yelling is generally clear. Hanayu shrugged slightly, with a smile on her face, and said calmly in her mouth, Speaking of which, the animalization ability of the King of Beasts the Lionkin is extremely outstanding. Han said softly with a smile on his face. Following Hanayu's words, his hands moved slightly. Then, let you see it. The power of the devil fruit of the Naruto version. Hanayu's face showed a cold smile, and said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, his body instantly rushed towards Ando. So fast. Ando's eyes shrank slightly, and a kunai quickly appeared in his right hand, blocking his front instantly. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's right hand passed around the kunai in front of Ando in an instant like a beast's claw, and hit Ando's abdomen. Ahem. What a fast speed. 5 bloodstains appeared on Ando's body. The body quickly smashed towards the rear. Well, is this the only damage to an ordinary blow? Sure enough. The animal devil fruit combined with the 6th form is the best use of the ability of the King of Beasts Lion King. Hanaya looked only seriously injured Ando, a look of dissatisfaction flashed across his face, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he whispered, Feel the horror of the 6 types. Hanayu's body was slightly lowered, a cold smile appeared on his face, his eyes calmly looked at the sand that rushed in front of him, and he said in a low voice, Die. Uchiha Hanayu kid. A shinobu suddenly appeared behind Hanayu, yelling from his mouth, and the kumo in his right hand stabled Hanayu's back instantly. 6 types iron nuggets. Hanayu's eyes still stared at the sand shinobi in front of him calmly, with a low cry in her mouth. With Hanayu's voice, the muscles in his body instantly condensed. The half-animalized Hanayu can freely control the body to make corresponding changes. Ding. A metal symphony sounded, and Sand Shinobu's was instantly blown out. This Sand Shinobu looked at the Hanayu in front of him in surprise, completely lost in sluggishness. Iron nuggets spikes. Hanayu let out a low cry, and the claws of both hands turned towards the sand ninja in an instant. At this time, Hanayu used the Gabbro iron extension technique in one piece to accelerate the blood flow and speed up the muscle movement, so that it can continue to attack while maintaining the iron peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's sharp beast claws instantly hit this sand ninja's chest. The iron block attached to her hands made Hanayu's hands look like steel, and instantly scratched the sand ninja's body. There was a huge wound, and at the same time, the body of this ninja flew back instantly. Peng. The ninja's body finally landed on the ground when it flew 10 meters away. At the same time, Because of the huge inertia, a deep hole was smashed into the ground, and this money ninja has lost his breath of life. Hanayu's body quickly escaped the attack of another sand shinobu. The muscles in her right hand instantly condensed, her right hand clenched a fist, and a cold smile appeared on her face. Iron piece middle dot broken. Hanayu's mouth let out a low voice, and his right fist instantly slammed into the chest of the sand ninja, and the huge explosive power contained in his right hand smashed the sand ninja who was still in the air on the ground. At the same time, a deep hole appeared on the ground. Hanayu's blow made the other sand shinobu all stop their attacks. This kid. Is it a monster? All the sands looked at the huge pit made by Hanayu's right fist with all of their gazes. A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on their faces, and they muttered to themselves, "Thank you for your monthly pass! Thank you for your support to the otaku! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Chapter 80, 6 Shavings! In. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 80, 6 Shavings! In. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 80. 6 Types of Shave! In. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly ticket. This kid. Is it a monster? All sand ninja stared blankly at the huge pit hit by Hanayu's right fist. With a sudden look on his face, a layer of cold sweat broke out, and he muttered to himself, Yeah, it's a bit heavier to start. Hanayu's face was a little bit heavy. Damn kid. Okubo Akizuki looked at Hanayu at this time with an angry expression, cursing in his mouth. Then Okubo Akizuki waved his hands again and again. Puppet secret skill middle dot puppet invasion. Okubo Akizuki stared at the Hanayu in front of him with his eyes tightly, and suddenly let out a low cry in his mouth. Following Okubo Akizuki's words, the puppet's feet in front of him instantly turned into mechanical turbines, and the puppet in front of Okubo Akizuki instantly moved at high speed. Oh, speed flow puppets set unnecessary hidden weapons in the body into mechanical pushers, so that your puppets can move continuously at high speed. Right round eyes open. Hanayu's eyes were calm looking at the afterimages of the puppets in front of them. A smile appeared on his face, and he whispered in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, two gooey suddenly appeared in his eyes. Look at 723. Iron Nugget Wheel. Hanayu's eyes stared at the puppet in front of him tightly, with a low drink in his mouth, instantly turning on the iron nugget, and at the same time, his body quickly spun! Because of Hanayu's high-speed rotation and the iron-like hardness brought by the iron block, the air around Hanayu instantly heard bursts of air bursts! Peng, peng! Hanayu's body turned and rushed towards the puppet in an instant, and his whole body rotated at a high speed and hit the puppet in front of him with a loud noise. The high-speed moving puppet was instantly smashed by Hanayu's body! Nani? I was able to keep up with the speed of my puppet. Okubo Akizuki's eyes flashed with an incredible light, and said in surprise! As for his puppet, Akizuki Okubo knew that once he fully controlled it, even an elite shinobu had to deal with it carefully, and he would be easily crushed by Hanayu, a 10-year-old kid! Really perfect body control ability. Next ... up. Hanayu clenched his fists, with a look of satisfaction on his face, and said calmly in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, his body instantly bowed slightly! The right hand drew out his own village reign! 6 Style Shave. With a cold smile on Hanayu's face, she let out a low voice. His feet instantly stepped on the ground dozens of times, and the reaction force produced Hanayu's body instantly came to Okubo Akizuki! Nani? Time and space ninjutsu! Okubo Akizuki said in shock when seeing Hanayu appearing in front of her instantly. Her pupils suddenly shrank into pinholes! One sword flow, cut! Hanayu came to Okubo Akizuki. His body didn't stop, and the village rain in his right hand passed Okubo Akizuki's body instantly! What is this? You! Okubo Akizuki screamed as he looked at the curse appearing on his body in horror! The third. Hanayu didn't even look at Okubo Akizuki, who was lying on the ground. His eyes were cold and he scanned the remaining sand shinobu in front of him, and his brows wrinkled slightly! This is still too slow. This is the first time I can perform the 6-style shave perfectly. Hanayu looked down at the village rain in her hand with a smile on her face, her mouth calm say. Afterwards, Hanayu slowly received the village rain into the scabbard! To bug few guys who don't understand swordsmanship. 6 styles are enough. Hanayu's eyes looked down at the sand ninja in front of him, and said in a deep voice! Following Hanayu's words, his body made an attack again! Come! Kita Koiwai's face was dignified, his eyes fixed on Hanayu tightly, with a whisper in his mouth. His right hand quickly took out the kunai in his hand. Shave! Hanayu's eyes flashed with light, and he let out a low cry in his mouth. The body instantly disappeared from Kitada Koiwai's field of vision! Iron middle dot heavy hammer. Hanayu's figure instantly appeared above Kita Koiwai. His right hand was raised high above his head, and the iron was used for an instant with his right arm. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth. The right hand suddenly slammed down towards Kitada Koiwai! Peng! With a loud noise, Hanayu's right hand instantly hit Kita Koiwai's body, smashing Kita Koiwai's body in the ground into a huge pit in an instant. Hanayu's body fell on the ground, and then Hanayu's body jumped back slightly because of the recoil. Shave! Hanayu's body once again appeared in front of a shinobu. Her hands suddenly grabbed the shoulders of shinobu in front of her! Then the body used the iron in an instant! Iron nugget middle dot thunder eye blast. Hanayu yelled loudly, and his body instantly lifted the sand in front of him above his head, and then suddenly smashed it down! Thunderbolt was originally a kind of ninjutsu of the 4th generation of Reikage. The 4th generation of Reikage uses the superphysical technique of the active cells stimulated by thunder. Unlike the 4th generation Reikage, Hanayu only relied on the explosive power brought by the iron block to do it! Peng! The power brought by Hanayu's reference to the 4th generation Reikage's attack is extremely astonishing! The ground in front of Hanayu was all cracked, and a pit with a diameter of 20 meters appeared! Peng! Hanayu's figure still kept, and her body quickly used shave. For a while, Hanayu's figure was all in front of Sandnin, and when Hanayu approached Sandnin, she used an iron block. You can kill the sand with one blow! Thank you for your monthly pass! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Chapter 81 The 6-style finger spear! Under! Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass! Chapter 81 The 6-style finger spear! Under! Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass! Naruto's Strongest Emperor Chapter 81 6-style finger gun! Under! Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass! Peng! Hanayu's figure still kept running, and her body quickly shaved. For a while, Sand Shinobu was full of Hanayu's figure. And when Han approached Sand Ninja, using iron blocks could kill Sand Ninja with one blow! Everyone, Step back. A group of 3. Nishimura Yazawa frowned as he looked at Hanayu constantly appearing. His face was green, and he said loudly, yes. The remaining 9 Sand Shinobu shouted, and their bodies quickly retreated to form a battle formation of a 3-person team. At the same time, the 3 teams once again surrounded Hanayu. To prevent being defeated by me one by one and choose the formation of the team. Hanayu calmly looked at the sand in front of her with a smile on her face, and said playfully, 193 use ninjutsu to attack from a distance. Don't let this kid get close. Nishimura Yazawa's face was dignified. He shouted, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Following Nishimura Yazawa's reminder, all Sand Shinobu all had Hansen seals. Use a long-range attack? It's useless, whether it's a long-range attack or melee combat. In front of my Beast King the Lion King, it's like a puppet and can be crushed at will. Hanayu's face with an icy smile, his eyes scanned the Shaninja in front of him. Schwangua writing wheel eyes quickly rotated. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, how do you know if you don't try it? Wind escape and crushing. Nishimura Yazawa's face has a dignified look, his eyes are staring at the Hanayu in front of him, and he whispers. In front of him, a huge wind blade struck towards the cold moon! Everyone, attack! Nishimura Yazawa reminded loudly after issuing his own ninjutsu. Following Nishimura Yazawa's words, the other Sand Shinobu all launched their own attacks. Combination of Fire Dune Large Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. A small group of 3 people all formed the same Indian style, and shouted in a low voice. 3 pillars of fire were suddenly spit out from the mouth, and the 3 pillars of fire gathered in the center of the 3 of them. And then a huge fire dragon instantly attacked the cold moon. Combined Wind Dun Super Breakthrough. The other 3-person team shouted, releasing a combination Wind Dun, and Feng Dun caught up with the fire dragon in front of it the moment it appeared. Combined Ninjutsu Storm Fire Tornado. The 6 people shouted in unison, and the 2 combined ninjutsu in front of them instantly merged into a larger fire dragon, and wind blades tightly covered the fire dragon outside the fire dragon, above the body. Is this the power of combined ninjutsu? Hanae frowned and looked at the huge fire dragon in front of him. Her face was calm, and her mouth sighed and said, Iron Nugget Steel. Hanae yelled in a low voice, and the body using the Iron Nugget instantly became as hard as steel. And on Hanae's body, there was a reflection like metal! Peng, peng. After 2 loud noises, the huge fire dragon and the wind escape of Nishimura Yazawa instantly hit Hanae's body, and then sank into a huge pit on the ground where Hanae was. Failed. 9 Sharon eyes stared at the figure in the pit. A look of disappointment flashed across his face, and said regretfully, Oh, not bad attack power. But, it's over. Hanae's figure walked out of the pit, with a calm expression on his face, and said coldly in his mouth. At this time, Hanae's body is intact, and the physical defenses brought by the iron block allow Hanae to easily defend against the ninjutsu attacks of these sand ninjas. Although his clothes are a bit torn! Intact? In other words, when we first attacked Hanae, did he use such a physical defense technique? A look of thought flashed across Ando's face, and he said in a deep voice. At this time Ando thought of when Hanae was hit by ninjutsu for the first time. It's almost time to end. Kakashi and the others should be anxious. This test ends here. Hanae's eyes flashed with a cold light, with a serious look on his face with an expression. He said in a deep voice, Physique Squad, don't let Uchiha Hanae get close. A cold sweat appeared on Nishimura Yazawa's face. He felt that the feeling of Hanae at this time had changed. If the Hanae just now was a tiger who was walking carelessly, if Hanae, who is serious at this time, is a tiger hunting! So, on, shave. Hanae's face was calm, and she said in a deep voice, following Hanae's words, His feet quickly hit the ground, and Hanayu's body moved at high speed instantly! Peng, peng, peng. A small air explosion sounded, and the protective body technique Sans Ninja Squad kept staring at the pit left by the cold moon, which was stepping on the ground forcefully as it approached itself. Dong! There was a trace of sweat on his face, and the body was tightened tightly! Oh, where are you looking? Just when the three sand ninjas were tense, Hanayu's voice appeared instantly. Following the sound, Hanayu's body was already standing in the center of the three sand ninjas! Raise his right hand slightly, and slowly stretch out his right index finger, pointing at the sand shinobu in front of you. Nani? A look of horror flashed across the faces of the three sand ninjas, and their bodies quickly turned around, staring at Hanayu with their eyes tightly, and the kunai in his right hand squeezed and squeaked. 6-style finger gun. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, gathering the power of her whole body on the index finger, and the hardened right index finger instantly shot out at super high speed like a bullet! Peng, peng, peng. There were 3 bursts of air, and Hanayu's right index finger instantly penetrated the heads of 3 shaninos in no particular order. The 3 sand ninjas flew to the rear as if hit by a bullet. Finger gun middle dot pull. Hanayu's right index finger was bent to connect with the thumb, making a projectile shape, and with a low drink from his mouth, an air bullet with the same power as the finger gun popped out in a sharp instant. Peng! With a loud sound, Hanayu's air bomb instantly hit a shanin's chest and knocked the shanabu flying away. Finger guns and bullets. Hanayu's body instantly appeared in front of the 4 sand ninjas, right hand index finger stretched out, and a low drink from his mouth. The afterimages of the fingers passed through these sand ninjas in an instant! Thank you for your monthly pass! Thank you for your support to the otaku! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Chapter 82. The battle is over. Yi Kang flees. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 82. The battle is over. Yi Kang flees. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the Chapter 82 battle ends, and Yi Kang escapes. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Finger guns and bullets. Hanayu's body appeared in front of the 4 sand shinobu in an instant, and his right index finger stretched out, and he gave a low voice in his mouth, fingers after another. The remnants of the shadow passed through the body of these sands in an instant! Peng, peng, peng. After 4 loud noises in a row, the bodies of the 4 sand shinobu flew upside down and fell heavily on the ground! Yoch! Next, there are only 3 of you left. Nishimura, Yazawa, Ando, Hagura. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the only 3 sand shinobu in front of him and smiled, said, How can it be repaired? The seriously injured Ando struggled to stand up despite Yi Kang's persuasion. A kunai appeared in his right hand, and he assumed a fighting pose! Don't underestimate Asheran, you hateful kid! Cough cough. Ando looked at Han with a trace of anger on his face, and said with a deep voice in his mouth, Oh, can you still stand up? Is it by perseverance? Hanayu calmly looked at Ando in front of him, with a trace of admiration on his face, whispered in his mouth, Is there such perseverance for Sans Ninja who provoke to war without authorization? Hanayu's face was ridiculed with a hint of sarcasm. His face was cold, and his mouth said in a deep voice, We just want to avenge the 3rd generation Kazekage. Nishimura Yazawa said loudly with a look of hatred on his face. Revenge? Really a poor group of people. Hanayu's face looked sadly at Nishimura Yazawa in front of him, and said calmly, Shave. Hanayu whispered from his mouth, and his body quickly came to Nishimura Yazawa, and his right hand suddenly smashed towards Nishimura Yazawa! Iron nuggets middle dot broken. Hanayu let out a low voice, clenching his right hand and quickly smashed towards Nishimura Yazawa! The pupils of Nishimura Yazawa's eyes shrank instantly, and his body quickly jumped towards the back. Peng! There was a loud noise. Hanayu's right hand instantly hit the ground, smashing the ground out of a deep pit! But Nishimura Yazawa, who had jumped backwards, quickly turned around in the air, and instantly slammed his right hand toward Hanayu! Iron nugget middle dot empty wood. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and her body instantly used the iron nugget! At this time, Nishimura Yazawa's right fist also slammed Hanayu's body! Peng! With a loud noise, as Nishimura Yazawa's right punch hit Hanayu, it was like hitting an iron plate. At the same time, the reaction force of Hanayu's body caused Nishimura Yazawa's body to fly back in an instant! Ahem! Nishimura Yazawa looked at Hanayu in amazement, a look of despair flashed across his face, coughed twice in his mouth, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes! Yaura, take Ando and go! Nishimura Yazawa reminded him in a low voice with a trace of determination on his face. Following Nishimura Yazawa's words, a huge chakra appeared on his body instantly. This is Captain Nishimura Yazawa's forbidden technique, by squeezing the cells in the body, forcibly increasing the chakra in the body and his own body strength. After releasing this trick, it will quickly cause the cell to be broken. Crack! Ando looked at the chakra on Nishimura Yazawa's body in surprise and the wounds that began to crack on Nishimura Yazawa's body, and said with a heavy mouth, "Let's go." Yaura. Captain Nishimura Yazawa intends to sacrifice himself in exchange for the chance of escape for the two of us. Never waste Captain Nishimura Yazawa's sacrifice. A trace of sadness flashed across Ando's face. He said in a deep voice, I see. Senior Ando. Yi Kang said, a little sadness on his face, and said softly. Afterwards, Yi Kang quickly fled towards the distance with the seriously injured Ando. Oh, is it another kind of forbidden technique? Speaking of it, I seem to have a relationship with forbidden technique recently. Dashimaru is a madman who studies forbidden technique, and now there is another forbidden technique. It seems that I am a little interested in the forbidden technique. Hanayu's eyes glanced at the two Yaura who had fled. His eyes calmly looked at Nishimura Yazawa in front of him, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said with a deep voice, shave. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and chased her body in the direction of Yi Kang. And with Hanayu's actions, Nishimura Yazawa's figure also appeared in front of Hanayu. Uakai Hanayu kid, I won't let you pass. Nishimura Yazawa's eyes glanced slightly at the disappearing Yaura behind, with a smile of relief on his face, and he said with a deep voice, Yeah, I didn't plan to go there. Nishimura Yazawa-kun. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, his eyes stared at Nishimura Yazawa coldly, and his mouth calmly said, following Hanayu's words, his right fist instantly hit Nishimura Yazawa's chest. Finger spear middle dot beasts tricked. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, clenched her right fist, and instantly hit Nishimura Yazawa's chest with her finger spear! Although the attack power of the right fist is not as good as the finger gun, its destructive power is twice that of the finger gun. Peng! With a soft sound, Hanayu's right fist instantly smashed Nishimura Yazawa's body onto the ground. On the ground 003, Hanayu's attack smashed a huge pit, but Nishimura Yazawa's eyes were slightly protruding, his face was a hint of panic, and his body quickly shattered! Oh, I won't let my prey escape. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the distance like a small Yikang and Ando, with a playful smile on her right hand. He pulled out the village rain. Finger gun middle dot Q. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, connecting her index finger and thumb to form a circle, clamped Kuryu with two fingers, and then ejected Kuryu at high speed! Swish! With a burst of air, Murayu was bounced out at high speed by Hanayu's finger gun technique. Murayu, who flew out at high speed, caught up with Yikang and Ando, who had escaped within a few breaths. Peng! With a loud noise, Muryu carried a huge impact and nailed Ando's body to the ground instantly, and Muryu's sword hit the ground, slamming the ground abruptly. Pit! Ando. Yikang turned his head, his eyes looked sadly at Ando, who was nailed to the ground, then gritted his teeth, and his body quickly disappeared from Hanayu's sight! Thank you for your monthly pass! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Chapter 83 Hanayu's Villain Temperament! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 83 Hanayu's Villain Temperament! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 83, Hanayu's Villain Temperament! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ando. Yikang turned his head. His eyes sadly looked at Ando nailed to the ground, then gritted his teeth, and his body quickly disappeared in Hanayu's sight! The battle is over. Has Yikang finally escaped? I only allow my prey to escape once. Burning Yikang, meet again. Your blood inheritance is mine. Han slowly walked in front of Kanyu, pulled out Kanyu casually, and said calmly, "Speaking of it, where are the experimental products left by Oshimaru?" After Hanayu put Muryu in the scabbard, a trace of doubt appeared on her face, and her body quickly moved towards the place Oshimaru explained! Yeah. Are these the experimental subjects left by Oshimaru? They are all ninjas from other ninja villages. Moreover, among these ninjas, there are only a few guys who have the limit of blood succession. One hasn't officially started the test yet. Hanayu hid her breath and came to a cave. His eyes slightly looked at the 20 ninjas who were unconscious in front of him. His face was a little disappointed, and his mouth was calm. Say, there is no curse, no means of control, just simply stunned. It seems ... Our evil Lord Oshimaru has not awakened yet. Even the current Oshimaru hasn't even undergone software transformation, right? Why do I feel so dark about my future? Hanayu's face was disappointed, and he looked at the unconscious ninjas one by one, and said with a slight spit in his mouth, "Really an incompetent villain." As a subordinate of an incompetent villain, the future is still gloomy. Hanayu said with a smile on his face and a slight headache in his mouth. If it is necessary to establish a base, these people are still very useful. Hanayu said with a trace of contemplation on her face, thinking in her mouth, "Hey, Xiao, go and wake them up!" Hanayu patted the ground with her right hand, summoning the beast change 100 arms giant Xiao, and threw Xiao, who looked like a puppy, into the group of unconscious ninjas! Wow! Wow! Roar! A look of dissatisfaction appeared on Xiao's face, and he made a few low protests in his mouth, and then suddenly let out a loud roar! A huge roar instantly poured into the ears of these ninjas! My head hurts! Didn't I meet the Oshimaru, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas? In other words, am I dead? A sand ninja opened his eyes and glanced in confusion. The surrounding environment said desperately, "Ah! Look!" Yo, are you the first to wake up? Hanayu quietly sat on a rock, calmly looking at the first awakened sand shinobu with her eyes, and said calmly, "Who is it?" The Sharon suddenly heard a voice, and was shocked suddenly, then turned his head and looked at Hanayu tightly with his eyes, and asked in his mouth, Oh, I didn't attack at the first time," and at the same time maintained a good vigilance. Hanayu's face had a strange smile, and his eyes calmly stared at Sandin in front of him, and said with a deep voice, At this time, Hanayu looked unusually mysterious to this sand ninja, which is why this sand ninja did not attack in the first time. What's the matter? Why am I here? A ninja from Iwanin village's eyes was confused, and he sat up slowly, and said in confusion, "However, Then his eyes fixed on Hanayu, who made Hanayu sit on the rock leisurely at this time. "Who are you?" This Yan Shinobu jumped up quickly, staring at Hanayu tightly with his eyes, and questioning in his mouth. Following this Yan Shinobu's words, the kunai in his right hand struck Hanayu instantly. Yeah, you still haven't figured out the situation. Can't you just be quiet for me? Hanayu's face showed a trace of dissatisfaction, and the body still sat quietly on the spot, with a smile in his mouth said. But his eyes were as if he hadn't seen the Kyuwu in front of him. Wang, wang! Xiao, who stood at Hanayu's feet, screamed in a low voice. His body jumped up instantly, biting the Kyuwu in front of him, and then a fierce light flashed through his eyes, and his mouth whispered. With a sound, his head twisted slightly, and the kunai in his mouth instantly threw back at this Yanin! Peng! With a loud noise, Kumo instantly rubbed the cheek of the Yanrin and hit the rock behind. The huge force smashed the rock in front of you instantly! With Xiao's attack, all the ninjas were awakened. What's going on? What happened? Why am I here? All the ninjas were lost in confusion for a while! Hey, can everyone hear it? Hanayu's voice sounded softly, and all the ninjas turned to Hanayu. At this time, Hanayu had a leisurely look on her face, and she clapped her hands, still wearing her face smile. Hey, it turned out to be a kid. What a laugh. A hot-tempered Yunrin looked at Hanayu in front of him contemptuously, and said with a sneer in his mouth, It's really worrying. Can't you do things for me obediently? Xiok. Hanayu said with a trace of disappointment on her face, and said regretfully. With Hanayu's voice, Xiok's body instantly enlarged, and his huge body almost Lihozao occupied half of the cave. Roar! There was a huge roar in Xiao's mouth, and his right hand instantly grabbed the shoulder of this Yunren, and thrust into his huge mouth amidst this Yunren's horrified cry. Then he bit off the head of this Yunren. Xiao's fierceness made all the ninjas panic. Now, do anyone have any doubts about what I said? With a cold smile on Hanayu's face, she slowly stood up. Her eyes looked down at the ninja in front of her, and said in a deep voice. The cold moon at this time brought tremendous pressure to these ninjas. And Hanayu's expression matched his tone, so that Hanayu instantly left a mysterious but extremely charming villain in the hearts of these ninjas. Thank you for your monthly pass! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Chapter 84 Return to Konoha Camp! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 84 Return to Konoha Camp! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor will return. Chapter 84 to Konoha Camp! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. No opinion. Everyone looked at Xiao in front of them with dull eyes, and said unconsciously. Obviously, these ninjas have been frightened by Xiao's fierce appearance. So, if you don't have any comments, I need you to build a base here now, a base for experiments. Hanyi said with a smile on his face and his mouth calmly. Then his right hand randomly pointed at the first sober Sanshinobu. Hey, Sanshinobu, tell me your name. With a smile on Hanayu's face, she pointed to the Sanshinobu with her right finger, and whispered inquiring in her mouth. Koi Iqueno. The Kada of the torture department in Sand Ninja Village. Koi Iqueno said with a trace of fear on his face, and said quickly in his mouth. Oh, the torture department? From now on, you will be their captain. You will be responsible for the construction of the base. No problem. Hanayu's face was as calm as ever, and his mouth whispered. No problem. Koi Iqueno glanced at the horrified eyes around him. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his face, and his mouth hesitated slightly. Koi Iqueno knew that if Hanayu were not here, he would definitely be killed by a ninja from a different ninja village alone. 070 Relax. I will keep Xiao. In this way, if someone does not obey the order or tries to resist, Xiao will solve it for you. Hanayu's face had a cold smile on her face, reached out and patted Xiao, who became smaller again, and said in a deep voice, I see. I will complete the task. My lord, what is your name? Koi Iqueno looked at Xiao with horror, with a trace of despair on his face, and said respectfully, Uekaiha Hanayu. Hanayu stood up slowly and said softly. Then Hanayu left Xiao, and his figure instantly disappeared in front of these ninjas. Ahem. Is the next battle over? Uekaiha looked at Kakashi in front of him weakly in the hiding place of the Kakashi trio, and asked in his mouth. Well, the battle is over. It's just the ninja that Hanayu chased and fled has not returned yet. Kakashi's eyes calmly stared forward, and he whispered in his mouth. Has Hanayu-kun killed so many Saints? It's really incredible. Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, with a look of sigh on her face. She whispered in her mouth. The original crane tail showed amazing strength in this ninja world war, which made Lin had to sigh. Ha ha ha. Let me just say it. Hanayu-kun can have such amazing strength at the tail of a crane. I, who is stronger than Hanayu-kun, will also have such strength. Uekaiha brought the soil suddenly. There was a faint laughter. His right hand supported his goggles, and his mouth said excitedly. This idiot, Kakashi said while looking at the soil in a big laugh, with a black line on his face, but with a smile in his mouth. Obviously, after this battle, Kakashi began to pay attention to the soil. But it is because the laughter brought the soil to affect the wound on his body. Bring soil. You give me peace of mind to heal me. Lin's face showed a trace of anger, her eyes revealed a look of worry, and her mouth reminded loudly. Then the three looked at each other with a smile on their faces. Ha ha ha. I've survived. I'll just say, how could a genius like me die in this war? The three of them looked at each other and laughed, and Uekaiha laughed even more with the soil. Very narcissistic said. Yo, our genius ninja Uekaiha Daido woke up. When the three of them looked at each other and laughed, Hanayu instantly appeared in front of the three of them with a teasing smile on their faces, said jokingly, Mr. Hanayu, thank you. Lin walked to Hanayu's face with a smile, and said sincerely, Hanyu, thank you. Kakashi and Ita thanked him in unison. The two who finished speaking glanced at each other, then turned their heads awkwardly. Yo, what a nice bond. Hanayu said quietly with a happy smile on her face. Only when he is with Kakashi, Hanayu will let go of the pressure on him in the future. Sometimes, knowing the future is also a burden. Cut. Kakashi, that stinky guy, with a cold face. How could I have any bond with him? Don't be kidding. Hanayu. Uekaiha jumped when he heard Hanayu's words with the soil. Get up. Speak loudly. Sure enough, it's an idiot. Kakashi looked at the Uekaiha belt soil in front of him with a black line. A trace of disappointment flashed across his face, and said softly. Hearing Kakashi's words, Daido started arguing with Kakashi angrily. Okay, you two are really. Lin had a happy smile on her face, and she looked at the quarreling two with a smile, and said softly, let's go. We should go back too. Speaking of which, Teacher Bo Feng Shuiman is still performing the mission. Han Yu's face was with a smile, calmly looked at the three of them, and said softly, are you still on a mission? Teacher Watergate. Hearing Han Yu's words, there was a disappointed expression on her face with dirt, and she muttered softly. After that, Hanayu's four quickly moved towards Konoha Camp. Master Oshimaru. I'm back. Konoha Camp, Oshimaru's command room. Hanayu walked in calmly, and said softly, have you come back? Hanayu-jun, I have a task for you to complete. Dashwin's eyes looked at Hanayu calmly, with a cold smile on his face, and his mouth calmly said, there is no rest in Daishiwan's eyes. Therefore, Hanayu, as a subordinate of -1, also has no time to rest. Thank you for your monthly pass! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Regarding the survey released by the otaku, do most people still want to beautify it? Well, to be honest, the otaku also feels that the evil spirits Operation Armor is a bit of a violation in the Naruto world. As for how to beautify ... change it to transparent! The otaku is still thinking! Chapter 85 The Surprise Attack of the Puppet Army! On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 85 The Surprise Attack of the Puppet Army! On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor Chapter 85 The Surprise Attack of the Puppet Army! On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Are you back? Hanyu-jun, I have a task for you to complete. -1's eyes looked at Hanyu calmly, with a cold face on his face smile, said quietly in his mouth. There is no rest in -1's eyes. Therefore, Hanyu, as a subordinate of -1, also has no time to rest. Oh, mission? Hanayu's eyes flashed with a hint of light, with a smile on his face, and his mouth calmly said, Chio of Sands Ninja Village has dispatched a team of puppet troops to sneak into our medical center outside the battlefield. I need you to stop these guys. I have sent a pair of ninjas to support. Oshimaru's face there was no anxious look at all, and his mouth still said calmly and coldly, does it belong directly to the puppet troops of Chio? I know. After a short rest, I will immediately go to the medical center to support. Hanayu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his mouth said calmly, okay. I still have something to deal with. Daishiwan glanced at Han playfully, with an interesting smile on his face, and said quietly, I see. Lord Oshimaru. Hanayu nodded, greeted him, and then walked out of Oshimaru's command room! It's really troublesome. Where's the 1,000 generations of puppet troops? Hanaya looked at the busy Konoha camp around him, with a trace of seriousness on his face, and said in a deep voice, Yo! Monarch Hanayu! Hanayu was interrupted by a voice in her contemplation. Hanayu raised her head and looked at Kakashi, who appeared in front of her calmly, with a smile on her face. It's Kakashi. Are they all in the hospital of Konoha camp with soil? Hanayu's face was with a trace of doubt. His eyes calmly looked at Kakashi with a bandage on his right hand, and asked in his mouth, said, with soil because the injury is serious. So I need to be hospitalized for a few days. And Lin and I are both mildly injured and the hospital does not have so many places. So we applied for discharge. Kakashi had a smile on his face, replied with his mouth, is there no place? Speaking of it, the hospitals in Konoha camp are all wounded who are not seriously injured and able to continue fighting. Those seriously injured ninjas have all been transferred to the officially established medical care outside Konoha camp. It's centered. Hanayu quietly introduced the situation as he walked. Is that so? It's just that I saw a lot of corpses in front of the hospital in Konoha camp, Kakashi said with grief on his face, and said in confusion, These corpses all need to be escorted by a ninja to Konoha. These are ninjas who died on the battlefield. The corpses that can be found. Hanayu's face has a trace of sadness. His eyes are looking forward. His mouth is said heavily. Okay, you can learn more about the situation in Konoha camp these days. Maybe you will be responsible for the transportation of these corpses in 2 days. Hanayu patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and said softly, say, I have other tasks. Teacher Bo Fengshui Men believes that he will be back soon. Master Daishimaru has rearranged you to Mr. Bo Fengshui Men to be responsible. Before leaving, Han turned her head, with a face on her face. With a slight smile, he said softly, is there a mission again? This is war. As long as the ninja is immortal, he must fight forever. Hanayu, if it were you, he would definitely be able to get through this war. Kakashi's eyes calmly watched, looking at the far-away Hanayu's back, with a trace of emotion on his face. He sighed and said, "Hey, Captain Matsumoto Ishida, Lord Chia has finally sent our unit out to carry out the mission." Speaking of which, although they belong to the ninjas of the puppet factory, Chia obviously prefers those regular puppet masters. In the outskirts, a sand ninja with a trace of dissatisfaction on his face, complained and said, "Nozawaso, don't complain." Although Chisama is very fond of her grandson, Lord Red Sand Scorpion, but he disagrees with the ideals of Lord Red Sand Scorpion. Innovative for Lord Scorpion, who inherited Red Sand, of course. The puppet masters with characteristics such as research and development do not value it, although we can operate multiple puppets at the same time. Matsumoto Ishida said with a trace of loss on his face, and said in a deep voice. Speaking of the Red Sand Scorpion, Matsumoto Ishida's eyes flashed with enthusiasm and admiration, and the 40 ninjas behind him also flashed a frantic look in their eyes. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot find flowers middle dot 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 Inagaki. The Pathfinder puppet spider hasn't come back yet. Matsumoto Ishida's body quickly jumped forward, and at the same time frowned slightly. He asked in a low voice, "Kaka." Following Matsumoto Ishida's words, with the sound of the turning of the puppet machinery, a puppet spider instantly crawled under the feet of a man! Captain Matsumoto Ishida, "I found Konoha Ninja 2 kilometers ahead," said Inagaki with a cold smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Zero Konoha's ninja? It seems that our interior has also been infiltrated." "What do those idiots from the spy investigation department do?" Matsumoto Ishida's face wore a thoughtful look. His brows frowned and his mouth frowned, said dissatisfied. "Captain Matsumoto Ishida, what should I do?" A fat-bodied sand shinobu looked at the Matsumoto Ishida in front of him blankly, and asked with his mouth, "It's time for these Konoha ninjas to see how powerful our new puppet masters are. Everyone, make a quick fight." Matsumoto Ishida's face showed a cold smile, and said with a little excitement in his mouth, "Yes." Matsumoto Ishida-sama. All the sand ninjas should shout in unison, and then in front of them, one by one puppets suddenly appeared. As soon as the puppet appeared, all these sand forbearances were hidden. "Let's put on a live puppet show for these Konoha ninjas." The puppet in front of Matsumoto Ishida suddenly made his voice, and then the puppet became like Matsumoto Ishida. And behind this puppet, all the puppets have become the original form of Sand Shinobu. "Thank you for your monthly pass!" Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 86: The Surprise Attack of the Puppet Troops. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 86: The Surprise Attack of the Puppet Troops. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 86: The Surprise Attack of the Puppet Troops. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Hey, Captain Oki. Ahead, among the Konoha ninja group 2 kilometers away, a sensory ninja suddenly opened his eyes and reminded him, said, "Is the enemy?" "Got it. It should be the Sand Ninja puppet unit." The ninja named Oki calmly looked into the distance, and said in a deep voice. Following his words, Konoha ninja's speed increased again. "Handiashi, report the enemy's location and number," Oki said with a calm expression on his face. "Orderly and orderly." "Yes, Captain Oki." "The Sandnin puppet troops are 2 kilometers away from us." 40 people. Shuayu raised his right hand, closed his eyes, and whispered in his mouth. "Is that so?" 40 sand ninjas. 60 Konoha ninjas. "It seems that our odds of winning are still very high." 2 or 40 inches. A Konoha ninja with a scar on his chin with a relaxed smile on his face. he said with a chuckle in his mouth. Shanghai Ikikawa. Don't be careless, in front of us is the puppet troops of ninjutsu. If you only talk about ninjutsu, the puppets need to be counted too. Oka's brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth reminded with a deep voice. Ah, I see. Captain Oki. Shanghai Shichun showed an awkward smile on his face, and said seriously, Captain Oki, those sand endures have stopped. It seems that we have also been discovered. My perception is blocked. The more suddenly the hand opened his eyes, his face was solemn, and his mouth reminded said, Stop it. What exactly do these sands want to do? Oka's brow furrowed, with a thoughtful look on his face, whispered softly in his mouth. Everyone, keep going. Get close to these sands with all your strength. Can't let them release their puppets. Oki frowned, with a trace of seriousness on his face, and said in his mouth. Oki, who has fought against the Sand Ninja puppet masters many times, knows that these puppet masters can never be distanced. And it is also the current way to deal with the Sand Ninja puppet master. That's close combat. However, obviously, the puppet master that Oki faces is not an orthodox puppet master. Yes, Konoha's ninja shouted in unison, and the speed of the body accelerated again. However, none of the Konoha ninjas noticed the spiders appearing on some trees. Asakami Koki. Perform perceptual interference and shielding. Matsumoto Ishida, hidden in the dark, said to a girl beside him. Hi. Captain Matsumoto Ishida. Ninja perception interference. The girl named Asami Koki had a dignified face, and she let out a low voice, trying her best to shield the perception of the opposite hand. Damn. The perception shield on the other side is even more powerful. I can't break through at all. An annoyed look flashed across Tetsutsu's face, and the expression on his face was a little bit painful. Then he opened his eyes and said helplessly in his mouth. Although Teishi has tried his best to perceive, Asakami Koki also tried his best to interfere. This makes the hand feel helpless. Is perception shielded? Handyashi. Give up perception. Believe that the opposite ninja does not have a perception ninja either. Koki said with a trace of contemplation on his face, and said calmly in his mouth. Then, Oka's eyes saw the people of the Sand Ninja puppet troops standing quietly in place. Yo, Konoha's ninja. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Matsumoto Ishida's face showed a cold smile. His eyes calmly stared at the Oki in front of him, and his mouth said coldly, Mickey. Oki frowned and looked at the Sand Ninja standing quietly in front of him. He always felt that something was missing, but he couldn't think of anything. Then he gave up thinking and asked in a low voice, said, Captain Oki, the surrounding traps have all been investigated. A small Konoha ninja walked up to Oki and whispered in his mouth. Really? Then, everyone, attack. Oki frowned, and said loudly in his mouth. Following his words, all Konoha ninjas rushed towards the Sand Ninja. Swish, swish, swish. As some Konoha ninjas approached Sand Shinobu, they shot out one after another with their right hands. Ding, ding, ding. The originally static Sand Ninja faced the Konoha ninja's attack, but there was still no mood swings. A kunai appeared in his right hand, and his body rushed towards the Konoha ninja. Nani? Are these puppet masters crazy? They didn't use their own puppets, and they all fought in close quarters. Some Konoha ninjas looked at the rushing Sand Ninja in surprise, and said in confusion, I didn't use puppets. These Sand Ninjas ... What a mess. Everyone get away. Oki originally frowned, looking at the crazy sprinting Sand Ninjas. His face instantly turned pale, and his mouth was anxious. Said with a reminder. However, his reminder was too late. Kaka, die. You Konoha ninjas. As the Sand Ninjas approached, some of the Sand Ninjas quickly stretched out, binding the Konoha ninjas in front of them tightly. Pieces of fragmentation on the face revealed the puppets themselves, and these puppets said with a grinning smile, Puppet Secret Skills Live Drama Performance. The eyes of the Sand Ninja puppet masters hiding in the dark flashed with cold light. A smile appeared at the corners of their mouths, and the fingers of both hands moved quickly. Swish, swish, swish. Following the movements of these puppet masters, The head of the puppet that was imprisoned by Konoha Ninja instantly rotated twice, and then a black hole muzzle came out from the mouth, one by one, bitter after another. Stabbed on the bodies of these ninjas in no time! With this attack alone, Konoha Ninja lost 40. How can it be repaired? Fooled. Kingma's face showed a look of regret. His fists clenched 3.6, his teeth clenched, and his mouth said in pain. At this time, Aoki finally realized what these sands were missing: the seal scroll. That's right, it's the seal scroll that seals the puppet. Generally, the puppet master releases his puppets only when they are fighting. When they are not fighting, they are all sealed in the scroll. Of course, some people wear bandages on their backs. As a puppet unit directly under Chio, of course there is a more concise and convenient scroll for storing puppets. The general scrolls are placed where you can get them at your fingertips. This also caused Aoki to subconsciously ignore these Sand Shinobu puppets. Thank you for your monthly pass! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection! Chapter 87 The Cold Moon Arrives! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 87 The Cold Moon is coming! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto Chapter 87, The Cold Moon is here! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Captain Aoki, what should I do? A Konoha ninja looked anxiously at the dead companion in front of him, with a trace of despair on his face expression, asked loudly in his mouth. Everyone, withdraw. Kingma's face was pale, his eyes scanned the surroundings, he gritted his teeth, and said loudly in his mouth. The only thing Aoki can do now is to lead these surviving companions out. Oh, Captain Matsumoto Ishida. These Konoha ninjas have escaped. A grinned cruel smile appeared on the face of a shinobu, and said coldly, relax, Sasuke. They can't run far. A confident smile appeared on Matsumoto Ishida's face. His eyes quietly looked at the disappearing back of Konoha ninja, and he said softly, Inagaki. Find them. Matsumoto Ishida showed a cold smile on his face, and said loudly in his mouth 17. Yes. Captain Matsumoto Ishida. Puppetry Maternal Spider. Inagaki's face showed a smile. His hands were imprinted, and he suddenly slapped on the ground. Following Inagaki's movements, a huge spider appeared in front of Sand Shinobu. And inside the huge spider, the tiny spiders spread to all directions like a tide. Yo, Inagaki. Is your mother spider puppet completed? A small puppet is planted inside the giant puppet spider. In this case, this spider is a small puppet factory. Sasuke's eyes calmly looked at the huge spider in front of him, and he said excitedly, if the regular puppet masters see Inagaki-kun's puppet spider, they will be shocked and speechless. Asakami Koyuki's face showed a slight smile, and said with a chuckle, Yo, Inagaki-san, have you finally studied the manuscript of Lord Red Sand Scorpion? An envious look appeared on the face of a sand ninja, and his mouth was shocked. I have already studied the production method of the small puppet factory by Master Red Sand Scorpion. If the Chisama group knew that the Master Red Sand Scorpion that they criticized, even possessed puppet skills that surpassed them for decades, I will be ashamed. Inagaki's face showed a trace of emotion. With a playful look on his face, he said softly, okay. Now is not the time to chat. Inagaki, use your small puppet spider to find out all the Konoha mice. A smile appeared on Matsumoto Ishida's face, and his mouth calmly said, I see. Captain Matsumoto Ishida. Inagaki's eyes flashed a ray of light. His right hand suddenly stood up, connected to the mother spider, and said loudly, found it. Captain Matsumoto Ishida. A look of excitement flashed across Inagaki's face, as he whispered a reminder in his mouth. Inagaki can manipulate those small spider puppets by controlling the mother spider. At this time, Inagaki has scattered small spider puppets in every corner of this forest. Captain Oki didn't feel the detection of the Sand Shinobi Zensing ninja. Something is wrong. Tetsutsu opened his eyes with a look of confusion, frowned, and said softly as a reminder. From the beginning of the evacuation, the more the hand opened his mental perception and locked on Xioji and Xiexu, she never saw any perception movement of Xioji and Xiexu, which made the heart of the hand more and more irritable. Cut. The perception ninja on the opposite side didn't perceive our location. What is going on? Oki said with a trace of doubt on his face, thinking in his mouth. Following Oka's words, his eyes scanned the surroundings without focusing. Spider. Could it be? Oka's eyes suddenly noticed a spider with the size of an adult fist. Mingwu flashed across his face, and he whispered in his mouth. Around Oki and these Konoha ninjas, spiders began to gather and appear. These are puppets. A bitter smile appeared on King Me's face. His eyes scanned the spider appeared, and his mouth calmly said. Then Oka's figure stopped. Everyone, get ready to fight. We are still in the sight of the enemy. Oki waved his hand, took out a kunai with his right hand, and said calmly. Following Oka's words, Kumo in his hand pierced a puppet spider instantly. Peng. With a loud noise, King Me's Kyu instantaneously pierced the puppet spider's body, nailing the puppet spider to the tree. Cut. I can only fight. A Konoha ninja flashed a trace of determination in his eyes, with a smile on his face, and said with a chuckle in his mouth. His words calmed down all the other people who were a little flustered. Yo, Captain Oki. We meet again. Matsumoto Ishida and others all appeared around Oki, surrounded the only 20 Konoha ninjas of the Oki team, and said relaxedly, the eyes of these Konoha ninjas. It seems that you have made up your mind? In 753 Gaki's face showed a solemn expression, and said softly, hands. A cold smile appeared on Matsumoto Ishida's face, and with a low drink in his mouth, chakras in his hands waved instantly. And following Matsumoto Ishida's words, the other 40 Sand Shinobu commanded their puppets to rush towards Konoha. Kaka. With a pounding sound of the puppet's body, 40 puppets instantly attacked Oki and the others. However, then suddenly the 40 puppets were in chaos, and the 20 puppets closest to Konoha instantly rushed back towards the puppets behind. Yo, Captain Oki. Uchiha Hanayu is here to report. With the abnormal reverse of these puppets, a figure instantly appeared in front of Oki and the others. It was Hanayu who had received the order of Oshimaru to come and support. At this time, Hanayu's hands appeared a series of silk threads, winding around the joints of the 20 puppets in front, whispered in her mouth. Thank you. While you owe Dusk, for the 1000 points reward! Thank you C for your 588 points. Chapter 88, Puppet Secret Skills vs. Shadow Line! On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 88, Puppet Secret Skills vs. Shadow Line! On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 88, Puppet Secret Skill vs. Shadow Line! On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Uchiha Hanayu, are you the kid who uses silk threads? Matsumoto Ishida's face has a dignified look, and his eyes are staring tightly. Hanayu in front of him asked coldly in his mouth. Oh, the kid who uses silk thread? I heard that his silk thread is like chakras. Can it control the human body? This is the ability that even us puppet masters envy. In Nagaki's eyes there was a smile of interest in it, and he said playfully, yeah, it seems that my name should have appeared in the underground bounty house. Hanayu's face has a calm smile, his eyes scanned the surrounding sand, his mouth is calm. Say, Uchiha Hanayu, did Master Oshimaru only dispatch you? Oka's face showed a look of despair, and he asked hopefully in his eyes. Obviously, Oki didn't trust Hanayu's strength very much. Master Roshimaru also arranged for some ninjas to come over after me. However, they should have just set off now. Hanayu glanced at Oki calmly, without any dissatisfaction with Oka's distrust of her own strength, and said softly, "Really? Hanayu-san, you should find a chance to escape." Kingma's face was with a trace of despair. His eyes looked at Hanayu earnestly, and he reminded him, "Relax, Captain Oki, I won't abandon you." Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at Matsumoto Ishida, with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Huh? Captain Matsumoto Ishida, what did I hear?" "Although your silk thread ability is very surprised. But, Uchiha, don't underestimate our puppet troops." Inagaki's face showed a slight smile. He said in a deep voice, "Inagaki, it's up to you to solve that kid." Matsumoto Ishida commanded with a cold smile on his face. Following Matsumoto Ishida's words, Inagaki walked out slowly. "I see. Captain Matsumoto Ishida, I will definitely make Uchiha feel desperate." Inagaki's face showed a stern smile. His eyes were like a poisonous snake staring at his prey, and his mouth said coldly, "In Inagaki's view, these Konoha ninjas are already bound to die." Although there was a cold moon of unknown strength. Puppet Master Mother Spider. Inagaki's face showed a smile, with a low drink in his mouth. His right hand instantly slapped on the ground, releasing the mother spider that had been put away because of chasing the enemy again. "Huh? What a big spider!" Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the huge spider in front of him, still with a smile on his face, and said with a low sigh in his mouth. After that, Hanayu's right hand suddenly stretched out. "String puppet!" Hanayu suddenly yelled out of her mouth, and the 5 fingers of her right hand moved quickly. Following the movement of Hanayu's right hand, 10 puppets of different styles appeared in front of him instantly. Cut. Isn't it just able to control people? Even the puppets can control. Inagaki frowned, looking at the 10 puppets in front of him, and said contemplatively. However, then Inagaki's frowning brows relaxed. Under his feet, within the body of the mother spider, small spiders continued to gush out, like a tide, toward the cold moon. Puppet Secret Skills Spider Invasion. Inagaki's face showed a cold smile, and he snorted, and the small puppet spiders instantly poured down like raindrops toward the cold moon. Cut. Is this a small spider made by its mother? Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and her left hand stretched out instantly. Bounce machine gun. Hanayu's left hand opened with 5 fingers, his left hand stretched out, and he whispered in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, among the 5 fingers of his left hand, finger-long silk threads continued to shoot out. Peng, peng, peng. A series of explosive sounds sounded, and the silk thread in Hanayu's left hand also continued to attack the spider in front of him like rain. A gleaming silk thread instantly nailed all the spiders approaching in front of them to the ground. At the same time, in front of Hanayu, a deep pit gradually appeared because of Hanayu's uninterrupted shooting. Is this Uchiha Hanayu's silk thread ability? In that case, a solemn expression flashed across Inagaki's face, and his brows wrinkled slightly to look at the silver silk thread on the ground in front of him. The right hand waved instantly. Puppet Secret Skill Combined Puppet Technique. Inagaki's hands suddenly folded together, and he let out a low cry in his mouth. With the voice of Inagaki, the small spiders that were still rushing towards the cold moon began to form 15 spider groups in an instant. Then these small puppet spiders quickly opened their joint mechanisms. Under the solemn expressions of Oki and others, 15 huge humanoid puppets instantly appeared in front of Hanayu! Oh, it's really a puppet master. It's amazing to be able to combine 15 human puppets in an instant. Hanayu looked at the 15 giant puppets in front of him with a little surprise. There was a playful expression on his face, and he said softly, following Hanayu's words, Hanayu's right hand gave up the puppet in his hand. Let you take a look at it. My unique secret of my ever-changing crossing tail. Hanayu's eyes flashed with a hint of light, with a playful Kien Wango expression on his face, and his mouth deepened. Say, secret skill middle dot Yinkai line. Hanayu suddenly yelled out of her mouth, and instantly slapped her hands on the ground. Following Hanayu's movements, a silk thread quickly appeared among Hanayu's 10 fingers. The silk thread stretched to a position 2 meters away from Hanayu at the moment it appeared, and these threads began to split and reorganize! Afterwards, the split silk threads began to cross and reorganize quickly. Almost in a moment, the silk threads continued to interweave and became 3-meter-sized giants. As Hanayu stood up, these giants instantly became the look of Hanayu. Thank you. I'll you owe Dusk, for the 1000 points reward! Thank you C for your 588 points. Chapter 89 Puppet Secret Skills vs. Shadow Line. Under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 89 Puppet Secret Skills vs. Shadow Line. Under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto, the Strongest Emperor, Chapter 89, Puppet Secret Skills vs. Shadow Line. Under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. It turned out to be ... silk thread clone? This kid. Inagaki looked at the silk thread clone standing in front of Hanayu with shocked eyes, and said in surprise. However, this strengthened Inagaki's determination to kill Hanayu. Let me take a good look. Kid, I will defeat all of your silk clones, then ... kill you. Inagaki said with a cold murderous intent on his face, and said in a deep voice, oh, who can say big things? However, if you want to kill me, it's not that easy. Hanayu's face has a playful smile, and his eyes calmly looking at the 15 puppet giants in front of them. They said coldly, ! Cut. Puppet giant, got it. Kill these clones. A trace of anger flashed across Inagaki's face, and his right hand suddenly swung down. Following Inagaki's movements, these giant puppets moved instantly. Crack, crack, crack. With a burst of mechanical noise, gun barrels suddenly appeared on the arms of the 15 puppets! With the swing of the arms of these puppets, Kyuwu Shuriken instantly attacked Hanayu's 890 silk thread clones! 5-color thread. Each of Hanayu's silk thread clones can use Hanayu's own silk thread ability. At this time, the body of the 10 clones quickly retreated, and at the same time, 5 sharp silk threads were suddenly swung out of their right hand. Peng, peng, peng. A series of kunai shurikens all hit in front of the silk thread clones, and these silk thread clones were extremely flexible to avoid the attack in front of them, and at the same time the silk thread in the right hand passed through these instantaneously on the body of the giant puppet! Peng, peng. With 2 loud noises, the 2 puppet giants did not escape the 5-color thread of the silk thread clone, and were instantly cut into 4 sections. However, then the bodies of these giant puppets split into little spiders, and then they regrouped into giant puppets in another place! Yeah, these puppets are really troublesome. If so, Hanayu's face had a thoughtful look, and his eyes calmly stared at the puppet in front of him, and said softly, the ever-changing software clone. Hanayu let out a low cry, and the limbs of the 10 silk clones in the battle stretched out instantly. The arms were wrapped around the bodies of these puppets. Strangulation. Hanayu's mouth let out a low cry again, and the arm wrapped around the puppet shrank quickly and forcefully in an instant. Peng, peng, peng. A dull sound continued to sound in everyone's ears, and then 2 puppets instantly destroyed some of the devices in the body due to the huge squeezing force, and collapsed. Up. Puppet technique middle. Maternal body regeneration technique. Inagaki frowned as he looked at the silk avatar in front of him, and let out a low cry in his mouth. With the sound of Inagaki, those destroyed parts were taken back into the mother spider by some idle spiders, and then instantly recovered as before! Ya, said! Go! Hanayu's eyes flashed a ray of light, his body was slightly bent, and with a whisper in his mouth, his body quickly jumped into the air! BHBD thousands of needles. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and the 10 fingers of both hands continuously shot out slender and sharp threads like 1,000 shining silk threads quickly poured down towards Inagaki! Secret skill middle dot maternal defense. Inagaki's mouth let out a low cry, and the mother spider instantly opened its mouth and swallowed Inagaki in. Ding, ding, ding. A series of metal strikes sounded. Hanayu's silk thread hit the body of the female puppet, leaving only a small white dot! Obviously, the body material of the mother spider uses metal. This application of puppetry that puts yourself in a solid puppet. It seems to be invented by the red sand scorpion, Hanayu said with a trace of contemplation on his face, and said with interest! Hanayu didn't expect this Sanshinobu named Inagaki to perform such an operation. Don't think it's easy to enter the puppet. You must know that the puppet master needs to install various puppet institutions into the puppet. Therefore, there is no space inside the puppet in general. If you want to hide in, you need to reserve a place in the puppet's body in advance. And this kind of puppet technique requires a high production talent for puppets. Secret skill middle dot very poisonous mist. Inagaki, who was inside the mother spider, showed a grin on his face, and said coldly in his mouth. Following Inagaki's words, a huge cloud of smoke was instantly vomited from the mouth of the mother spider. Triple Rashomon. Hanayu's face had a calm look. His hands suddenly patted on the ground, and then 3 huge silk-threaded doors appeared in front of Hanayu instantly, blocking the rushing. The poisonous dance! It's over! With a strange smile on Hanayu's face, his eyes playfully looked at the puppet doll and the mother spider in front of him, and said in a low voice, dancing, early fern dance. Hanayu's mouth suddenly whispered, and his hands plunged into the ground suddenly! Thank you for the great reward of 688 points! Thank you Juena for the 200-point reward! Chapter 90 The Melee Begins! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 90 The Melee Begins! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 90, Melee Begins! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Dancing, early fern dance. Hanayu's mouth suddenly let out a low cry, and his hands plunged into the ground! Following Hanayu's movements, silk threads in his hands continued to sink below the ground! This is. Matsumoto Ishida stood in the distance, watching Hanayu's movements with his eyes. A trace of palpitations flashed across his face, and his mouth said in surprise, peng, peng, peng. As Hanayu stood up, within 30 meters of Inagaki's radius, the ground thorns composed of silk threads began to appear one by one. In less than a moment, Hanayu's silk thread ground appeared. The thorns are all over the area about 30 meters in the radius of Inagaki! Nani? What is this? Inagaki, who was in the body of the female puppet spider, looked at the thorns in front of him in horror, and said in shock, peng. With a loud noise, 4 huge ground thorns appeared under the ground where the mother spider was located, instantly piercing the hard shell of the mother spider, passing through his body under Inagaki's stole gaze _body! Cough. Impossible. How is it possible? This is a mother spider made of special metal. How can it be easily penetrated? Inagaki's face showed an incredible look, and his mouth said unwillingly, Yoch, my ever-changing tale of crossing. Its silk thread is made of the body hair of a super dangerous species that is said to inhabit the clouds of the East China Sea. Not only strong, but also very sharp. The strongest one. The root is called the boundary disconnection, which is far more tenacious than other silk threads. And the boundary disconnection can easily cut the metal. Hanayu's face has a cold smile on his face, looking at the middle of the sky. Inagaki inside the mother spider said softly, boundary broken? Inagaki's face had a look of surprise, and he whispered in his mouth. Then his face instantly turned pale, the pupils of his eyes gradually enlarged, and his vital signs disappeared instantly. It's really an amazing secret technique. Matsumoto Ishihara looked at the place in front of him like a thorn forest. His face was slightly solemn, and said in amazement, "Ah, didn't Inagaki-kun still study that ninjutsu?" Asakami Koki looked sadly at Inagaki inside the dilapidated female puppet spider, and said with some regret, "Yes." Inagaki still disagrees with the thoughts of Lord Red Sand Scorpion. Although Inagaki really admires Lord Red Sand Scorpion, a look of regret appeared on Matsumoto Ishida's face, and he sighed lightly. "Say, what should I do next?" Captain Matsumoto Ishida. Asakami Koki glanced slightly at his companions, and asked in her mouth, "Of course I want to avenge Inagaki." A cold light flashed across Matsumoto Ishida's face, and his mouth mumbled, "Everyone, let's go together." Matsumoto Ishida let out a low cry, and his body rushed out first. "And his goal is Hanayu, oh, Konoha's ninja. Die." Hearing Matsumoto Ishida's order, all the sand ninjas rushed towards Konoha ninja excitedly. Obviously, for the Sand Ninja, who has an absolute number of puppet masters, said that there are only 20 Konoha ninjas who are not opponents at all. Finally, can't calm down? Matsumoto Ishida. Hanayu's face showed a cold smile, and whispered in his mouth, Captain Oki. Leave it to Matsumoto Ishida. Hanayu turned his head and glanced at the solemn Oki, with a smile on his face, and said calmly, Then, please come to Hanayu-kun. King said with a grateful expression on his face. His mouth was a little throbbing. The strength that Hanayu showed just now was enough to make Oki excited. Yinkai line. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and suddenly stretched out her hands. In front of him, 10 silk clones about the size of an adult appeared. The instant these clones appeared again, they rushed towards Sand Shinobu. Everyone, attack. Let them see Konoha Ninja's single combat ability. A look of hope appeared on Oki's face, and he commanded loudly. Then his body quickly moved towards a Sand Ninja puppet master. Konoha Gale. Oki yelled loudly, and his body instantly appeared in front of a Sand Ninja. His body spun, and his feet instantly kicked the Sand Ninja's abdomen. Ask for flowers. Puppet substitute. B needle. The body of the kicked Sand Shinobi instantly turned into a puppet. Following the puppet's low cry, 3 extremely small needles were instantly released from his mouth. Ding, ding, ding. Oka's right hand waved continuously, quickly knocking down the needle in front of him, and at the same time, his body jumped back. And with Oka's first wave of attacks, all the ninjas fought together. Fire Dune. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A Konoha ninja made a seal with both hands, snorted in his mouth, and instantly spit out a fire dragon, instantly hitting the Sand Ninja in front. However, behind him, another Sand Shinobu jumped out instantly. Puppetry. Crow. The Sand Ninja snorted and waved his hands quickly. 2 sharp blades popped up on the crow's claws beside him, and they attacked the previous Konoha ninja at high speed. Ding. With a soft sound, Sand Shinobu's crow was blocked by the Konoha ninja who suddenly appeared. Then, the ninja who had rescued his companion was instantly hit by a kunai shot from a blind spot. Peng, peng. As the battle between Konoha ninja and Sand Shinobi intensified, explosions continued to sound in this place. Hanayu's eyes quietly watched the battle in front of her, and she flicked her hands at random, and a spear appeared in each of her hands. After that, the spear in Hanayu's hands instantly threw it out. Peng, peng. 2 loud noises in a row. The 2 Sand Ninjas were knocked out. Nailed to the ground. Saved. Konoha Ninja, who saw that he was about to be killed, showed a grateful expression on his face, whispered in his mouth. Obviously, Hanayu's attack just now saved two Konoha's ninjas. 5-color thread. Hanayu's silk thread clone has been wandering on the battlefield. The silk thread in his hands unceasingly swung out, smashing the puppets. At the same time, the flexible silk thread keeps blocking the blow of Sand Shinobu. Thank you for the great reward of 688 points! Exclamation mark. Thank you Juena for the 200-point reward! Exclamation mark. Chapter 91 Hanayu vs Matsumoto Ishida! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 91 Hanayu vs Matsumoto Ishida! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor Uchiha Chapter 91 Hanayu vs Matsumoto Ishida! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. How can it be repaired? Damn it, your opponent is me. Matsumoto Ishida looked angry at Hanyu and two spear generals appeared again in Hanyu's hands. The two sand ninjas in the distance knelt to the ground, and said with a gloomy expression in their mouths. Following Matsumoto Ishida's words, 3 kunai shot out from his right hand instantly. Yeah, Matsumoto Ishida, you really are getting more and more impatient. Hanayu stretched out his right hand, with a playful smile on his face, whispered in his mouth. Exclamation mark. Following Hanayu's words, his right hand stretched forward, and the silk threads instantly intertwined into a shield. Ding, ding, ding. 3 soft sounds. Q's hit on the shield was instantly bounced away. Hanayu still stood on the spot. His eyes looked at the solemn Matsumoto Ishida with interest. August 27 Puppet Art Middle dot Sancho Fish. Matsumoto Ishida looked at Hanayu solemnly, snorted in his mouth, and the chakra silk thread in his hands was suddenly contained. Exclamation mark. Kaka. Following the movements of Matsumoto Ishida, on the ground where Hanayu was, a huge Sancho fish puppet rushed out of the ground instantly, and then suddenly trapped Hanayu in the body of the Sancho fish. Die. The puppet technique and the machine. Matsumoto Ishida's eyes showed a look of joy, and he uttered a low voice. The puppet crow beside him split instantly, stabbing the Sancho fish. Exclamation mark. Peng, peng, peng. A series of noises rang in the Sancho fish. Matsumoto Ishida's face showed a look of hope, and his eyes stared at the Sancho fish in front of him without blinking. Exclamation mark. Hey, I said ... Where are you looking? Matsumoto Ishida. The technique of soil escape and beheading in the heart. Hanayu's figure came from under Matsumoto Ishida's feet, and with the sound, his right hand appeared instantly. Grabbing, he stayed on Matsumoto Ishida's right foot and suddenly pulled Matsumoto Ishida under the ground, revealing only one head. Cut. Did you use the earth escape technique to hide at the moment when it was about to be swallowed by the Sancho fish? Matsumoto Ishida, whose head was tightly exposed, still did not have a flustered look. His face showed a trace of sorrow, and his mouth whispered softly. Say. However, don't underestimate my reflexes. With a soft sound, Matsumoto Ishida's body instantly appeared behind Hanayu, and the kumo in his right hand instantly pierced Hanayu, and Matsumoto Ishida, who was originally pulled into the soil, instantly became a puppet. Ding! Hanayu quickly showed a shuriken in her right hand, spinning it around twice, and quickly turned her body around. The shuriken in her hand instantly blocked Matsumoto Ishida's attack. Exclamation mark. Die. Konoha's kid. Just as Hanayu just turned around, a Sans ninja appeared behind Hanayu, and the Kyuwu in his right hand instantly pierced the unsuspecting Hanayu. Exclamation mark. Innocent. Snap the thread. Just as the Sand ninja was about to stab Hanayu's back, a silk thread clone of Hanayu appeared on the left side of this Sand ninja. As soon as the silk thread clone appeared, his right hand stretched out. A silk thread pierced the head of this Sand ninja in an instant. Exclamation mark. Oh, I said it. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. With a playful smile on Hanayu's face, he suddenly kicked Matsumoto Ishida with his right foot. Said softly, and with Hanayu's attack, Matsumoto Ishida also hit his right leg! Peng, peng, ding, ding. Hanayu and Matsumoto Ishida fought with their right feet twice, making a dull sound, and their hands were constantly attacking each other. Kyuwu and Shuriken. There was a sound of metal croaking in the air. Peng. Hanayu's body suddenly rotated, taking advantage of Matsumoto Ishida's defensive gap. His right foot instantly kicked Matsumoto Ishida's chest! Then Hanyu's body suddenly jumped into the air! It's not over yet! The ever-changing hammer! Hanayu's mouth let out a low cry, and her hands suddenly shook each other. A huge wire hammer appeared in Hanayu's hand. The moment the online hammer appeared, Hanayu pointed towards the sky, smashed Matsumoto Ishida in the middle. Cut! Sure enough, the puppet master is not good at physical skills. Sancho fish. Matsumoto Ishida was in the air. Chakras appeared in his hands, and he whispered in his mouth. Following Matsumoto Ishida's words, a huge Sancho fish appeared instantly and swallowed Matsumoto Ishida in the air. Peng. With a loud noise, the huge Sancho fish was instantly hit by the cold moon to the ground. Then, at the moment Hanayu landed, the lion hammer in both hands hit the Sanchiaoya's body again! With the beating of the cold moon, a pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared instantly! Kala. Ahem! The Sancho fish that had suffered 2 attacks in succession broke instantly, but the Matsumoto Ishida inside was intact, but it was a little dizzy because of the huge impact. Bent thousand needles. Matsumoto Ishida quickly jumped up from the pit, and uttered a low drink. A puppet instantly opened his mouth and spit out a huge amount of gyanban from his mouth! Swish, swish, swish. One after another, thousands of books were overwhelmingly struck towards the cold moon! At the same time, a huge number of gyanban also enveloped the Konoha ninjas around Hanayu! Yeah, such a group attack skill is really a headache. Silk thread clone. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and he let out a low cry in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, 10 silk thread clones appeared in front of him instantly. Super Rashomon. The 10 silk thread clones shouted 4.4. Pressing their hands together on the ground. With their movements, a huge Rashomon slowly rose! Ding, ding, ding. All the 1,000 books hit the Rashomon, and there were waves of metal chattering! Let's take a look at my latest secret skills. Matsumoto Ishida. Hanayu's figure stood on top of the huge Rashomon. His eyes looked down at Matsumoto Ishida below, and said in a deep voice! Thanks for the huge 688 points reward! Thank you Juena for the 200-point reward! Chapter 92 Secret Skills Black Coffin! Shocking Matsumoto Ishida. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 92 Secret Skills Black Coffin! Shocking Matsumoto Ishida. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest emperor Uchiha. Chapter 92 Secret Skills Black Coffin! Shocking Matsumoto Ishida. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Let you see my latest secret technique. Matsumoto Ishida. Hanayu's figure stood on top of the huge Rashomon, looking down with his eyes looking at Matsumoto Ishida below. He said in a deep voice! The silk threads gather together. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth. Her hands and 5 fingers bent slightly to face each other, palms facing inward. At this time, Hanayu's movements were like holding a ball in both hands. The silk threads among the 10 fingers are constantly gathering in the palm. If you look closely, these silk threads are continuously rotating at high speed along a spherical route in Hanayu's palm. And with the continuous injection of Hanayu's silk thread, the original spherical silk thread is constantly changing. This is a form change. I didn't expect this kid to be able to achieve such an extreme form change. It seems that you have to be careful. Matsumoto Ishida watched Hanayu's movements with a guarded look, and his eyes were tightly fixed. With Hanayu, his mouth solemnly said! Secret skill middle. Black coffin. Hanayu shouted from 17 of his mouth, and from his hands a square flew towards Matsumoto Ishida in an instant. Inside these squares, silk threads continue to shuttle like dust. Nani? So fast? Matsumoto Ishida's eyes fixed on the cube in front of him, and said in surprise. Following Matsumoto Ishida's words, his body quickly jumped towards the back. It's useless. This is the silk thread that I compressed to the extreme. Inside the cube, the silk thread is shuttled at high speed. At the same time, it drives the entire cube to move at super high speed. Rashomon slowly at the foot of Hanayu back in his body. Hanayu, standing on the ground, looked calmly at the dodging Matsumoto Ishida. Then, his hands folded instantly. Peng. With a loud noise, with Hanayu's movements, the cube the size of a person's palm instantly turned into a 3-meter diameter enchantment, instantly enclosing Matsumoto Ishida. Then. What is that? Some Sanshinobu noticed the sudden appearance of a huge black cube, and asked in surprise. Is this Hanayu-kun's secret skill? The ultimate silk thread shape change. Is even the light swallowed? King Mu said with a hint of exclamation on his face, and said with a sigh. Are these silk threads? Inside the black coffin, Matsumoto Ishida screamed, and silk threads continued to penetrate his body around him, drawing out his body. A series of scars. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's black coffin instantly shattered, and Matsumoto Ishida, covered in blood, fell out instantly. At this time, on Matsumoto Ishida's body, all the wounds were densely packed, and in his heart, a wound with the thickness of a thumb penetrated his heart. Ha ha. What a nice kid. Matsumoto Ishida, who was pierced through his heart, stood up swayingly, with a painful expression on his face, and said weakly in his mouth. Is this guy a monster? He can stand up even if his heart is pierced. Oka's face looked at Matsumoto Ishida's stopped beating heart with a trace of astonishment, and said in horror, this guy. Shouldn't it? Hanae frowned and looked at the somewhat surprised Matsumoto Ishida, with a thoughtful expression on her face, muttering slightly in her mouth. Ahem. I have to admit, if you change a regular puppet master in your attack, you will kill him instantly. But, ahem, I am not one of those regular puppet masters. Yeah? Am a subordinate of Lord Red Sand Scorpion. Matsumoto Ishida's face was pale, his right hand moved slightly, and then he suddenly stretched into his heart. Kaka. With a soft sound, Matsumoto Ishida suddenly pulled out his heart. Following Matsumoto Ishida's movements, he spit out a mouthful of blood again. This guy. All the Konoha ninjas stopped, watching Matsumoto Ishida's movements with a dull expression, with an unbelievable look on their faces. Captain Matsumoto Ishida, do you want to use that trick? You know. Your body hasn't been completely completed yet. Asami Koki looked at Matsumoto Ishida's movements with concern, and asked in her mouth. I will let these Konoha ninjas see the horror of the puppet master. I will make them my collection. Especially the Uekai Hakanzuki kid. I will let him feel the horror of the puppet master. Matsumoto Ishida's face was icy, and his right hand suddenly squeezed his heart, and said angrily in his mouth. Everyone, don't keep your hands. Give me your strength. Let these Konoha ninjas feel the horror of our emerging puppet masters. Matsumoto Ishida's face was with a cold smile on his face. Loudly ordered 817 to say. And following Matsumoto Ishida's words, his right hand suddenly hit his abdomen. Oh, I can finally do a big job. It was originally intended to be left to the old stubborn people in the village. A sand ninja with an excited look on his face. There was a ringing in his right hand. His mouth said in a deep voice. These Konoha ninjas must be taken aback. I can't help but want to be liberated. A sand ninja with a bloodthirsty smile on his face said coldly in his mouth. Everyone, let them feel the will of the scorpion of the red sand. A sand ninja showed a frenetic look on his face, and shouted loudly! Sure enough, these guys are all the experimental products of the red sand scorpion. Hanayu calmly watched Matsumoto Ishida's movements with a trace of suspicion on his face, and said softly, "Thanks for the huge 688 points reward!" Thank you Juena for the 200-point reward! Thank you monthly pass! Thank you for your support to the otaku! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Chapter 93 Human Body Puppet Transformation Technique. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 93 Human Body Puppet Transformation Technique. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass. Naruto, the Strongest Emperor, Chapter 93. Human Puppet Transformation. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass. Sure enough, these guys are all the experimental objects of the red sand scorpion. Hanayu calmly watched Matsumoto Ishida's movements with her eyes calmly on her face. There was a trace of suspicion, and he whispered in his mouth, "Cough." The seal is lifted. Matsumoto Ishida had a frenetic look on his face. His right hand suddenly patted on his abdomen, and he let out a low cry in his mouth. Following Matsumoto Ishida's movements, a cylindrical object slowly emerged from his abdomen, and a scorpion-like pattern appeared on the cylinder. Cough cough. Secret art middle. Human puppet transformation art. Matsumoto Ishida let out a low voice, and the cylinder above his abdomen burst into light! Crack, crack. A burst of mechanical sounds sounded, and this cylinder instantly connected Matsumoto Ishida's body. With the connection of the cylinder, the expression on Matsumoto Ishida's face gradually disappeared. Oh, is this the core of the red sand scorpion developed to carry the soul? However, this should be the earliest work of the red sand scorpion. Hanayu's eyes calmly stared at the Matsumoto Ishida in front of her mouth. Said quietly, Kaka, kaka. With a mechanical sound, cracks appeared in Matsumoto Ishida's hands instantly, and then a pair of puppet arms suddenly appeared! Puppet art middle. Flame bomb. Matsumoto Ishida's face was expressionless. He let out a low drink, and his right hand suddenly pointed to Hanayu. Following Matsumoto Ishida's movements, a huge muzzle rose from the palm of his right hand, and a flame missile flew towards Hanayu instantly! Flapping the thread. Hanayu's right hand stretched forward suddenly, and a silk thread appeared in the fingers of his right hand. This silk thread penetrated the flame missile in front of it at the moment it appeared, detonating it in midair! Peng. With a loud noise, the bullet line instantly penetrated the core of the missile, and the shockwave caused by the explosion knocked the 4 sand ninjas and Konoha ninjas into flight in an instant! Missile shooting. Matsumoto Ishida's mouth shouted again, and the joint in his right hand broke away instantly. Inside the joint, small missiles instantly dragged a stream of smoke toward the cold moon! 10 fingers through bullets. Hanayu's expression was still calm. Among the 10 fingers of both hands, silk threads shot out instantly, smashing the missiles in front of him! Peng, peng. As the two attacked, in front of Hanayu and the others, the shockwaves produced by the explosions moved all the ninjas on both sides back a few steps. Hey! Matsumoto-sama Ishida has been unblocked. Then, let you Konoha's scumbags see it too. With a cruel look on the face of a sand ninja, his right hand suddenly stretched forward. In the palm of his hand, a barrel appeared quickly! Poisonous fog. The sand ninja snorted, and a large amount of poisonous fog suddenly sprayed out from his right hand, covering all the 4 Konoha ninjas nearby! Cough. The body is paralyzed. The 4 Konoha ninjas turned pale. They covered their necks with their hands, and said with difficulty in their mouths, "Ding, ding." A Sandnin's hands quickly popped out 2 samurai swords. On the soles of his feet, 2 turbines instantly pushed the Sandnin to move at high speed, almost instantly, killing him. Kono ninja in front of me! Kyuwu machine gun. A Sakamixu suddenly stretched out her left arm, and a row of gun barrels appeared on the left arm. With a Sakamixu's voice, hundreds of kunai were instantly excited. Help! A Kono ninja was hit by the overwhelming kunai, and he let out a scream, then fell to the ground. Is this the secret skill of Sand Ninja? Turned his body into a puppet. A Kono ninja looked at Sand Ninja in front of him with angrily eyes, and whispered analysis in his mouth. Soil escape. Earth lingers on the wall. Several Konoha's ninjas made a quick seal with their hands, and they slapped them on the ground with a low voice in their mouths. Then, the land in front of them was like running water. Generally, it rises instantly and connects into one piece, forming a solid defense. Ding, ding, ding. Kunai hit these walls and was instantly bounced back. However, when Kono Ninja was too late to be happy, from the side, one after another chasing missiles instantly smashed the people in front of him. The walls are flooded! Peng, peng, peng. The battlefield where we are fighting again has bursts of explosions from time to time. These Sand Ninjas' human puppet transformation techniques have reduced Konoha's only 20 ninjas to 10! This made Hanayu's brows slightly frowned. Cut! Too much care. These guys are all experimental products that have been transformed by the Red Sand Scorpion. Moreover, I am very interested in the so-carrying puppet core in Matsumoto Ishida's abdomen. Hanayu's eyes flickered strange light, with a smile of interest on his face, whispered in his mouth. However, the first thing to do is to solve these obstructive sands, Hanayu said with a cold smile on her face and said in a low voice! Following Hanayu's words, 2 kunai appeared in Hanayu's hands. Go on! Hanayu's body squatted slightly, and all the silk threads in front of him were closed, and the Emperor of the Beast King Lion King appeared on the waist again! At this time Money Hanayu stared tightly at a Sand Shinobu with a steel tail on his body, and his body rushed over in an instant. Swish, swish. Following Hanayu's body, 2 Kumos instantly threw towards this Sandnin! However, before the Tomata Kunai approached, the steel tail of the Sand Shinobu stood in front of him! Ding! With a soft sound, the steel tail waved twice at random, and then the Kyuwu in front of him was blown away. At the same time, this Sand Shinobu also discovered Hanayu's movements. Thanks for the huge 688 points reward! Thank you Juena for the 200-point reward! Thank you for your monthly pass! Thank you for your support to the otaku! Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. 6 styles are all open. Shura on the battlefield. The 94th chapter is full of 6 styles. Shura on the battlefield. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 94, 6 forms fully open. Shura on the battlefield. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 95th chapter 6 styles open. Shura on the battlefield. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass. Ding! With a soft sound, the steel tail waved twice at random, and the Kyuwu in front of him was blown away. At the same time, this Sand Shinobu also discovered Hanayu's movements. Shave! Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth. Her feet stepped on the ground dozens of times, and her body instantly appeared in front of the Sandy Shinobu! Quite soon, the Sharon looked at the sudden appearance of Hanayu in astonishment, with an incredible look on his face, and said in surprise, "Finger gun." Hanayu's face was icy, and her right hand suddenly stretched out her index finger, like a bullet, instantly piercing the head of Sand Ninja in front of him! Peng. With a soft sound, the body of this Sand Ninja was knocked down to the ground in an instant! The two Sand Ninja companions beside him, before they could react, Hanayu had already killed his companions! How can it be repaired? Missiles. Benmu looked at Hanayu with an angry expression, and stretched out his left hand. A huge barrel appeared instantly. As Benmu yelled in anger, a huge missile hit Hanayu instantly! Iron middle dot steel. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the missile in front of him, and said softly, following Hanayu's words, his body muscles instantly contracted and became an iron plate! Peng. The missile hit Hanayu's body and made a huge explosion. Benmu looked expectantly at the hit Hanayu in front of him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth! Hey! What are you looking forward to? Hanayu's voice resounded from the center of the explosion, making the expression on Benmu's face stagnant, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. How is it possible? Unexpectedly. Unscathed, Benmu looked at Hanayu's undamaged body with a dull gaze. His face was green, and his mouth said in horror, Lanjiao middle dot line. Hanayu's body suddenly jumped in the air, with a low drink from his mouth. His right foot kicked out at super high speed. Because of Hanayu's extremely fast kicking action, a huge vacuum slash was formed! This slash was like a straight line at the moment it appeared, heading straight towards the tree. Peng. With a loud noise, the slash from Hanayu's foot instantly cut Benmu's body into two parts. Benmu in midair flew out 3 meters away with a dull upper body in an instant. Landy feet middle dot chaos. Hanayu's figure escaped the attack of several Sand Shinobu at the moment she landed. At the same time, her body jumped into the air again BHDF, and her legs waved at a high speed from top to bottom. Following Hanayu's movements, the slashes of slashes instantly poured onto the ground! Peng. The slashes from the foot of the lands instantly crossed the Sand Ninjas above the ground, and instantly cut the 10 Sand Ninjas who could not dodge in the ground under their feet into two parts. Everyone attack, target the Uchiha Hanayu kid who is falling in the air. Takagi Kawabata looked at the falling Hanayu, his eyes sparkling, and his mouth reminded. From Takagi Kawabata's point of view, Hanayu, who had nowhere to borrow, was the Jedi who couldn't hide from the next attack. Wind escape middle dot suppress. A Shashina with a look of excitement on the same face, quickly forming a seal with both hands, and spit out a huge wind blade from his mouth to instantly hit Hanayu. Puppet technique middle dot high pressure flame bomb. A huge gun barrel was stretched out of the mouth of a Sand Ninja, and with a loud shout, a huge high pressure flame burst out of the barrel instantly, attacking quickly to Hanayu. Cut, innocent, boo. A sneer appeared at the corner of Hanayu's mouth. His right foot instantly kicked in the air at high speed. The extremely powerful explosive force produced by the high-speed kick made Hanayu's originally fallen body rise instantly. With the force of Hanayu's left leg, Hanayu is like stepping on an invisible ladder to avoid the attack in front of him! Peng. Hanayu kicked her feet in the air at high speed and produced a slight blast, and with the blast, the body in the middle of the air in the depths of Hanayu kept evading back and forth. The cold moon at this time is like avoiding attacks on the ground. How could it happen? It turned out to be standing in the air. All the ninjas stared wide, their eyes looked at Hanayu moving in the air incredibly, with a hint of sight on their faces. The expression of the tail beast whispered in his mouth. Land's feet middle dot wolves with stars. Hanayu will not let go of the sluggish moment of the enemy, with a low cry in her mouth, and her right foot waved 4 times in succession! With Hanayu's swing, the 4 slashes instantly transformed into the form of 4 wolves in the air! Peng. With the 4 wolf-shaped chopping waves, the 8 sluggish sands under the ground were instantly swallowed in. Boom! With a soft sound, Hanayu, who was originally in the air, instantly appeared in the encircled circle of 10 Sand Shinobu. With the appearance of Hanayu, All the sand ninjas turned around and looked at Hanayu with alert eyes. Finger spear middle dot hell spike. Hanayu stretched out the index finger of his right hand, pointed at the sand ninja in front of him, and whispered in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, Hanayu's right hand instantly turned into an afterimage. Peng, peng, peng. Following Hanayu's movements, the 10 sand ninjas could only hear bursts of bolt-like sounds. As Hanayu's right hand stopped, the 10 sand ninjas almost flew upside down at the same time. Get out! And on the forehead of these sands, blood was slowly flowing out of a wound with a thick finger. Uekai Hakanayu. Although Matsumoto Ishida's face was expressionless because he had incorporated his soul into the core of the puppet, his voice was unusually angry. Even Matsumoto Ishida didn't expect that he was still with him. Hanayu, who was in the battle, killed more than 20 of her companions in an instant. Rocket! The angry Matsumoto Ishida yelled, and a huge barrel appeared from his chest. In the barrel, a huge missile instantly struck towards the cold moon. Paper painting. Hanayu snorted softly in her mouth, letting her body fully release its strength, and her soft body shook slightly with the airflow caused by the movement of the missile. Did. All Sharon dumbfounded, watching Hanayu's body fluttered to the left like a piece of paper, and then avoided the missile that was about to come, all in a daze. Thank you for the great reward of 688 points! Thank you Juena for the 200-point reward! The 95th chapter is full of 6 styles, Shura on the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. The 95th chapter is full of 6 styles, Shura on the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor has opened the 95th chapter 6 types, the Shura of the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Hide, dodge. All the sands were stunned, watching Hanayu's body fluttering to the left like a piece of paper, and then avoided coming soon. All of the missiles fell into sluggishness. Peng! With a loud noise, the missile hit the trees behind Hanayu, and the huge explosive force blasted a huge pit with a diameter of 10 meters behind Hanayu! Weird ... monster. The remaining sand ninja looked at Hanayu standing on the battlefield in horror, swallowing a mouthful of saliva in his mouth. Cold sweat appeared on his face. A little bit of sand ninja. The body took a few steps back. Although some of the bodies of these sand ninjas have been transformed very strong, but when faced with an enemy that can't attack at all, even the figure can't catch the enemy, the original confident heart is filled with huge despair and fear. Iron Nugget Middle. Konoha Cyclone. With a playful smile on Hanayu's face, he uttered a low drink, and his body instantly spun. As Hanayu's rotation, a huge tornado instantly attacked all in front of him. All swallowed in. Peng, peng. As the tornado raged, the shurikens that were flying around in the battlefield, and the unending attacks all disappeared, and the entire battlefield fell into silence! Oh! Surprised? Hanayu's body stopped, with a smile on his face. His neck moved slightly, his eyes fixed on Matsumoto Ishida's body, and his mouth whispered, "Puppet mechanism technique Shigure." Matsumoto Ishida raised his hands, facing Hanayu from a distance, and screamed in his mouth. Suddenly, the kunai on the backs of his hands shot out like raindrops. Paper painted ooze. Hanayu let out a low voice, her body changing shape like clay in an instant, avoiding the oncoming kunwu! Ding, ding, ding. All the kunai rubbed the edges of Hanayu's body and pierced into the ground. For a while, layers of kunai appeared under Hanayu's feet. Boo! Hanayu whispered in her mouth. Her feet stepped on the air instantly and came into the air. At the same time, her right foot kicked out at a high speed. Land foot shuriken. Hanayu let out a low shout, and a huge, shuriken-shaped chopping wave was sent out from his right foot in an instant. As soon as the shuriken chopping wave appeared, he cut off the trees in front of him, and quickly slashed towards Matsumoto Ishida. Puppetry middle dot shield. Matsumoto Ishida's hands quickly combined and transformed, and the puppet parts were continuously assembled, almost instantly forming a huge shield to protect Matsumoto Ishida's body. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's shuriken chopping wave instantly hit the puppet shield. The huge, sharp chopping wave instantly shattered the shield and instantly cut off Matsumoto Ishida's hands. Cut. It's an amazing slash. Even my specially made shield can't resist it. Matsumoto Ishida's face was expressionless, but his mouth was extremely surprised. His hands had been separated from his body at this time, and the puppet components on his arms were exposed at the same time. High-pressure water gun. A mechanism opened in Matsumoto Ishida's chest, and a huge high-pressure water gun instantly impacted Hanayu's body. Even if Hanayu's body was hit by this huge pressure, it would be uncomfortable. Razor. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, adding the explosive power of shaving at the moment she used her feet. The power of Hanayu's right kick has tripled. A huge knife-shaped chopping wave instantly chopped the high-pressure water gun in front of you into two. Shave. When cutting off the high-pressure water gun in front of him, Hanayu's body instantly appeared in front of Matsumoto Ishida, and then his right hand was instantly raised above his head, in the shape of a hand knife. Finger gun middle dot hand knife. Hanayu whispered in his mouth, and the right hand knife instantly struck Matsumoto Ishida's body like a bullet. Peng. With a loud noise, a hanged knife-shaped hole appeared in Matsumoto Ishida's body. The puppet institutions were exposed to Hanayu in this way. Ahem. This blow actually penetrated my center of operation. The body. It's a bit difficult to control. Matsumoto Ishida suddenly let out a cough, and looked down at his wound. His mouth said in surprise. However, although the main power center cannot be used, the backup power center is still possible. As long as my puppet core is not damaged, I can fight. Matsumoto Ishida's right hand stretched out a key-like constructed, pierced into his chest, and said expressionlessly on his face. As for the core of the puppet, that is the place where the red sand scorpion pays the most attention. So even rank ninjutsu may not be able to destroy it. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Has the whole body been transformed into a puppet? In this way, only everything will be broken. Han said with a cold smile on her face, analyzing it. Obviously, after seeing the same puppet core used by the red sand scorpion, Hanayu wanted to store this thing. Therefore, Hanayu has been avoiding the puppet core. It's over. It's almost time to figure out the location of Matsumoto Ishida's power system. Hanayu's eyes scanned Matsumoto Ishida's body, and then his body appeared behind Matsumoto Ishida. Finger gun Nihonkanzu. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and stretched out her right index finger and middle finger together, and instantly pierced Matsumoto Ishida's back. Peng. With a soft sound, Hanayu's right finger penetrated Matsumoto Ishida's back without hindrance. 0. How would you know the location of my power system? Matsumoto Ishida said with an incredible look on his face, and said in horror, the attack just now didn't hit Matsumoto Ishida's power room, it just smashed his backup power system. And the key in his right hand can open his main power system from inside the body. Huh? Why? I can only say ... My eyes have already caught the traces of chakra flow on your body. Han pointed to his eyes with a cold smile on her face. Said softly, this ... This is Shenyan? That's it. How can it be repaired? The body can't move. Matsumoto Ishida looked at the Sharanyan in Hanayu's eyes with shock, and his mouth was horrified, said, having lost the power system and transformed himself into a puppet body, Matsumoto Ishida has completely lost the ability to act. Then ... Your puppet core. I accept it. Hanayu said softly with a smile on her face. Then, in Matsumoto Ishida's horrified gaze, Hanayu removed the puppet core from Matsumoto Ishida's body. Speaking of which, Matsumoto Ishida's puppet nucleus is equivalent to the existence of the brain, and the power system is equivalent to the spine. After the spine is destroyed, although the brain can still survive, it has lost the ability to move. The 96th chapter is full of 6 styles. Shura on the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 96 6 forms fully open. Shura on the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 96th chapter and 6 types full. Shura on the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Everyone. Let's go together. The only 20 Shijinshai who were left had a trace of fear on their faces. Asakami Koyuki's mouth reminded them loudly. Following her reminder, all Sand Shinobi rushed towards Hanayu. Let's go together. Hanayu-kun is totally a nightmare for these sands. Aoki on the side had a sighing smile on his face. Although his eyes were rushing, his face was still the same. Sand Shinobu with fear said calmly in his mouth, Captain Aoki, Hanayu-kun ... Is Hanayu-kun really okay? Although his strength is amazing, he is almost close to the strength of the elite Shanin, but facing the siege of 20 sands, even it's Hanayu-kun. A Konoha ninja standing beside Aoki showed a worried look in his eyes, with a hint of hesitation on his face, and said anxiously, Minano-kun 370. Believe in Hanayua's strength. The Hanayuan just now easily killed more than 20 Sand Shinobu on the opposite side. So, rest assured, the next battle, it can only be handed over to Hanwazang. King Mu said with a sigh on his face, deep in his mouth. Well, if it's Hanayu-kun, it will definitely be possible. Definitely can kill the sand in front of you. Nan's face showed a firm expression. His right fist was slightly clenched, and his mouth whispered. And Nan's words calmed down the restless Konoha ninjas behind them. Feng done middle. Breakthrough. A sand ninja yelled in a low voice, and the 2 wooden hands quickly formed a seal. And a huge wind blade instantly attacked the cold moon. Earth evacuation middle. Earth movement core. A Sand Shinobu slapped his hands on the ground, and he let out a low drink, and the ground at Hanayu's location instantly collapsed. Feng done middle. Zan Zan Wu. A Sand Shinobu's hands instantly turned into a huge fan, with a low cry in his mouth. A huge wind blade quickly attacked the cold moon. To done middle. To Liugai. A sand ninja folded his hands together, and a huge rock instantly appeared from the void, and instantly smashed into the pit where the cold moon was 10 meters below the ground. For a time, all the ninjutsu was condescending to Hanayu by the sand ninja. Oh. What a wonderful battlefield combo. Use the geodynamic core to sink the ground where I am. And then the rest of the people use the wind escape to attack, and at the same time, use the earth escape to block me. The sky's evasion trajectory. It's really wonderful. Hanayu calmly looked at the attack from the attack in front of him, with a smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, but if there is only this level of attack, then I can only say regret. Hanayu looked up at the huge rock above her head, narrowed her eyes slightly, and said softly, boom middle. Continuous step. Hanayu's body is like stepping on a transparent ladder, constantly jumping back and forth in the air, avoiding oncoming attacks, and at the same time, his body quickly moves upward. How can it be repaired? It's another damn air fighting ability. A shinobu looked at Hanayu in the air with a sullen face, clenched his right hand, and said unwillingly, finger spear middle. Eagle claw. Hanayu's mouth let out a low voice, and her body instantly jumped under the rock with moon steps. The middle finger and thumb of her right index finger were slightly bent into the shape of eagle claws. Then, the 3 fingers were immediately forced. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu smashed the huge rock in front of him with a finger gun close to his 3 fingers. As the pieces of broken rocks fell, Hanayu's body instantly appeared on the ground. Pinch. crushed. Such a huge rock was easily crushed by Uchiha Hanayu Kid. How could this be possible? A sand shinobu stared at Hanayu, who appeared opposite them with dull eyes. The cold sweat on his face was covered again, and he said in horror, "Next ... I will bring you a feast of killing." Sand Ninja Miscellaneous. Hanayu's eyes stared at Sand Ninja in front of him coldly, with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Paper painted Washin." Hanayu suddenly let out a low cry in her mouth, and her body instantly reduced her strength and increased her speed. Shave. Hanayu's right foot hit the ground dozens of times in a very short period of time, and his body instantly appeared beside a sand ninja like a teleport. Pointing a gun. Hanayu's right index finger stretched out at will, and his right index finger pierced into the body of this sand ninja like a bullet. Boo. Hanayu's body moved quickly in the air, avoiding dozens of attacks in front of him. All the faces of Sand Shinobu showed hopelessness. Landfoot Bail. Hanayu's body made a big somersault in the air, and at the same time, his right foot kicked out at super high speed in an instant, and a huge slash instantly swept to the ground. Defense. Defend quickly. Tudun middle. Ulubai. The Sandy Shinobu showed a panic expression on his face, yelling loudly in his mouth. Following the words of this named Shinobu, a huge rock wall appeared in front of him instantly. And following his words, the several Sand Shinobu in front of him all released the earth escape. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's slash instantly shattered the soil in front of him. At the same time, after knocking away the 4 sand ninjas, it gradually began to dissipate, but left a huge on the ground. Crack. Nice defense. But next, it's not so easy to resist. Hanayu's face showed a cold smile, and said in a low voice, ! Following Hanayu's words, his body instantly appeared in the circle of Shinobu. Finger gun middle. Hanayu shouted loudly, and his hands kept shooting countless finger guns. The finger guns were almost joined together, covering all the 20 Sand Shinobu in front of them. Peng, peng, peng. A series of explosions sounded, and all the finger guns hit the bodies of the 20 Sand Shinobu in front of them. These Sand ninjas were as if they were swept by a machine gun, and blood holes appeared on their bodies extremely quickly. Then, all 3.5 of the 20 sand ninjas flew backwards. Using this trick is really a waste of energy. Hanayu's body movements stopped, with a trace of sweat on his face, and his mouth calmly said. At this time, Hanayu's clothes were stained with the blood of the enemy, and around Hanayu's standing, all 20 sand ninjas fell on the ground. Zura. A well-deserved battlefield Shura solved the 40 puppet troops of Shinobu alone. What an amazing record. Sure enough, Hanayu-kun's future needs us to look up. Focus. There was a look of excitement on his face. His eyes looked at Hanayu a little fanatically, and his mouth exclaimed. Chapter 97. Union joins the war. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 97. Union joins the war. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest Emperor. Chapter 97. Union joins the battle. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Thank you very much. Lord Hanayu. Oku's face was full of enthusiasm. His eyes looked at Hanayu with excitement, and he said in a deep voice, like an inner excitement, Oki has placed Hanayu at the height he looked up to. Thank you very much. Lord Hanayu. All Konoha ninjas standing around Oki bent down and said thanks. From the joy of their aftermath, we can see that they are truly grateful for Hanayu. I'm just completing the task too. Hanayu said softly with a calm smile on her face. For the gratitude of Oki and other ninjas, Hanayu didn't care at all. Hey, kid. Good job. Kyuubi was inside Hanayu's body. His eyes opened slightly, and he said with a grin. Obviously, Kyuubi is extremely satisfied with his collaborators. Then, next, let's take a break and go to Konoha Hospital. Hanayu glanced at all the injured companions around her, with a smile on her face. 17 suggested in her mouth. Hi! All Konoha ninjas shouted in unison, and a happy smile appeared on their faces. It was enough to survive the battle on the battlefield and witness the rise of Konoha's genius Hanayu. Make them happy. Is this the puppet core studied by the red sand scorpion? How do you open it? Hanayu sat quietly on the ground, took out the puppet core she had obtained with her right hand, frowned slightly, and her mouth was confused, said, "Sual onion, open." Hanayu's eyes closed, and then suddenly opened. Two blood-red goo instantly appeared in Hanayu's eyes! There is chakra fluctuation. In other words, the core of this puppet is a chakra transmitter. It is really a complicated structure. It seems that you have to learn about the forbidden art research knowledge from the Oshmaru. Hanayu's face was on a trace of peace, said slightly distressed in his mouth. At the same time, Hanayu also made up his mind to learn about forbidden arts with Daishiwan. Hey, kid, your Teikoku is really interesting. But, are you not afraid of being snatched by Shimura Danzo? You know, Shimura Danzo is called Konoha's darkness. Looking at the puppet core in front of him, he asked in a low voice, huh? Shimura Danzo? Although he is called Konoha no Dark. But now it is the third ninja war, and the 3 generations of Naruto Tobihiro will never allow me to be on the battlefield like this. The ninja who played a huge role was controlled by Shimura Danzo. Don't underestimate the darkness of Danzo, but don't underestimate the methods of the 3 generations of Hokage, especially when the village is facing life and death. The Danzo at this time and the root organization just created should have been expelled from the center of power by the 3 generations of Hokage. Hanayu's eyes suddenly burst out with a light smile, and his mouth said with a deep voice, ! Since Hanayu showed Tega's abilities, Hanayu has been guarding Shimura Danzo's prying eyes. This is also the reason why Hanayu immediately told the 3rd generation of Hokage when he unlocked the U from Daiga village. At the same time, Hanayu fought effortlessly. A Shimura Danzo who arranged for an exam was also telling the 3 generations of Naruto about his strength and value. This allowed the 3 generations of Hokage to attribute Hanayu to Konoha's genius family, and voluntarily became Hanayu's umbrella to resist Shimura Danzo's pressure. At the same time, the Third Ninja World War broke out. Hanayu showed amazing destructive power on the battlefield for the first time, so that the 3rd generation of Hokage saw the value of Hanayu! And as Hanayu said, at the beginning of the Third Ninja World War, the 3 generations of Naruto had already controlled the power in their own hands, expelling Konoha and Danzo from the center of power. This is also the prerequisite for the Third Ninja War Konoha to persist to the end. However, Shimura Danzo will not give up. After the war is over, there will be a battle for rights. But this war will allow me to grow to the point where everyone looks up. Hanayu's face has a trace of it. With a playful smile, he said coldly, Master Hanayu. Just now the intelligence department transferred the latest battlefield news. Just when Hanayu was lost in thought, King Mu walked up to Hanayu and said to Hanayu with a somewhat ugly expression, Oh, the latest battlefield news? Was it from the village? Hanayu asked with an interesting smile on her face. N. A message from the village directly? King Mu said with a solemn expression on his face, whispering in his mouth. And with Oka's words, Hanayu gradually understood the current situation of the battle. For Konoha's 43 years, at the end of the year, Union Village, which has been silent, officially declared war on Konoha. At the same time, in the second week of the declaration of war, the vanguard troops of Union Village entered the country of Yano, which borders the country of fire. In the first war with the Konoha Defense Forces, in the face of the 640 sudden attack on Union Village, although the 3 generations of Hokage had prepared for it, they still suffered heavy losses. The Land of Thunder is the farthest place from the Land of Fire, so the slow increase in troops gave Konoha a little breathing opportunity. However, the water country still did not make it clear that Union Village was completely sealed off! At the same time, due to the war in Union Village, Konoha's troops were at a loss. and all the ninjas who graduated from the ninja school were mobilized to the frontline battlefield. At the same time, the 3 generations of Hokage formulated one assassination delay mission. Oka's face, there was a look of worry on the face, and he whispered in his mouth. While speaking, he handed this information scroll to Hanayu. Does the assassination delay the mission? Is the mission time for a year? Interesting. It is really interesting. Hanayu quietly read the information on the scroll with his eyes, with an interesting smile on his face, and whispered softly in his mouth. ! Since then, the war has entered an assassination battle. Konoha has been able to enter a stalemate with other shinobu villages, and the assassination team headed by Hanayu has begun to make other shinobu villages frightened. Chapter 98. The Night Assault Squad joins! ! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 98. The Night Attack Squad joins! ! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 98, Night Attack Squad! ! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. 44 years of Konoha. The residence of the Minister of Finance of the Wind Country! A bloated middle-aged man looked at a smiling man in front of him with fear. His body shivered involuntarily! Damazu Uehara, Minister of Finance of the Kingdom of Wind, in charge of the war financial expenditure of Sunen Village. During his reign, he instigated the Sunen Village elders to war against Konoha many times. During the Third Ninja World War, it changed from the lazy past. The way to deal with things, to help provide Sunen Village financial money. Let Sunen Village get a huge share of the war money. Right, Omazu Uehara. The man knelt on the ground as he watched with a smile on his face. Uehara of Damascus said in his mouth like a few treasures. Your Excellency. Your Excellency is. Damazu Uehara's face was horrified. His face was sweating, and his mouth asked suspiciously. Night attack. The man still hid a smile on his face, and said softly in his mouth. Although this man had a smile on his face, his words made Omazu Uehara like a ghost. The body shivered more violently. Ye raid team. Your Excellency is Ye raid's captain, Uchiha Hanayu, Damazu Uehara asked in horror with a trace of despair on his face. As you can see, the man who appeared so terrified Oshima Uehara was Hanayu. At this time, Hanayu had a cold smile on her face, and she took out Murakami on her waist with her right hand, and her eyes looked down at Omazu Uehara. Omazu Uehara, the captain of the night raid team, Uchiha Hanayu, is here to put you on trial. Die. Hanayu said calmly with the cold expression on his face. Following Hanayu's words, his right hand, Murasame, instantly crossed Omazu Uehara's neck. Diaresis. With a trace of despair on Omazu Uehara's face, he covered his neck with his hands, and made a scream of unknown meaning in his mouth. Then his eyes widened and his body fell to the ground. Dazing Uehara. The crime, war crimes, punishment. The night raid team joins. Hanayu's right hand painted the blood in front of him into a blood-red dark crow, and said calmly, 5 months have passed since Hanayu participated in the assassination battle! After receiving the 3 generations of Hokage's task book, Hanayu applied to Oshimaru to participate in this assassination mission. After learning that Hanayu had participated in the mission, the 3rd generation of Hokage immediately approved it. At the beginning of Konoha's 44 years, Hanayu established the Night Attack Squad. The members of the team are all talented ninjas personally selected by Hanayu back to the village. 5 in total. Afterwards, Hanayu's night raid team wandered through the battlefield of Sand Ninja and in the Kingdom of Wind, using his Emperor to transform into a comfortable Gaia Foundation, and sneaked into the homes of some ministers of the Kingdom of Wind, and performed the assassination perfectly. With the successive deaths of the ministers of the Kingdom of Wind, the elders of Sand Ninja Village began to notice Hanayu and his night raid team. However, although the Sand Ninja elders sent an interception force, Hanayu used her ability to change the shape of wool to completely perplex the interception forces in Sharonin village. At the same time, some rumors began to appear among the top leaders of the Kingdom of Wind, and the name of Night Attack made these ministers sleepless at night. Yo, Captain Hanayu, what a perfect infiltration plan. Just after Hanayu completed the mission of assassinating Damasu Uehara, a chuckle came, and then a young man wearing a green upper ninja vest appeared in Hanayu, behind. Is it Hyuga Sato? Have you come in too? Hanayu turned his head with a smile on his face, said with a chuckle in his mouth. Shishyuizn has killed all the guards outside. Nara Omikan also controlled San Shinabus Shinin. Kato-kun still hiding in the dark to disguise. Akimeki Wano. Go out. I've eaten. Sato Hyuga replied softly with a trace of embarrassment on his face. Oh. Is this order? All gather. We are about to start the next mission. Hanayu lifted her transformation, with a playful smile on her face, whispered in her mouth, "Oh, are you going to start the mission again? This mission took us a month. We can finally start a new mission. Looking forward to it." A young girl jumped out from the window, her face with a sweet smile on his face. He whispered in his mouth, "Senior Hanayu, are there any new missions?" Uekai Hashishyui walked out of the shadow in a tight-fitting suit, and said quietly, "Has the mission been completed? Add this one and it will be made up, 50 important ministers. Commander San Shinobu, 20. Speaking of which, the Commander San Shinobu we assassinated last time almost died. However, the effect is also good. Because of the death of the commander, ninja was in chaos in the battle, and our ninja broke through a line of ninja defense. Now the battlefield has gradually begun to think about the outskirts of the fire country. A young man walked in, kept writing in his shorthand notebook with his right hand, and said excitedly, "Wang Qianzhou okay." Briefly introduce this mission. This time the mission is to protect the Minister of War Okazaki. With a smile on Hanayu's face, he took out a scroll with his right hand. The task was briefly written into the scroll. With the completion of Hanayu's record, the scroll disappeared into Hanayu's hands in an instant. I believe that the death of Chancellor of the Exchequer Uehara will plunge the Kingdom of Wind into chaos, and Sand Ninja Village will also be trapped because of the lack of war money. Hanayu said softly in thought. And with Hanayu's words, his 14 members quickly put the war money storage scrolls left in the home of Omazu Uehara into the ninja bag. Chapter 99 Surrounded! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 99 Surrounded! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor is surrounded by Chapter 99! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Hey, Ueno-kun. Can you hear me? We're leaving. The 5 Hanayu walked into a barbecue restaurant, and Hinata Sato's eyes looking helplessly at the fat man who was eating in front of him. He walked in front of Wano on Autumn Road and said loudly, "Oh, Sato, is the mission completed? Now that the mission is complete, let us finish the barbecue and leave." Shuichi Wano turned his head, his eyes calmly looked at Hyuga Sato, and his face showed with a simple smile. He said expectantly, "You guy. There's no way." Captain Hyuga Sato walked to Hanayu's side, with a trace of helplessness on his face, and said calmly, "Barbecue? Now that's here, have a good meal." I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. Hanayu at this time has become a tall middle-aged man, wearing white. The tights outside is a round-necked white robe. There is always a smile on his face, and a bang on his head slid across his left face. Murakami was hanging diagonally around his waist. If an otaku in the same world as Han saw Hanyu's image at this time, he would definitely exclaim 713, Aizen middle dot Sawyer's uke! I have to say that by using transformation-free Gaia Foundation, Hanayu can become anyone who can think of. Aizen's image is also no problem. After becoming Aizen's image, Hanayu specially made several 10-bladed uniforms for herself and the 5 team members! Yeah, it's Captain Hanayu. It's been a long time since I saw you. Have you completed your mission? Kudao Ueno's face was filled with a simple smile. While he kept stuffing his mouth, he asked vaguely, "You guy ... you should call me Captain Aizen when there are people. There is more. Don't call it my task. It's our task." Hanaya looked at Kudao Ueno with dissatisfaction, emphatically said. During the mission, Hanayu always regarded herself as Aizen, one island to prevent the enemy village ninja from knowing his true identity, and the other is to be able to sneak in easily. This is also the reason why many countries know that the leader of the night raid team is Uchiha Hanayu, but they don't know how Hanayu sneaked into the assassination. I'm sorry to say, I disturbed your interest. Just now the intelligence personnel sent the latest information. The Daimyo Prefecture was extremely angry because of the death of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. It has sent a team of Saran guarding troops to come and block the finances at the same time. The 3 streets where the ministry is located. That is to say, we are surrounded. A soft voice came, and Naruwami said softly with a gentle smile, ! Is it finally here? I can't wait. Kato whispered with a look of excitement on his face when he heard the news from Naruwami. Hey, control your emotions, Kato-san. Hyuga Sato looked helplessly at Kato, who was excited in front of him, and had to remind him, "You know this is in the land of the wind." Senior Hanayu, it seems that these sand forbearances are very close to us. Uchiha Hishui's face was paralyzed with a trace of peace. His eyes quietly looked at Hanayu, and his mouth reminded, "Are you here?" Everyone ... know what to do. Hanayu whispered with a gentle smile on her face and a strange smile in her eyes. ! It's finally about to start the fight. This time it's my turn to say. Naruomi showed a sweet smile on her face, and she shook her hands slightly, and said happily, Hey, is this really good BHDG? Kudao Ueno's face was embarrassed, and he asked weakly, "It's okay, Ueno-kun. Who told you not to be able to help us when we executed the infiltration plan? So, I beg you this time." A happy smile appeared on Sato Hyuga's face. His mouth serious said, Then, I'm about to start. Ueno-kun. Naruwami walked to the front of Akudo Ueno, with a happy smile on her face, patted Akudo Ueno's shoulder with her right hand, and whispered in her mouth, "Captain Amuro, are you sure that the night raid squad is hiding here?" On the street, a Sand Shinobu asked in a low voice with a trace of caution on his face. Some people reported that a group of strange guys in white clothes gathered here. The white clothes are exclusive to the night raid team. So, it must be the night raid team undoubtedly. Anshina's face was full of confidence. He replied softly in his mouth. Is that so? It's just that, can people like us really kill the night assault squad? There was a dignified face on the face of a Shashino behind him, and he asked in a low voice, Izaki, shut me up, we have 30 elite ninjas here. Get me up. Amuro Nei's face was a little irritable, and she reprimanded in a low voice. Hey, whoa my sauce. Let's not stop it. At the barbecue restaurant, Kiyuda Ueno looked at the 30 Sand Shinobi who appeared, his face trembling slightly, and his mouth cautiously said, "You can't say it." This time it was my turn with great difficulty. So, Ueno-kun, please. Naruwami's eyes calmly stared at Akudo Ueno, and said softly, "There's no way. I said that joining this team is not a good choice." Kudao Ueno's face showed a look of helplessness, and he said with self-satisfaction, Then, let them see the strength of the night raid team. Ueno-kun. Naruwami showed a happy smile on her face, and suddenly threw Kiyuda Ueno out, and said with a chuckle in her mouth, What's this? Hidden weapon? Everyone, attack. Amurono's eyes looked at a dark shadow flying out of the rotisserie, with a puzzled expression on her face. She ordered loudly, Chapter 100 The Strong Breakthrough of the Night Attack Squad! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 100 The Strong Breakthrough of the Night Attack Squad! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes a strong breakthrough of the 100th chapter Night Raid team! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. What is this hidden weapon? Everyone, attack! Amurona's eyes looked at a dark shadow flying out of the rotisserie, and her face was puzzled. With a look, he commanded loudly in his mouth! Wind escape thousand faces wind. After hearing Amurona's order, several Sanshinobu quickly formed seals with their hands, snorted in their mouths, and suddenly spit out wind blades from their mouths. Feng Dun blow sand array. A sand ninja knotted his hands, and suddenly spit out thick yellow sand from his mouth, which covered the sight of people. Water escape water rushing waves. A sand ninja quickly formed a complex water escape pattern with his hands, spit out a huge column of water from his mouth with a low drink! Oh, it seems that Ueno-kun is in some trouble this time. Hanayu calmly watched Sanshinobu's intensive ninjutsu attack, and said with a smile in his mouth, Hey, Captain Hanayu!" As the captain, facing the team's attack, is it really appropriate to explain here with a smile? There was a slight smile on Sato's face, and he asked softly, "Speaking of it, Sato-kun was the first to throw Ueno-kun out. Since then, throwing fat people before the battle has become the tradition of our Night Raid team." Kato has a strange look on his face. Looking at Hyuga Sato, he whispered in his mouth, "Look carefully, this is an extremely exciting battle. Fatty vs 30 Sand Shinobi program." Naruomi didn't know where to take out a barbecue and eat it, and said happily, "Whoa, my sauce. Is this really good?" Hanayu's mouth twitched, with a smile on his face, and asked in a low voice, "Three-color secret medicine." Super doubling technique. Kudao Ueno, who was flying in the air, suddenly took out a pill with his right hand, threw it into his mouth without hesitation, and snorted! With the low drink of Ueno on Autumn Road, his body instantly swelled and turned into a giant close to 10 meters! Peng! With a loud noise, Kudao Ueno's body instantly stood on the ground. The huge body trampled the ground out of a huge pit. At the same time, all the ninjutsu in front of him hit him! However, these ninjutsu hits on Kudao Ueno's body, but only left some white scars and spots. Pain! Super doubling technique. Right hand. Kudao Ueno yelled again, and the huge right hand suddenly smashed towards the sand on the ground! Peng! With a loud noise, Kudao Ueno's right hand instantly smashed the 3 sand ninjas' bodies, and the huge power instantly smashed the 3 sand ninjas under the ground! Let's go. It's time for us, Hanayu said softly with a smile on her face! Shave. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and instantly tapped her right foot dozens of times on the ground, and her body quickly came to a dazed Sanshinobu. On sword style, Juzen! Hanayu shouted again in a low voice, and suddenly pulled out the village rain from her waist with her right hand! A stream of light flashed, and the moment of this sand ninja was instantly divided in half! An enemy has appeared again! Everyone ... joined together. The 10 sand ninjas on the side showed a look of anger on their faces, and with a low sip from their mouths, the body quickly surrounded Hanayu. One sword flow full moon slash. Hanayu's face showed a slight smile and whispered in her mouth. The body rotated in a circle in an instant. With the rotation of Hanayu, the village rain in his hand flashed across the body of 10 sands with a stream of light! Help! What's going on? Cursed poison! There was only a slight wound on the body of the 10 sand ninjas, and the cursed poison on the wounds broke out instantly, and these sand ninjas, after a scream, all fell to the ground. Then, let's go too. There was a smile on Hyuga Sato's face. his hands one after the other, showing a soft fist starting position. White eyes open, soft fist and gossip empty palm. Hyuga Sato's mouth let out a low cry, and some green veins suddenly protruded around the white eyes on his face. And then Hyuga Sato's right hand slammed out of the gap. Peng! With a soft sound, an air slash appeared in front of him, and the 4 sand ninjas in front of him quickly flew out. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 super beast pseudo painting middle dot two-headed wolf. Kato quickly drew out his sketchbook with his left hand, and quickly drew a two-headed wolf with his right hand. With a low cry from his mouth. Roar! With a loud roar, the two-headed wolf that originally existed in the painting instantly appeared in front of Kato. Then, the two-headed wolf roared and rushed towards the 2 sands. After 2 screams, the heads on the left and right sides of the two-headed wolf instantly snapped. The necks of 2 sands! Secret technique middle dot shadow imitation technique. Naruwami's figure appeared in the middle of the 7 sand ninjas, standing right at the intersection of the 7 sand ninjas. With a low voice, the actions of the 7 sand ninjas in front of him it stopped in an instant. The body. The body can't move. How can it be repaired? It's the secret technique of the Nara family. A Sanshinobu's face was pale, and his mouth said in horror, following the words of this Sanshinobu, the bodies of the 7 Sanshinobi moved with the movements of Naruwami! Stop it. Seeing Naruwami put her empty right hand on her neck, Shiranaza Shinobu looked at her with a look of horror and put her right hand on her neck. Above, said in horror, "You are going to die." Naruwami showed a sweet smile on her face, and said with a chuckle in her mouth. Following Naruwami's words, her right hand suddenly crossed her neck! Writing round eyes open. Uekai Hashishui's mouth whispered, and a gajade suddenly appeared in his eyes. Although it is not as good as 2 gajade to open the eyes with soil, but even 1 gajade to write round eyes also shows that the genius of Uekai Hashishui. Shattering technique. Uekai Hashishui's body instantly appeared behind a Sanshinobu with the use of the shining technique, and the kunai in his right hand quickly cut through the neck of this Sanshinobu, and then used it again. The instantaneous technique appeared behind the other Sanshinobu!